Just now, madam. JNU, I know, JNU, I'm telling you, the fees, PHA, 80 rupees. 100 rupees. Even today, in JNU, the fee structure is kind of negligible. See, 100 rupees. MA is 180 rupees per year. So JNU, at least on that account, it's almost a free education. Literally free education. Hostels are free. Good morning, everybody. Now we are starting the fifth dialogue between scientists and Śāstrājña. Some of my colleagues here, they are already here in some other dialogues, but some colleagues are new. So our director is supposed to be here, but he is now in abroad, so he won't be able to come and join. But he supported the program wholeheartedly, and maybe in some other dialogues he will be here. So before starting that, let me request all the resource persons or speakers to introduce themselves. You can maybe start from that sector. So Abhishek, you can introduce within 2 minutes or 3 minutes.
Hello everybody. My name is Abhishek. I work as an assistant professor in the Department of Physics of MIT. And the current research area of mine is actually, it has been for the last 10 years. What to do with it? So is it louder? No, it's recording. Okay, it's fine.
This is for the world.
Okay, so I work on the foundations and philosophy of mathematical science, so as a whole.
Okay, Dr. Ramanan.
Namaste everyone. Yes. Should I use the? No. Okay. Namaste everyone. I am Ramanand, currently working as the director of Abhinav Gupta Institute of Advanced Studies, which is working under the aegis of IKS division. It's a research center which is based in Kerala. Center part of Kerala. So we are focused on Kashmir Shaivism and its knowledge traditions.
And Raghuji, great Raghuji, he is associated with us since the starting of our dialogues, and he supported us also with some financial help, which was very much useful to us. So you are well known, but some of the colleagues are not.
My area of focus is the Yoga Sutras in particular, and through the Yoga Sutras, the other associated yoga texts through the Yoga Sutras, because that's the way I was taught. And I'm therefore focusing on the transformation of the psyche using yoga methodologies.
Yeah. Professor Jyotsna Agarwal, she's from Nimhan, but she's on the way, so maybe she will join soon. Then we can ask her. Now,
I'm Daya Sagar. I'm a professor at Indian Statistical Institute, currently head of Indian Statistical Institute. I work in interdisciplinary fields. Of late, I have been working on spatial thinking, and then how complexity can be defined. So my recent works were on complexity. The definition is a person-specific or perception-specific. I think I would like to see how I can participate in this discussion. If the consciousness can really be shown like a kind of map, and so many of my works are quite relevant, measurement and quantification. And then, so I have given several algorithms to quantify various different phenomena and process. And so that's where I want to contribute. Thank you so much.
And Dr. Vinay, all of you know
A brief introduction. My name is Binoy. I'm an associate professor here and a co-PI of this project, which is being led by Sisir sir. Basically, a cognitive scientist, studies both animal and human, trying to understand the cognition in both systems, and also interested in science communication and science education. That's all.
Only no, here. Only thing for me, I can say that this is the project sanctioned by Indian Council of Philosophical Research, Delhi, and they sanctioned for few dialogues in NIAS. So we are grateful to ICPR for financial support. Now, let me request Professor Shamtenji.
Yeshe Samten, a retired professor and vice chancellor of Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, Varanasi, retired in 2000. It catches from far away. Retired in 2023 from Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies as a vice chancellor and professor, and since then enjoying the full time as an academician and a spiritual person, meditation and teaching, writing, teaching abroad and within India at various institutions and universities.
And my friend, Dr. Shauran, a scientist, deep interest, so you can introduce.
My name is Bhattacharya. I used to work in Department of Space for about 35 years in Ahmedabad, and my specialty is isotope research in earth sciences. I'm basically from physics, but very keen to know about consciousness and interaction with physics and other things. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm Nataraju Adarasupalli, professor and the chairperson, Center for Philosophy, JNU at Jawaharlal Nehru University. And my areas of research interest are into consciousness studies, harder problems of consciousness, as they are present in the Vedanta and Buddhist traditions. Of course, I teach phenomenology as well. So let's hope I may be able to contribute something to today's dialogue. Thanks for having me here. Thank you.
Namaste, I am Swami Narasimhananda. I am a monk of the Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission. I primarily work academically in the field of Indian philosophy, especially in Advaita Vedanta.
Sai Sambat is my name, and I'm a monastic practitioner, a spiritual practitioner for close to 3 decades. As of now, I work with Institute of Indic Wisdom, which we operate both from the US and India. I am stationed in Bangalore. We work on application of Vedanta, Yoga Sutra, Upanishads, and Bhagavad Gita and the like, including Natya Shastra and whatever the Indic traditions, especially the wisdom part of the traditions, for applying it for leadership development, organization development, and things like that. So as far as this dialogue is concerned, I was trying to check with Professor Roy. So what is I'm primarily a practitioner and more on the application part of the research, applied research we can say, and action research. So let's see what I can contribute to the scheme of things in the amidst the erudite scholars who are present here. Thank you.
My name is Aravinda. I'm associate professor at IIT Tirupati, theoretician, theoretical physicist. I work in foundations of quantum theory and quantum information and quantum computation, and also the complexities of entanglement in many body theory and ergodic quantum theory, quantum ergodic theory, or more general, what I would call it as a quantization of the structures. So anything what we see it in the classical structures, I would try to think whether can it be quantized. If it quantized, what it would resemble at the structures level. So that's the broader area rather than the technicalities.
Namaste, I'm Srinivas Murthy. Right now, I'm trying to do nothing. I taught for 40 years as a Sanskrit teacher and practiced Buddhism for quite some time. But then my interest is in theater and arts in general. And so I shifted to Sri Vidya as a practitioner of Sri Vidya. And presently there is a university in US, Sri Vidya University, and I head that. Yeah, my research area is actually to see how the art actually defies all quantification.
Seated in the right place. Hi everyone, my name is Dr. Praveen Thomas. I am a neurologist and I have a specific interest in consciousness science. I direct the headache and facial pain program at Narayana Health. I also hold adjunct professorship at Loyola University Stritch School of Medicine in Chicago. And I'm also part of the adjunct faculty of Queen Square Institute of Neurology at University College London. And I'm also an adjunct faculty with SVSA University and also with the American Academy of Yoga and Meditation. And for the last 3 decades, I've been basically looking at disorders of consciousness and how exactly the brain contributes towards the overall health of the individual. And consciousness science is very close to my heart. And thank you, Professor Roy and Binoy and everyone else for inviting me and having me here. Thank you. Looking forward to the discussion. So, Siddharth,
Yeah, my name is Siddhartha. I'm only a adjunct faculty at NIAS. Thank you for the invitation. I'm here by invitation. Nothing serious to contribute.
Prem Shankar Goyal, basically a person from space, satellites, rockets, with larger interest in national security. I'm here in NIAS as a distinguished professor.
Okay, Ashutosh, can you introduce?
Namaste, I'm Ashutosh Simha. My research has been in dynamics on Riemannian manifolds applied to mechanical and robotic systems. Recently, I'm trying to study the nonlinear dynamics of brain networks. Particularly, my interest is studying the default mode network and what happens when the DMN is asymptotically shutting off. What has it got to do with higher states of consciousness? That is my current area of research. We are also doing some EEG meditation data analysis on few sadhaks. Namaste.
Namaste everyone, I'm Jyotsna. I work as an additional professor in Department of Clinical Psychology at NIMANS. My area of research is how to bring the Indian psychological insights into the clinical practice as well as for the larger community well-being. Thank you.
Okay, we can go on the back side. We're completing the observer.
I'm the former director of Pune Institute of Science.
Srinivas Madhusudan, I head the Tech Innovation
I'm Dr. Sheba Praveen. I'm a member of World Headache Society. I have some interest in public health. Yes, I am great interest in these debates and all. So, thank you for inviting me, sir.
I'm Sridhar Dharmarajan. I'm heading Cadence India for mechanical systems. We just got recently acquired. I was part of Hexagon, got acquired. I've been part of all the previous 4 dialogues, and I really kind of enjoyed this whole sessions, participating in this.
And special thanks to him because he gave funding for us to that.
Yeah, my name is Tushar Ravuri. My background is in theoretical physics. I have spent maybe 10 to 15 years in part-time training in the Rig Veda in the Pune Ved Pathshala. Currently, I work as a scientist in a company called Quantum Biosciences, where we are doing quantum magnetometry. Parallelly, I also work for an institute called the California Institute of Cosmic Sciences, where we are focusing on precision translation of Sanskrit for scientific terminology. That has been our latest project. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting Professor Roy.
Thank you. I will be the director of California Institute of Cosmic Sciences. So normally he stays there in US. Now he is in Bangalore. So we can invite him.
Hello, I am Dr. Sujit Sarkar from the Unopogga Institute of Scientific Research, Associate Professor. My area of research interest in the quantum uniparticle theory and quantum field theory, also some aspect of mathematical physics. I came in this meeting also last year. I have also attended. My main intention, how to do the philosophical aspect of this through mathematics. For that I came. And thank you to give me the chance and
Okay, thank
inviting
you all
me.
for brief introduction. Now, in our group here, in this fifth dialogue, we have hardcore scientists like Dr. Arvind, Dr. Maji, and also Binoy is also bioscientist, and Dr. Praveen is a neuroscientist. So apart from that, we have some really good traditional scholar here. They have already introduced in the beginning, and from psychology, Professor Jyotsna Agarwal, a distinguished psychologist from NIMHANS. So our intention is like why we have chosen this kind of issue for this dialogue, because the general theme of our whole series of dialogues is matter, mind, and consciousness. But the theme of this particular dialogue is measurement and quantification. So what this means by measurement and quantification, why this is important to us? Because measurement and quantification serve as the bedrock of modern empirical science, but they also occupy a deeply sophisticated foundational role within Indic wisdom. While modern science utilizes quantification primarily to decode, model, and manipulate the external physical world, ancient Indic tradition deployed highly precise mathematical metrics to harmonize physical systems with cosmic structure and consciousness. Before going into the detail which will be discussed here, to clearly understand how these two traditions diverge and complement each other, consider core epistemological goals, like what is the primary focus? In modern empirical science, the objective outer material world, and Indic wisdom systems, interconnectedness of outer matter and inner consciousness. Then, what is the ultimate goal? Ultimate goal is, for modern empirical science, prediction, validation, and technological control. For Indic wisdom system, cosmic alignment, liberation or moksha, and experiential truth. Then, what are the limits of the metric? For modern empirical science, if something cannot be quantified, its scientific value is limited. On the other hand, for Indic wisdom, quantification handles the material universe, the ultimate reality of Brahman is measurable, or called ananta. Then validation based. For modern empirical science, it is sensory extension by instruments and peer review. On the other hand, for Indic wisdom, direct perception or pratyaksha, inference, anumano, and expert testimony, shabda. While modern science uses measurement as a tool to dominate and divide nature into data points, Indic wisdom employs quantification as a structural template to prove that human microcosmos mirrors the absolute macrocosmos. And in the beginning of this dialogue, say till the evening, till the afternoon, we are discussing from various traditions, from science and then from Indic wisdom. But at the last session, we have a plan, like, not say we have, even I did not disclose it to Binoy, that in physical world, what we deal with kind of measurability. We measure, because it's a duality is there. Now, from measurability to immeasurability, in Indic wisdom, like in Buddhism, that four immeasurables are there. So from how starting with measurability, we can reach to immeasurability, whether logic is there or like what the situation in modern science itself or in different traditions. So now I am starting the programs with the scientists, starting with the scientists, what is their views regarding the issue of measurement or quantification. Let me start with Professor Dayasagar. What they mean by quantification and measurement in science.
Yeah, so good morning again. Just to give a brief, and I'm by qualification, I was an earth scientist, but as I did my post-graduation, I was a geoengineer, and then my PhD was in applied mathematics. So then I have been teaching engineering students, both in Singapore University and Malaysian University. And I have been appointed as a computer science professor here in Indian Statistical Institute. Now I am head of Indian Statistical Institute. And Google made me Indian mathematician. I am none of these. Actually, I enjoy some of the work. It's mostly on how to quantify the shapes or functions. I could discover a field called a mathematics for studying the morphology. Morphology has many things, whether it is brain topography or earth topography or a cloud topography, and you show me the phenomenon or a kind of process, and the kind of mathematics that I have been using for the last 35 years has a role to play. But most of my publications were relevant for studying the terrestrial surfaces, and they are at a earth level scale. But you take me to micro level scales like vortex dynamics, and all those algorithms which we have developed for the last 30-35 years have a big role to play. So when Professor Shailesh Naik has introduced me to Professor Shishir Roy, and then I was actually contemplating with myself. I was even asking Professor Shailesh Naik, and it is about consciousness, and how did you think about me? And then he told me that, no, of late you have been working on spatial thinking. And I have written an article about spatial thinking should be introduced in high school curriculum. The way mathematics has been done by the kids, wards, and then spatial thinking has to be introduced, because what we missed in several decades is the fact that we have data, we have numbers, but we know how to analyze those numbers. But those numbers are coming from where? Location has a role to play. That's where the science of where has come into picture. And we call that in a very interesting phrases, geographic information science, which involves earth sciences, geography, computer science, and then now we are allowing computers to really make decisions and thinking process. But I still say natural thinking has a lot of relevance. And when I was looking at just exploring what exactly is the consciousness, because I am still a layman about understanding the consciousness, but I could grasp one very interesting thing, like content of awareness is the function of awakefulness. which means it is a kind of function. And is there a way that consciousness can be represented in a form of a spatial function in a Cartesian coordinate system? And then from grid cell to grid cell, what is that variable or parameter that I have to represent? The moment it comes into that, and I see that it is like a terrestrial surface. Is that consciousness very complex, very simple? It all depends on the kind of rule that I use to quantify the complexity.
So you are essentially trying to say something whether consciousness can be measurable or quantifiable.
Yes.
It's a big debate. Maybe we can go later on.
Yes, yes. I will stop it here. And so it can be measurable if someone shows me like consciousness is a kind of phenomenon which has been changing with time over the spatial scales. And most of the algorithms that I have been seeing for the last, mostly from mathematical morphology and fractal geometry, and have a big role to play for quantifying and measuring the complexity of that consciousness. Again, just one line I want to quote. The complexity, degree of complexity is perception specific. That perception that I use it as a kind of a set, a mathematical set, a morphological set. The moment I change that set, the kind of complexity that I derived with another set is entirely different. So this is an argument, but I could publish that in a proper journal. How simple or complex is a geomorphological system? And as such, I have seen many studies, oh, this particular geomorphological system is very complex, but that is very specific to a specific rule. The moment I change the rule, and that complexity may not be the complex, and it may be very simple. And so that is where person specific or B specific. B is the rule that I have been using in many different
So one
fields.
thing,
Yeah.
let me,
Pardon?
The last sentence, what have you been using?
So how simple or complex is a geomorphological system? Geomorphological system is the domain that I use. But you talk about any system, and that simplicity or complexity is a perception specific,
no, okay.
observer specific.
Yeah, it's good. But the issue is we scientists do not know the definition of consciousness. Maybe for that aspect, I will come later. What our Indian tradition, what kind of insights they can give us regarding this? Because what we know the functionality of consciousness, there is a big issue. We will come back later on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I am involving more the scientist first. Then we'll come to the traditional scholar. In case of measurability or quantification, the issue of the observer plays a great role. And especially since the birth of quantum theory in 20th century, this has been debated, even in other sciences also, not only in quantum theory. So let me ask Dr. Arvind what they mean by the measurement in quantum theory, in microscopic domain, as well as in macroscopic domain like Newtonian paradigm.
Okay. Thank you. My main aim is to explain the measurement and quantification in both the classical world, Newtonian world, as well as in the quantum world. Before to begin it, let us try to define what the theory is. When we define a theory, what is the basic elements of the theory? Any theory contains three basic elements. One is the system that we observe, okay, what we call a state of a system, some system, and then there is a dynamic, something is changing with respect to time, and the third aspect of a theory is that observation, that we are making the measure. And then we would obtain some outcomes. Sometimes it also becomes a statistical result. So outcome is the measurement outcomes. So these are all the three main aspects. I would actually call 3 plus 1, 4 objects. One is the state of a system and the dynamics. Another one is the measurement or the observation and the statistical result. Okay. So this is what the 3 plus 1 characterization of any theory. Whatever you observe, you get the data from these 3 aspects. And these 3 data could be formalized using some mathematical structure where a state space is required and associated mathematical structure is being given. And whatever the data obtained, statistical data through the measurement, a function is defined for that data. Through that, quantification is happening. So this is the very basic idea of any theory. Any physical theory, any other theories also, theoretical structures goes like this. Within this context, let us first begin with the classical mechanics, because you have all seen the classical mechanical results, because you could perceive it and you can directly relate it. There, the state of a system is, for example, this glass has some position, and then this is having some color. And then how am I obtaining the state of this one? By making an observation. Like I observe these things through some instrument. I is another one instrument or any other instrument. And I observe it and I am getting this as a white color and this as a red color. That is a measurement outcome. But it's whether this one is highest white and then is this the white? Which one is the highest white? Whiteness. So I need some function to associate it, which will give me the number associated. And with the property called white, the property is the color, property is the color, which is what I am observing. And the color is associated with different color. Within the white, I wanted to provide a number, which is the highest white and which is the lowest white. So this is what my quantification I get. In the classical world or the Newtonian mechanics, what is happening? All our theories state.
But Arvind, there is a issue. Like when you say white, there is white and whiteness.
Yes.
We are not measuring whiteness. That is some subjective element. Okay. That is called qualia. We will discuss maybe later with the traditional scholar.
Okay. Scientifically, I would say that.
Scientifically, we are not able to measure the qualia itself.
It's a white color. I would. What is the frequency or the wavelength? I would say. Okay. So in the classical world, for example, I am observing this red. Now, if I say that this is a red color, at the time of my observation, I have not disturbed the red color by seeing this red color, or just my observation is not revealing, is not creating the red color. Okay. So the whole classical mechanics world works in a view that my observation reveals the existing reality. So here, what I meant by reality is that each property is having some number, some quantity associated with that. So this is, if I toss a coin in that, if I toss a coin, I may not know whether I am going to get a head or tail. There is an uncertainty associated with. But if I get, but it says that both head and tail exist, and when I see before I opening, there it might be head or tail. Still, I don't know. But when I open my hand, if I observe the head, definitely before opening my hand, it was head, the coin head. So it exists. So this is our understanding of the classical world, and all classical Newtonian world, everything up to 19th century beginning, electrodynamics, all these technologies, everything works under this phenomenon.
No, I think the more important issue here is what is the role of observer here?
I'm coming to that one. Thanks. So, observer, as I already told, observer is not disturbing anything already exists. By my measurement is not disturbing the result. Just I am observing the red, or I am observing the position of a particle, is not changing the particle itself. That is the first thing. And without the observer, observer is not the main central role in the classical world. Everything exists. Observer is just mere exposing the existing. That's the classical understanding. Okay. So then, now I come to the quantum world. All of these things which I have told, or at least many of these things, are questionable. Okay. So the word is that many of the results we cannot. I am going to explain it much more detail. But what I would like to say is that in these things, some of things are not definable. I would come to say in with a few examples. First, what happens to our observation? As I take the coin, just a coin, I've tossed a coin and then say that after the observation you would say it's a head or tail. What happens if I have a quantum system? Something like that, I would have a quantum system, an electron, okay, and then there is an instrument.
No, you should tell what is quantum system. I mean, from macroscopic large object to the small object.
Thanks.
We have a
Yeah.
lot of people.
So what I would say is that okay. So let's come back to now way up to what level the classical mathematical structure or whatever I have told is applicable up to something like that nanometer and below even the 10 to the power minus 10 to 15 meters. Okay, it classical works up to 10 to the power minus 9 also it works. After that, it breaks down. That means at a subatomic level. A very simple way, it's a subatomic level. You don't have any direct perception. You have to use the instruments to get it done. So that is the world quantum mechanics is working. Some length scale it is working, and beyond that, even quantum theory says. But let us assume that there is a length scale in which the quantum theory is working. As I told you, there is again the three structures: states, the system, are the properties which we wanted to understand, and the associated dynamics exists, and the measurement also exists. And the mathematical structure associated with this theory is what is called the Hilbert space. There is some mathematical structure, very well understood, and not even a single experiment till today have provided contradiction to the predictions of quantum theory. That's the success of quantum theory. Even with such a great success of the quantum theory, all today's experiments and technologies also, there is no consensus among the physicists what this theory is trying to tell us about nature's nature. There is a quite nearly 8 to 10 or 12 interpretations of quantum theory, and most of the people in any conferences, it goes like a survey, which interpretation you like, which interpretation you like. It is a part of philosophical alignment rather than the scientific exposure. So that is the status where we are. Let's come back to observation and then the quantification. What happens? So if it, just like a coin toss, it has a two properties, head and tail. Imagine that there is a quantum system. I am sending the quantum system into one instrument. It can take two choices. Either it can go up or it can come down. These are the two properties. Just like head or tail, you can imagine that it can go up or it can go down. Very simple. And you send one particle, you observe that it goes up. Another particle, it goes up. Third particle, it can come down. Another particle, it can come down. So I do this experiment some 10,000 times and see that 10,000 times. Okay, so 7,000 of the particle is going up and 3,000 of the particle is going down.
So what you are telling, the repeatability.
Repeatability, yeah.
Then not in a particular direction.
I am not taking it. It has only two possibilities. Just like coin, it can, but for the simplicity, just think that. Coin has, it can only go, we can have the experiment. This is called Stern-Gerlach experiment. It takes only two paths, either up or down. With this up or down, we cannot, with one first difference, with one measurement, just one observation, you cannot say anything about this particle. You need an ensemble, you need repetitive observation first. Means statistical. Some 10,000 times you need to observe. For example, here once I see that red, it is a red. There is no such possibilities exist in quantum theory. First, you need to do a repetitive experiment. Siseda, you interrupt if I need any explanation.
No, you can maybe say in more general terms that what are the tenets of science? One is objectifiability, then repeatability.
Yes.
So, I mean,
yeah. I'll come. So,
and it's, objectifiability means it's not the first person's experience.
Correct. So now what is happening? So this is how you are specifying the quantum system. The first, after if any other person repeats this experiment 10,000 times, again he will observe the same thing. That 7,000 of the particle will go up, 3,000 of the particle will
Maybe
go
in London, maybe in Bangalore.
Anywhere they do that, this will happen. Even the statistical experiment, it is repeatable. Results are repeatable, objective. This is objectivity is being retained. Okay. Now, there is the one thing which is problematic between classical and quantum, that now one experiment, one of the trial, you observe that it is going up. Then the question that before my observation, does it have a property to go up? Cannot be ascribed. It cannot. You cannot say that that the property, the electron or subatomic quantum system has a property that it has to go up. Just like before your observation in the classical system, in your hand, before you open it, it may be a head or tail, but if you open it, you will find the head, either head or tail. So it's an uncertainty is because of us. It's an epistemological uncertainty. I don't know, but it exists. Whereas in the quantum system, before our observation, does it have that property? Cannot be defined. You cannot ascribe that to quantum system.
I mean, it's not meaningful to.
It is meaningful, exactly. So it is not meaningful. There are some issues, large issues associated with that. That is where an observer comes into the picture. So that's what happens in a much broader picture. What defines the state of the system is called wave function, or the state vector or wave function.
So it opens up the debate regarding the role of observer in science and what our Indian philosophical system think of the role of observer.
Exactly.
So before going to that, that's Pandora's box.
Yeah, but I'll just finish it in the saying that this brings up a very central point of an observer, that now before my observation I cannot ascribe anything. So since I have observed, you see that it's going up, then does it mean that since I observed that property emerged? Or if I am not observing, does it mean that that observed property doesn't exist at all? So where is this observer is sitting in the theoretical framework? There is no, in the framework there is no observer.
So he is raising now the new issue, emergence. That's a big, epistemological debate. Maybe it will take one or 2 day dialogue regarding emergence in science as well as in
I need a clarification. Does this change by the change of the observer?
That's
the so observer comes into the center of the theory.
That's right.
The reality.
Two observers.
Different.
They have a different emergence?
No. In science, no.
Yeah.
Then it is not science.
Emergence is a difference. Okay. So the one single property, whether the central question is, does it exist before the observation, is a meaningless question. Meaningless in the sense that it's not answerable within the formalism of quantum theory when I use that word. Okay. So that this debate opens up unsettled question that what is the role of.
Arvind, now before tea, let me ask Abhishek.
Yeah.
Because he is working on a very interesting field even within physics and philosophy, and which is important also to our Indian philosophical system, limits and boundaries. Measurability is also connected with limits and boundaries. So Abhishek, he published a series of papers in very good journals.
Could I ask him to
address only what is the edge issue.
Yeah, yeah.
The edge issue of whiteness. Analog.
Can you repeat
The
the
edge,
question?
whiteness, no? We had this,
Mhm.
this question of the edge issue. You know, your gradations when addressed, this uncertainty of the edge between white and non-white. We had earlier, so it's plus
Boundary
issue. Is boundary. Is that an observed phenomenon or is that a quantum phenomenon?
Okay.
In the mind.
Right. If you want to answer me in a very particular way, whether these or that, I don't have an answer like that. Okay. So, what is a boundary for me? When for me, I mean, how do I understand what I mean by a boundary? I go to question what I mean by a point. Okay. For me, when you ask me to answer any question, like either these or that, I can't actually answer that. And possibly this is what is connected a bit to Arvind's scenario, that is whether the observer, where is the observer within the theory? And it is partly also connected to Professor Dayasagar's clarification regarding the number intuition and space intuition, right? So this is actually a very old debate, not debate I'll say, an old clarification which was given by Felix Klein in his book, where he talked about that when we do standard mathematics, well, your question was not regarding standard mathematics as per se, but it gets connected to that. There are two types of intuitions that we use. One is space intuition, another one is number intuition. So what is space intuition? Space intuition is exactly that what we are doing on the paper. That is, when we try to explain numbers, like Descartes started by drawing a line and then putting the cuts there, 1, 2, and 3 like that. So that is the space intuition. But this is different from what we call the number intuition, because what we see, that is actually our perception. We are talking about perception, right? So these are the lines which we see. We don't really see numbers. The number intuition is different from what we are explaining here. And now if you put the question one notch higher, and this is connected to what we call a boundary, we will say that maybe I am diverting too much from there. But once I go to what is the meaning of a point, then you will automatically understand why I was reluctant to answer your question. Like, what do you mean by boundary? So what is the general question? What we ask when you draw a line? How many number of points are there in a line? Right. Now the question is that if I ask you the question, how many persons are there in this room? It's a very easy question to answer. Why? I can just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and go on, and that's it. The reason is we start from something concrete. But the moment I turn the question to how many points are there on a line, you are in trouble. We all are in trouble. And that's where the debate begins. Why? What is the point? You can ask me, okay, so if you put a dot there, and that is what we do. What is the point? The first element of our demonstration, we put a dot there. So that's what is the point. That is the first step in science, right? Now the moment I put a dot there, your axiom of point is violated, because it says a point is that which has no part. It's only available in Euclid's book. I'm sorry, I can't give you any more available reference. And if the point has no part, then you can't actually represent it with a dot. So you lose the concreteness to count. So this is where the thing begins. So what Klein did was that he tried to form a sort of, he used to call it a fusion of arithmetic and geometry. Why? Because in geometry, it starts from the axiom of point, which says that it has no part. So there is no concreteness and there is no countability. And in arithmetic, we start from counting 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So he tried to create something which is a fusion of arithmetic and geometry, where points will be represented by a small spot And then the question comes that small with respect to what? Because it is observer dependent. If I put a dot there, then it's become relative that whether we can call it a point or not. Because if you zoom in, it will look like a patch. But the same thing when you look from distance, it will more and more get pushed towards what we think about like a point. But it will never exactly reach that axiom. So now comes the answer to your question, that this, what we call as a boundary, it is ultimately a line. That is a division between, so this is the white and this black, right? So the distinction between white and black, that is both sort of objective and subjective, somewhere in between. Because if you see from here, it is objective, right? Because everybody can see my name here, Abhishek Majhi. So it can be only seen because the contrast is visible and perceptible. But now if we start debating on this, so doesn't it depend on how we look at it? Yes,
No.
because if I
Can
take this
answer?
out,
Okay.
just
Okay,
one
yeah,
second.
please.
So if I now, right now, somebody tries to contradict me, he or she can immediately say that, Abhishek, you were wrong, because if I zoom in, I will see some pixels here, which we call the distinction between black and white. It will appear to be neither black nor white, but there is some gray. So this is how I see it, that a boundary is also a sort of a convention which emerges in a way we look at it, but at the same time, if it is within our limitations, we can violate that definition of boundary which we are using here. Violate means, here violation means you can easily zoom in here and you can see that there are patches here which are neither gray, neither white nor black, this sort of thing. So that is what I would say.
No, sure.
That's a violation of what?
Violation of our assertion that we were asserting that there is a boundary between black and white, due to which we were reading this.
If you zoom further to at the micro level, then I think the letters which are in dark area, they are also disappeared.
Yeah, that's
there
what
is there is no perfect
perfectness.
circle,
Yeah, that is
there
what
is
I'm
no
saying.
perfect
No perfect.
square, right? If you go into that level, we are going beyond our convention, and then once you go beyond convention, then it loses its conventional existence.
No, I think there is a big issue here. Maybe we will discuss later on. Even
I think I want to answer him. So whether it is
no, maybe we can take the question later on. But I can ask Dr. Praveen that even in this debate, later if you can add, there is a concept in neuroscience called invariance in the brain structure. I mean, we are going all together and driving the cars in the street. If someone says that no, the light was there in blue, someone say light is like red, so it will be chaotic condition. But then neuroscientists say there is a concept called invariance, and that is one of the frontier issue in the brain research. We can discuss maybe later on. You should remind it later, so that Now we have to go for the physical needs like tea. Yeah, not concrete, even more tangible. Okay.
Actually, just a hard.
Louder, please. You can't hear.
Okay, just a hard emergence and quality. Okay, just you were discussing. I have some work published in the nature competition.
Okay.
The emergence and quality, how the theoretical use is thinking from the perspective of the quantum field theory and mathematical physics. At the end of the day, if I get 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Or we can also arrange the whole one dialogue on emergence.
Yes. Yeah. Then I will say my.
Then I will invite you as one of the speakers for that one. Yeah. Okay. Now let's go for tea, just outside. 15 minutes. Yeah, let's be back. Then you can take a photograph also.
Yeah, we will have a group photo. before we go for the tea?
There.
Yeah, tea is arranged here.
There we can take the group photo.
Before that, we will take the place where we took the photos of all the four other dialogues.
How do you know it's a photo?
Pardon, sir?
How do you know it's a photo?
How do you
No, it's a photo.
That's again a convention.
It's a convention.
It's in classical.
Not a photo.
It's in classical. Now I can take the parrot.
Can you like later or telephone?
And still there are people who are saying,
Fluctuations. Some will come, some will go for the phones. So let's start.
no, no, no. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, let us continue our discussions regarding the observer in science, especially in physics, because since the birth of quantum theory in 20th century, the debate started regarding the role of the observer. And I mean, it's not unanimously accepted by the community of scientists that observers should be included to understand the framework for the physical theory like quantum theory. That's a big challenge, and we don't know yet whether at all we need the role of observer in formulating the theory. So, for the time being, let us listen what our different schools of Indian philosophy they say about the role of the observer. Like the Indian philosophy treats the relationship between pramatra, observer, the process of observation, pramana, and object, prameo, is the foundational core of epistemology. There are different schools like Sankhya and Yoga. The framework Sankhya splits the universe into two eternal realities, Purusha, pure unattached consciousness, the observer, and Prakriti, the material nature, or the object. And the role of measurement is here. Prakriti contains all physical quantities, thoughts, and instruments. However, the material nature remains completely inert, blind, and unquantified on its own. The catalyst is measurement and experience only happen when Prakriti reflects the light of Purusha. The observer acts as an essential catalyst that animates the physical world, physical reality, turning chaotic material potential into order, perceived data. Now we come to Nyaya Vaisheshika. Here in this gathering, I don't think we have a specialist in Nyaya Vaisheshika last time we had, but well, Swamiji is here. So Nyaya Vaisheshika, they say objective realism with cognitive validation. We'll come later. What is the quantifiability or measurability in case of cognitive domain? That's a big challenge also. And here in Nyaya Vaisheshika, the framework is the school acts as the classical physics of Indian thought, championing a robust atomic realism. Atoms and physical attributes exist objectively outside the mind. What is the role of measurement there? While objects exist independently, their quantification and categorization require an observer. And what is the cognitive structure? A physical property like weight or length is an inherent quality, but it only gains meaning, definition, and functional reality when it is processed by human cognition. Then Advaita Vedanta, the radical non-dualism. The framework is Advaita asserts that separation between the observer, instrument, and observed object is an illusion. ultimate reality is a unified field of consciousness or Brahman. And what is the role of measurement? Measurement is a functional compromise, vyavaharika, born from a fractured perspective. And then creation through perception. You know that famous text, Drik Drishya Viveka, or like Drishti Srishtivada, the doctrine of creation through perception. This view argues that the universe does not exist independently to be measured. Rather, the act of observation of Drishti is what projectively creates the measured material, Srishti. The mirrors the most radical interpretation of quantum mechanics. And Buddhist philosophy, not only in Yogachar Buddhism, the framework of the mind-only school, but also in Nagarjuna. He also considered, he has a small book that, if I remember, there he elaborated what is measurement and what is the role of observer, this kind of things. Nigraha. Yeah. So that is very interesting, and we have eminent Buddhist scholars. Now we'll start with that, the role of observer in Indian philosophy, so that even the scientists we are here, we can get some insights. So let us start with Professor Natarajan, because he has a physics background as well as.
Yeah. So only I remember that I studied physics at BSc when I meet all of you. Otherwise, generally I forget. It's the last couple of decades and Vedanta studies. So thank you, Professor. I'll pick up from where you left. Drishti Srishtivada or Srishti Drishtivada. These are two theories that we hold on to in Vedanta. Generally, our understanding is that the question of measurability and quantification is more related with a larger philosophical question on what is real. Is the world real? That's more a metaphysical question. And after I heard you for the last 1 hour, philosophers are generally, when they talk about measurability, quantification, that's more a philosophical adventure rather than, a typical mathematical formulae and a quantification as understood in physics. Philosophers are more into conceptualization. And so that problem is basically an epistemic problem or a metaphysics problem, a problem of metaphysics. So that this question of measurability actually gets connected with, is this world a real external world? Or is there a reality independent of mind or independent of an observer? Is there a reality at all? So within those few minutes that I have, Madhyamaka Karika, a professor was referring to, Madhyamaka Karika chapter 15, 16, 18, 20 does deal with. For them, Nagarjuna particularly, there is no, swabhava of any object per se. So he speaks about a niswabhavata. And niswabhavata is because his argument goes on kshanikatva, a momentariness.
So you can translate that swabhava for which is like intrinsic properties.
Intrinsic properties. And there are no intrinsic properties of an object, and an object per se is existing for a kshana. And very interesting, Nagarjuna did not measure, but the later Buddhists have measured that kshana into something like 0.00001th of a second. That is very crazy. And there is no mechanism as to how did you arrive at a kshana. And that actually also for Nagarjuna or for Vedantins, it's more a philosophical understanding of a kshana. It's not a physical measurability. And that moment is when something arises, has its existence, and vanishes. And this is happening, momentarily, and therefore, no object has a swabhava, and therefore, measurability does not arise at all in a Samvriti Satya. That's the argument that Nagarjuna.
Like virtual particle. But we have in physics, we have a concept called virtual particle, where we don't know whether it exists or not. We can't measure their property.
It seems to resemble. So that kshana and the measurability occupied my attention. I was very interested. How do you measure a kshana, a moment?
Sure. Do you translate this kshana in instant?
That's a causal moment when actually consciousness is transmitting all its memory into the next happening, and it dies down. So there is a continuous dynamic process that is happening, taking place. No object therefore has any reality per se, and therefore we call it Samvritti Satya, Vritti Varanam. So it is a covered up reality, and per se no independent reality exists at all. As we travel into Vasubandhu, Vimshatika and Trimshatika, no object is outside a conscious field. Karika number 6, Karika 7, 8, Vimshatika. No object exists outside the field of consciousness. All that exists is within conscious field per se. So it's more like this creation is conceived like a God's dream. Instead of an individual dream, there's a difference between subjective creation of the external world and the looking of it of the external world as a God's dream. It's not my dream, but it's a God's dream, and there is an external world which is out there. Why? Because Acharya Shankara would say there is a public frame of reference, like the famous Einsteinian question, does the moon exist when I'm not observing? Does it exist at all? So for Shankara, Acharya Shankara would say it exists. Why it exists? Bahujana Samagama, Sutra 29, second Adhyaya. There is a public frame of reference to this external reality, and therefore an external reality does exist for Shankara, not for Acharya Nagarjuna. Acharya Nagarjuna, measurability, quantifiability is not possible in a Samvritti Satya, in this world, and then there is a boundary for this world, and an extension of this world is into the immeasurable, whatever is. If at all that exists in Nagarjuna, though it doesn't have much great emphasis. No, please, let me... we have several texts that discuss, but again I want to draw your attention, if you are a very serious science person, I have not seen that kind of a serious discussion on measurability as the physics does it, and turn it into mathematical formulae. It's all a philosophic, understanding and conceptualization.
Core of physics.
Yeah.
It depends on the measurability.
Yes. Yeah. So therefore, measurement is conventional and relational. Madhyamaka Karika. It's a very conventional and relational idea. Again, several questions were there. As we move into, the cosmology of the Buddhists and Vedantins seem to handle this question of measurability when it comes to the cosmology. In the sense, there are measurements about the yugas, there are measurements about kalpas. Each yuga 4,32,000 years, and then 8,64,000 years. The Treta, Dwapara. How did they call it? How did they calculate? Again, is a very.
Can you elaborate more on relational aspect? Because few scientists like Carlo Rovelli and others, they are trying to develop relational quantum theory or relational geometry. So, if you can elaborate more on that issue, maybe the scientists here, they can get.
By relational, are you, trying to draw my attention to again the observer-observed problem, etc.? Yeah. If we
just elaborate, maybe what is relational quantum mechanics?
Please.
Okay. So there is this question that was asked whether the observer is part of the system dynamics or not. So please do correct me if I'm wrong in this, but essentially a certain padartha, if you like, is dependent on the observed pair itself is defined as that entity. In the relational quantum mechanical framework, one does not have a separate entity itself as an observed entity, but the Drikdrashya pair itself is the padartha.
But how do you separate the observer and the process of observation and the object to object if they are not separate?
In the relational framework, they are not separable. Any entity in the universe is defined by this pair itself.
Professor, if we can look at, say, Acharya Shankara's favorite student, Sureshwaracharya, Naishkarmya Siddhi, and then Padmapada, etc. For them, as I was mentioning, the harder problem of consciousness, because once David Chalmers spoke about qualia and hard problem, I'm coming up with a book called Harder Problems of Consciousness. Not one hard problem, several harder problems of consciousness. It is coming from Springer edition. For Sureshwaracharya and Padmapada, both the students of Shankara, the harder problem is exactly the way you were putting this question. For them, the difficulty is not how there is that subjective experience, the qualia. For the Vedantins, the difficulty is how come there is matter at all? How come we are able to see the objects as such? There should have been only consciousness and consciousness alone. How come it has separated itself into an observer and observed? That's the harder problem for them. If we have subjective experience, it doesn't bother them at all. If we are consciously experiencing the world, it did not bother them. For them, what bothered was how come we are able to perceive objects independent of our mental perceptions. How come there is a world at all? There shouldn't have been a world. There shouldn't have been objects. There shouldn't have been a perception. There should have been one hell of a conscious entity that has been existing. That has been the problem for a Vasubandhu, for a Sureshwaracharya. So the next question, as you were raising, how come this distinction took place? So that famously goes into Vedanta literature as individuation problem. The problem of individuation. How come one conscious field individuated itself into an observer and the observer? This distinction. And therefore, famously, Acharya Shankara now brings this whole concept of Maya and then tries to juggle with the problem. Sri Aurobindo deals it in a different way. Cosmopsychism is his answer and Acharya Shankara's answer. So the basic question I want to draw your attention to is Vedanta, observer is the observer, as you were trying to mention. That distinction is not there at all. So how come there is a distinction? How come the distinction has come? Now, if we look at the literature on Brahma Sutras, to measure again, as Professor was he started in the morning, that if I can have a conscious field, that we can have a mechanism to measure it, that very idea is to bring a distinction within the field of consciousness. And therefore, it is, it is against the logical thinking. So to measure is to separate the observer and then posit an object independent of the observer. And that, so therefore, one has to end up as talking about immeasurability when it comes to consciousness, A. And B, if we bring in a time frame also, time and space into understanding consciousness, again we have separated ourselves from the field of consciousness. So, we cannot bring in the idea of time, we cannot bring in the idea of space or measurability or quantifiability if it has to be pure consciousness for a Vedantin's understanding. Is this mere speculation and mere talk of a Sanskrit Pandit on an Asta channel? No, for a serious Vedantin, it's not the case. They have methodologies, they have models that they have developed, the laboratory experiments, and then ended up in the saffron clothes in trying to, get that feel of the consciousness per se. So, how come, one is able to observe an independent object, independent of the thinking mind? The problem again seems to be with the Sankhya, there is really no issue. Can I take a minute more? Since you mentioned the Sankhya, but the Sankhya, there is not a great difficulty because two realities are independently existing. Consciousness is independently existing and matter is independently existing. Matter with all its trigunas, etc. So there are two realities that are operating and somehow there is an interaction, Purusha Sannidhi Matra Eva, Sankhyakarika. By the mere presence of the consciousness with the matter, there is a disturbance in matter, Rajoguna becomes predominant and the world processes. But the difficulty will be with all the Advaitins, because for them all that exists is consciousness alone. Matter is, the other side, obverse of the consciousness. Consciousness is matter and matter is consciousness. Chapters and chapters are written, books and books are written on how there is no distinction at all. And that is their hardest problem, because all our perception, all our experiences are rooted in pluralism, rooted in duality, rooted in distinctions. And therefore, you can easily measure, Professor, probably if you have.
I want to just add one sentence.
Let me ask one question after. No, maybe later.
Yeah. So one point, like, I think probably philosophers are not agreeing that measuring and then quantification is not quite relevant. But scientists have embraced the consciousness. There is a nice article, is consciousness a fractal? A fractal is a kind of geometry which is a kind of extension to the Euclidean geometry. In fractals, we see everything across magnifications. As Abhishek was telling, when you look at different magnifications, we see more and more and more and more details. As we see more and more details, we simply call that object or the phenomenon as a fractal. Very interestingly, the article was, is consciousness fractal? They have taken Pollock's splatter art. John Pollock was a great artist and he's a painter. And at different ages, when Pollock was very young, his splatter art, and as he's traversing across the ages and as becoming old and old, and his splatter art was quantified as a fractal with more and more complexity. So is his art proportionally becoming complex with the age? And that is where the article has come with the title of Is Consciousness the Fractal? The moment we are convinced with that, fractal is an established mathematical field. Scale invariance, people are talking, statistical scale invariance. And when we ask a geographer, how long is the west coast of Britain? And geographer will tell with, say, a specific yardstick. So then Mandelbrot has very nicely explained, you allow dinosaur to walk along the coast of the west coast of Britain. And what are the front legs and the back legs distance? And then you multiply with that, that is the distance of the west coast of Britain. But as you change the yardstick, that west coast of Britain's length is changing. So should I call that as a perception? No, I will call it as a fractal dimension. I can derive a power law, and with the spatial scale, the length of the coastline is changing, and I use that a power law, and then I said, this is called actually in mathematics, Steinhaus effect, a paradox. And so if you ask a geographer, and I read in the book that this is the length of the west coast of Britain, but Mandelbrot's fractal geometry of nature has actually come from that. So consciousness is a fractal. I am convinced looking at the Pollock's splatter art.
No, I have some issue. Maybe you can clarify. When you say consciousness, is it pure consciousness? Because how do you embed any kind of geometry or associate? Even fractal is a geometric structure, and it has a lot of constraint. Even Euclidean geometry, it has also constraint. So when you say pure consciousness, space-time geometry is not associated with that. So even somebody says fractal, somebody says like Riemannian manifold, it is for the physical world. How consciousness can be associated, we don't understand. Maybe you can elaborate more.
I agree. All those studies, genuinely good studies, and there are no questions on that. Philosophers cleverly would venture by saying that we agree all that you're saying. However, that's how they start, with a comma, full stop. But they don't question the studies. Say, for example, we have several, because of the name of JNU, several visiting professors from all foreign universities, someone into neurosciences, someone with quantum understanding of consciousness. All of them keep visiting and they all give lectures. And our starting point is, we accept all that you said, and that's an excellent research. However, that's not consciousness that we are talking about. Consciousness as reflected in mind, chitta, is all that the fractal theory is all about. Consciousness is to be associated with some kind of, what is a kind of an akara, then that you are able to do it. All that is possible. And then you are, again, the moment you are talking about a young boy X, and then the growth story, and then the measurements and the changes that are happening. So we are actually talking about dynamic conscious field. And dynamic conscious field is measurable. For a Vedantin, it is. And we have no difficulty with that. Again, what we say is, per se consciousness is neither dynamic, nor does it have any influence of time, nor space. And the beginning of the Taittiriya Upanishad, it starts by saying, space has come out of existence. They only use the word space, sir. Time is not there in this series. So therefore, later, interpretation is that time and space as convertible terms. Because there is time, there is space, and there is space, there is time.
Let me interrupt you, sir. In Ishopanishad, Mantra 4, they talked about the Akasha, space, and geometry. In the beginning, space is not exactly geometry. It's not all the spaces can be measureable. That space can be just set of points with how far they are or how near they are. But Ishopanishad Mantra 4, they introduce kind of vibration there, so that geometric structure will come.
Yeah. True, Professor. I mean, the string theories also introduce vibration, and why I without any knowledge of it, please don't misunderstand me. My boundaries are very clearly drawn. If I am sometimes crossing string theories, because I have very good friend in John Hegelin and David Scharf at Maharshi University of Management. So both of them work on this field, and they have delivered several lectures for us. They also talk about a vibratum at a level which is more than subatomic, a kind of vibratum that's responsible for further evolution processes. There also it was my same again Puropaksha that can we go even more than this level also? So tasmad va etasmad atmanah akasha sambhutah. The very emergence of akasha from this existence, the very existence that you and I are. So that takes us, Professor, to even before the very idea of time has emerged, even before the very idea of space.
So one naive question, like when you say existence, don't you think the existence means you are thinking of space itself?
No, for the Advaitins, Professor. No, because I am, for a Descartes, what you said is a typical Descartesian example.
Sir,
In a Cartesian.
Sorry. Actually, can you use the original word instead of consciousness and this
Chaitanya.
Because everybody is using for everything consciousness, so it's a little bit confusing. So you're saying that is what level consciousness. Just use the original.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask that. So when you propose this subject,
that would be easy.
What is the actual Indian words that you will use for the matter, mind, and consciousness? Because they are all overlapping many times. Manas, it has several levels.
Chitta you use.
Chitta and Chaitanya are not the same.
That's right. So it's better to.
No, actually, in our previous dialogue, we have a Vaisheshika scholar. He was trying to explain these kind of things. So one full dialogue we have dedicated to this kind of thing. What is matter? What is mind? Like this.
Actually, there is one suggestion. If matter are the observables, Vishaya, mind is the instrument, the Pramana, and consciousness is the Chaitanya, which is underlying all these things, restricted as Pramana. Maybe in the scientific context, consciousness is Pramana, not the Chaitanya. That is when a lot of
And
these things make
one more
sense.
point to add to that.
Because when we talk of measurability and we talk of geometry, Ramatra can have a definable geometry to it.
So when we planned this dialogues, the first thing we kept in mind is that since we don't have the universally accepted definition of consciousness, exploring the nearest definition is also a part of this dialogue. Because we all agree that in different schools, it is defined differently. And amongst the scientists also, there is no agreement whether something is above the meta-awareness is there, whether super consciousness is there, or quantum level consciousness is there. So we agree with that plurality, like Professor Nataraju said, and like every scientist, we are also dreaming for a unified theory. We may fail, we may not reach.
I have one suggestion here, Professor.
So let me add one more point. So those who are representing a certain school, it is better to use the terms and definition in their school so that others also can get a clarity about that.
Exactly. That's essentially.
So one thing we talked of Taittiriya Upanishad, Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma. The three lakshanas, definitions of consciousness, universally across the Veda. Satyam, Jnanam, Anantam. Now, one suggestion that I have for both sides of the dialogue is, instead of using the word consciousness or Chaitanya or anything which is fuzzy, these three words are very clearly definable. And the Upanishad itself has defined these three words in extremely precise terms, which can be definitely scientifically agreed upon. Now, how I'll tell you, what the word Satyam does is, it excludes everything that is transforming. Avikaritva mithya. Anything which has vikara or transformability or change, it discards it. So it does not catch hold of consciousness in what we call Sringagrana Kanyaya, like this is consciousness. Rather, it discards everything which is not satya, not consciousness. Similarly, jnana. So jnana means it discards everything which is knowable. Then ananta, it has three sub clauses there. It discards everything which is space limited, time limited, and vastu paricheda, object limited. What space and time limitation we all understand. What do you mean by the third object limitation is, if you have two objects like this, the cognition of object A ends the cognition of object B and vice versa. Then you say object A is object limited by object B. That is vastu paricheda.
Now, can you give it concrete examples so that scientists
I'm giving an example.
Which is non-transformable,
Yes,
even at quantum level.
Hang on. So whenever we give examples, we have to be limited in our context. So I give the classic example of the Upanishad. Now, if you take various objects.
No, I mean, okay, you can give example from Upanishad, but for the scientist as we are here,
Yes.
you have to give some concrete example.
Yeah.
Nothing which is not.
Exactly. Now
There is no Satyam in that.
good point. Now, when you say everything, it means every observable thing or every knowable thing or everything within the literature of science.
Yeah.
Yes, that is true. You are exactly
Does
right.
it include the knower?
No, that does not include the knower.
Ashutosh, that is the Advaitic view he just mentioned, correct?
So
Let
what
us explore other views also.
exactly? So what I'm
So
trying to
what the sir is saying is that one cannot use these, using these words in particular domain is fantastic. For example, you can use this word and other people can use different words. It is better in the beginning if you can define what the word you are using and then just go ahead. So
But there is a problem. See, the problem is if you want to define Chaitanya, it is impossible.
let's take it like this.
No.
Take it.
Sorry,
I don't understand.
I see a problem there. When you say Ananta, it means it is indefinable.
Yeah.
So how do you seek to define an indefinable?
It's very simple. The same Purva Paksha has been asked in the Bhashya. What the answer given to that is, the point of using the Lakshana Ananta is not to define that which is Ananta, it is only to rule out which is not
So,
Ananta.
Ashutosh, we have a session fully devoted here where we will discuss this kind of thing.
Sure.
Now, let me ask Dr. Ramanand, because that is also Advaita philosophy, but not slightly different from Sankara.
Sir,
And-
sorry. I want a word from Professor Nataraju. What word he was using when he meant that non-definable for consciousness? When you are saying that, to reply to Professor Nataraju, you are saying, however, okay, what that after that word you are using. However, that is not consciousness, right? But what was the Sanskrit word?
For consciousness, you're trying to say?
Whenever you met the
Shuddha Chaitanya is a word.
Yeah.
Shuddha Chaitanya. Because by saying Chaitanya, the difficulty is Chaitanya is intentional.
Right.
And intentional is always about a vritti, akara. So the akhandakara vritti in the sense of a Shuddha Chaitanya.
Okay, now you can.
Mind-boggling discussion we were actually having on consciousness. My interest with this.
No, if you just concentrate
Yeah.
on the measurement process.
Yeah. I'm talking on the measurement process. So my interest on the quantification of consciousness started with. I mean, when I started reading Tononi, when he came with the unit of consciousness, like phi becomes the unit of consciousness, and he tried to define it in terms of integrated information theory model. So I was looking at the Shastra, Trika Shastra, which we call commonly known as Kashmir
But
Shaivism.
let me remind you,
Yeah.
Janoni Jatru,
Yeah.
when he was talking about integrated information theory, the main issue is there is no semantic aspect.
True.
Talking
Yeah.
in information
Yeah, I'm
theory.
coming to that. So I was actually, I mean, going through the text, whether the consciousness as there is a nosological dilemma when we use consciousness for chit. That is there, but but keeping it like that, it is said that it is aprameya. The consciousness is aprameya. It is said that the unmeasured measurer of all measures. That is what the Shastra says. A very interesting text written by Utpalacharya. The name of the text is Ajada Pramadra Siddhi, which actually Ajada Pramadra Siddhi. Ajada means Jada means the non-Chaitanya. It's not Chaitanya. But here in the Kashmir Shaivite angle, they don't use Ajada for anything. There is nothing dead. It is only Jada Chaitanya. Chaitanya is there. So in everything there is Chaitanya. So when Utpala actually talks about, as you were discussing about the emergence of the observer, so whether the observer is one, as you said, it is not science if it is two. So if the observer is one, or as you said, if there is a quantum consciousness beyond the limited observer is there. So it actually, Utpala actually talks about two sort of pramatras, which we call as knower. So there are two types of knower. One is the unlimited knower, which we call as the parapramatra, and there is a limited knower, that is the mita pramatra. So mita pramatra is the observer which observes the universe, and parapramatra is actually beyond that. So there is a distinction between mita pramatra and parapramatra, the unlimited consciousness. In fact, the whole text on this is actually, written by Utpala, talks about this distinction, how this distinction was made. So as this knowledge tradition is called as the Trika Darshana, it talks about triads. So the triads, which can be explained as the Pramat, as you said, the Pramata, Pramana, and Prameya, the knower, knowledge, and the known. And when it comes to the Trika Darshana particularly, it can be called as Para, Parapara, and Apara. So Para is the ultimate, and Parapara is the intermediate, and Apara is the lower one, which is the non-supreme, which doesn't mean that there is no supremeness in that. There is a limited supremeness in that, but it is not considered as supreme. So Parapara is the intermediate thing, which actually separates Apara and Para. And again, when it comes to you can actually bring this distinction at every field, in every levels and every dimensions. So in the ultimate level also there is a para, parapara, and apara.
Let me interrupt.
Yeah.
It should be interesting for scientists colleagues that parapara, what you are saying,
Yeah.
that is nothing but the instrument or the process of observation.
Yeah, the connector, the pasha, pashu pashampati.
The observer and the instrument or process of observation and object to be observed.
Yeah.
So here you say that even in designing a scientific instrument, you need to have a sense of the observer.
True. That's what I'm telling. So this can be at two levels. At the supreme level, we have the para, and parapara. And when it comes to the lower level, at the level of the ultimate observer, the para pramatra, we have the para, apara, and parapara. The triad is there. And when it gets separated into the apara, So that means the limited, the limited consciousness, which is separated by Maya, which is the limiting force. And it's wonderful if you look at the definitions of Maya, where it brings in time and space and all those things, and how this is, as you said, someone was actually mentioning about time and space being, he was actually talking about. In Tantra Loka, the 6th and 8th chapter are named as time and space. The 6th chapter is called as time, and 8th chapter is called as space. Kaladva and Deshadva. And consciousness creates time with its Kala Shakti. Its Kala Shakti, and consciousness creates Desha with its Disha Shakti. And it can actually, and it can be called as the scaffolding of the whole universe, time and space, which is based on the consciousness. So I am talking about the difference between the Parapramadar and the Mita Pramadar. When it comes to the level of Mita Pramadar, in the level of Mita Pramadar also, there are 3 distinctions. So I'll just give an example on the white and whiteness, which we were talking about. So if you take white as a quantifiable thing, that is at the level of apara. So that's an object or something which we can measure. And whiteness is actually a bit supreme to that. So in whiteness, there are 2 things. An observable white in that, and the whiteness which gives whiteness to that, which is actually immeasurable. So that becomes an unmeasured thing, which can be called as the para unit in the apara.
Now,
So
let me interrupt.
Yeah.
When you say immeasurable, and now it is one of the frontier research in neuroscience that whether qualia can be explained in terms of the laws of physics. Laws of physics.
Okay.
If not, then we need to look for new paradigm.
Yeah.
That debate is there in new
Chalmers actually started in there.
Yeah.
So I'm actually telling that the white as a quality or a quantity, if we can quantify it, and there is a measurable part to that. And when it comes to the whiteness, there is a measurable and immeasurable part. That is the para-apara. So if you unpack the word para-apara, para and apara is there. So there is an apara part in that, and there is a para part in that, which means there is a measurable part in that, there is an unmeasurable part in that. And on top of that, there is a para.
Can you give some insights how we can design an instrument with these 2 properties?
Which I have to think on.
No,
Definitely.
That's the classic of the whole measurement problem. In
Yeah,
quantum
yeah.
theory.
So I think when we talk about the measurable aspect of
Philosophers will
Nobel Prize question. No, we can actually think on that. That's why the whole Abhinav Gupta talks about this kind of dialogue as Sattarka. When there is Sattarka, new novel ideas come up, and that's how we get into.
Can I add
Yeah.
one thing maybe from Srividya also? The
Yeah.
concept of spanda,
Yeah.
which is also the
Yeah.
heart of Tika philosophy, right? And maybe closer to physicists, at least the sense of vibration.
No, so that's that vibration and the type of vibrations in the theoretical physics is very different.
No, again, one can mistake between vibration and
Yeah.
waves.
It's better not to use the technical words for its English meaning.
Yeah, I'll just add one point from Srividya. There is a wonderful text on Srividya that's called as Bhavana Upanishad, which actually talks about creative visualization. I'm wrong if I translated it wrongly, but that's a limitation of the language. So Bhavana cannot be translated as imagination. So in Bhavana Upanishad, it is defined what is the actual purpose of Srividya Upasana. Jnana Jnadru Jneyana Abheda Bhavanam Sri Chakra Pujana. Jnana is the knowledge, Jneya is the known, and Jnatru is the knower. If you can actually collapse the distinctions between these 3, that is,
You can say still there.
yeah. Oh yeah, but still okay. And if there is abheda happens between these 3 levels, it is called as Sri Chakra Pujana. So the whole, and who is that pramad? Who is that Jnatru there? That Jnatru is the Mita Pramad, who is actually doing the puja, who is actually engaging with the Sri or through the act of Sri Vidya, is engaging with Sri Chakra. So and Sri Chakra here becomes the Jnaya, and the process of Sri Vidya is the Jnana, and the sadhaka becomes the Jnatru. And that Jnatru is the Mita Pramad. is the limited knower, and if he has to elevate to the level of the Shiva consciousness, which we call as the Parapramatru, the Para Avastha, this distinction should be, what you said, extended or collapsed.
Do you think there is a concept of scale which can be associated with this kind of thing? No, because in physics we have like microscopic scale, macroscopic scale, and for microscopic scale we use the theory of quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
But in the macroscopic scale, normally we use Newtonian mechanics.
Yeah.
But the issue is, what is the exact scale? Say, you are in a lab where you are said to aggregate the atoms or molecules.
Yeah.
And say, can you say that these number of molecules, if I add, then I will get the object which will be dictated by Newtonian laws, not by quantum laws.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
In fact, the very construction of a chakra is an instrument which is made to know that. And it has both a way of convergence and that of divergence of the Srishti and in the Samhara.
Yeah,
you can meditate, and that has a perfect construction method. But then, when it converges at Bindu, the point which you were speaking of, the space just gets released. So it all converges at Bindu. Whether it is 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional, you can make the constructions both the ways. And the actual puja is going through the chakra in a particular way. There is a movement. And finally, it just gets released. So you construct that only to, not to hold on to that, but to get released from it. It's very similar even in the Advaita. Adhyaropa apavadabhyam nishprapancham prapanchate. Adhyaropa is there, which is actually to consider the construction, the creation. But then you also do the apavada, and thereby nishprapancham, what cannot be shown is being shown. Nishprapancham prapancham. So this is the method. Measurement is not to limit that, to understand the limit and to go beyond.
Shall I?
Yeah.
So if chakra you are considering as an instrument, why different people get different manifestation?
Because each one has a different way of looking.
But instruments don't do that. If he looks through a microscope, you get similar views.
Each instrument is meant to measure one particular thing. Na?
Right.
You can't use a microscope to measure something else in sound.
No. My question is just reverse. Everybody looking through the microscope.
Right.
Is getting the similar view. I'm not using the same.
No. So if you do that measurement with that precision, even if you draw that column with that precision, you'll have an experience which is.
No, there are three things.
Except that you
One
can't
is
measure.
the actual construction of that chakra itself, which is a meditation by itself. Second one is taking your mind, your sight, with a particular mantra. When it comes to me, I'll speak more about it. So, to do that worship, that's the second one. The third one is to get released from that, to go at the Abheda Bhavana. So, what is Abheda Bhavana? Bheda is you have the thresholds, you were speaking of the limits. Abheda is getting rid of that bheda. To get released from that.
No, in terms of repeatability, it is said so. I mean,
it's not repeatability. It is like
general
uniformity.
Uniformity.
Yeah.
That's
I'll
right.
give you a mathematical example. What was spoken earlier about the fractalized structure of course. Right? Now the
So
instrument.
before going to that fact, if you are talking about fractalized structure and if you are bringing complexity, you should be able to. You are using complexity for defining the consciousness.
No.
You are in a
I'm
huge
not-
trouble.
Hang on.
You should have a graded consciousness.
I'm not speaking of consciousness at all. I'm speaking about a purely mathematical idea. Okay. The question you asked is if three people use the same instrument, how can you get three answers?
Yeah.
So I'm answering that question. That's all. So the object to measure is the cause. the fractal length cost. The instrument I'm going to give you is a string, a graded string. Now the problem that happens here is there are different ways or different resolutions with which I can take in my do my measurements. Somebody can take this much of quanta, somebody can take this much when doing the measurements.
No, that depends on the calibration.
Yeah. Now what
if
happens?
you a calibrated instrument,
Yeah.
give it to 3 people, then
Or
why
we
it
can
is
say,
different?
but you have the freedom about
No,
how
you
much
don't have
of-
freedom.
You don't have
No.
the freedom.
Say in a thermometer, how do you measure the temperature?
Or let us take it. Yeah.
The issue is, it is not an instrument of observation.
Yes.
Talks about a yantra, it's not an instrument of observation.
Exactly.
Let's get that clear.
It's an instrument of experience.
It is an instrument of experience and whatnot, or exploration. It is not an instrument of measurement.
Exactly.
We cannot take a
create
yantra.
that, you need measurement.
No, it has got a measure to create that instrument, which is different, which is its own proportion and everything. It has nothing to do with it being used for observation of a particular phenomenon.
No, but when he is talking about threshold,
But still uniformity
threshold is a
is
kind of
maintained.
measurable quantity.
I'm talking about, see, when we deal with or we do Sri Chakra Puja, the end result is same. Jivan Mukti is there. So that's a uniform thing. It's like saying, if you go to measure what is Jivan Mukti, that's a different.
No, okay, you just continue.
No, that's my point is, so the whole idea of Ajada Pramada Siddhi actually talks, as he was talking about the relational framework between that exists in the level of Parapara. So the whiteness of white is actually a co-production of the Prameya and the Pramada.
At what level would Spanda exist?
Spanda is at, these all are connected, and in Spanda is actually the vibrational aspect of the consciousness. So it is, if you call, I'll bring that concept. See, the idea of Parapramadra is called as the Anuttara, inexplicable, which is Aprameya. And also in according to Spanda, it is called as the Aspanda. Aspanda is motionless, throbelessness. But the throbelessness state has got an inherent quality to throb. So if I keep my fingers like this, next moment I can make a tick like this.
So this is a kind of power to make movements.
Yeah, this is a power inherently within, which it holds. It is not showing it. When the pratibha, Shakti, according to
But when they say kinchit chalanam.
Kinchit chalanam.
But
yeah.
kinchit chalanam means duality again.
Again, there starts the duality. There starts the duality. The static form of consciousness and dynamic form of consciousness get separated. So in the beginning, in the form of Parasamvit, the supreme consciousness, it is actually in a in a harmonious union where you cannot separate Shiva and Shakti. So that's why it is called as Aspanda. But in fact, inside the Aspanda, the Spanda Shakti is inherently present, which actually can make the throb. And when she makes the throb, it becomes the Pradhama Spanda. And that is called as the Ananda by Abhinav Gupta in Tantra Loka and also Paratrimshika Vivara.
So can you coin the term dynamic stillness?
Dynamic stillness. Osho uses the term.
The moment we use dynamic and we are agreeing with the time. Isn't it?
Yeah, actually, we can't bring in the idea of time in the plane of Shuddha Tattvas. When it actually crosses the Shuddha Tattvas after the Sadashiva, then the idea of Maya comes and the time as we know today comes into existence. That I don't know whether am I right.
Just add one yogic thought here. No? In yoga, the kshana, Natarajan sir, kshana is defined as from the dharmi, the first emergence of a dharma, and then it goes back. Then the next emergence of dharma from the dharmi, that is counted as a kshana. Agree.
No, just repeat. Please repeat.
See, there is dharmi, which is the mula prakriti, whatever, which is, there'd be a lot of parallel here, which is the Shiva Sakti, no Spanda, whatever. Then there is the first appearance or emergence, whatever the word is. I'm very careful with emergence now. Appearance of a dharma, which means some lakshana, some identifiability. That just goes and comes back. just appears and disappears. Then the next dharma appears and disappears. The gap between these two is called the chana.
Where it is appearing and disappearing.
Yes,
Where?
between the first appearance and
No,
the
no, no.
second.
Where?
In Mula Prakriti.
No, but so it's a duration.
It is a duration. Chana is a duration linked with some spatial characteristics. Because the moment there is an appearance, there is a spatial characteristic.
No, in Greek philosophy, they have said chronos and kairos.
Exactly. Similar to that. Okay. Similar to that. And existence happens because there is a material in which it is appearing, which has got tamas, rajas, and sattva. So the tamas has the memory of the previous, and that has a continuum.
It's not an event horizon.
No,
I
no,
don't know
no.
how to get it into your event horizon or not. This might be the event horizon.
Before that, I mean, is there, you're predefining a collapse limit, so to speak.
Yeah, it's called Alinga Patyavasanam. There is a limit they talk about. And they talk about this happening only when there is a samyoga of Purusha and Prakriti. When they decide it's enough, that's it.
Your question regarding the space and time, that in fact this question is asked by Abhinav Guptacharya himself. So I'll just read that part. The question that perplexes the minds of seekers is this: how can movement exist in absence of space and time at the very beginning of existence? This enigma challenges our fundamental understanding, for the supreme reality defies all conventional notions of space and time. As eloquently expressed by Jaydev Singh in his Pandakarika, in the profound teachings of Tantra, Spanda transcends mere physical or psychological movement. It embodies the divine pulsation of existence itself. Mahamaheshwara Abhinav Guptacharya delves into this mystery. Describing Spandana as a subtle movement of movement, this movement is characterized by a unique quality. The immovable in its divine essence appears as if in motion. The peculiarity lies in the fact that even though the unchanging light of consciousness remains constant, it gives the illusion of change. The immovable, the very epitome of stability, takes on the semblance of diverse manifestation, creating the illusion of movement. In this profound perspective, Spanda reveals the intricate interplay between the immutable and the ever-changing, inviting seekers to contemplate the essence of existence beyond the limitations of space and time.
I have one question. So,
This is also Spanda.
Spanda be experienced?
Can
Spanda be experienced?
Spanda is experience of the universe.
No. The very sukshma aspect of Spanda that we speak about through sadhana, I mean, through an advanced state of sadhana, can one actually experience Spanda?
No, my question, the answer to this question is the whole of the plenitude of the creation is itself the product of Spanda or Spanda itself.
But in
What
its
we are
most subtle form.
what we are actually trying to experience is that the Aspanda form.
Now, Ashutosh, the answer to the question is, the question itself has the problem. Now, when you say, can Spanda be experienced? The question answer will be, is there anything different from Spanda?
Yeah, true.
Who will experience Spanda?
Will experience.
What I meant is in its most subtle form.
No, it's like exact point. In subtle, both in Sukshma and Sthula, Spanda is all pervading. You cannot have a distinct observer or experiencer. That's the entire point. So,
I asked the question
for example, I experience mango. Spanda is not like that.
Exactly.
You cannot experience Spanda like you experience mango or you experience some Drishyanubhava. Spanda is overarching. And it is because it is overarching, it is also there at the Sukshma and Sthula, because there is nothing other than Spanda. That is the whole point of Spanda.
And also the mango and the taste of mango
Everything
is also
is
Spanda.
The person who is thinking it is
Also
taste.
Spanda.
The very concept of tasteness is Spanda.
Yeah.
So
And
who will experience or who wants to experience Spanda? If you ask that question, your question collapses.
Actually, my
there's
teacher
one
used to
there's one
give this
point here.
example. Do you experience your own pulsing? You have the pulse, somebody else comes.
No, you
they
can
measure,
experience
but
your own pulse.
You can.
Yes.
But are you experiencing?
No, you see.
But can you experience your own pulse?
No, that example has a limitation. Because if you do some yogic practices, you can not only experience your pulse, you can also regulate it. But that is not on a par with Spanda. Spanda is a different thing.
Yeah, Swamiji, here I have a no, I have a question. Now let us come to the one, Dr. Ramanan.
No, I was actually.
No,
I
can you say that what is the difference of measurement process in Advaita philosophy, in two variants of Advaita philosophy, Shankar and Kashmiri Shaivi? Because this should be important for us to understand the whole measurement process.
So when it comes to according to the Trikadarshana, the whole of the universe is not asat; it is a part of sat. So the Parabija, which is called as Sau, and Abhinavagupta explains the mantra like this: Sa, U, and H. Sa is actually the Sat part of it, which actually constitutes from Maya to Bhumi. So which becomes, which actually, if you count that are the 33 tattvas. On top of that, 31 tattvas. On top of that, we have 3 tattvas: Icha, Jnana, and Kriya. Icha, Jnana, and Kriya are is the throng of the, the trident. It is Au, and Ha is the Visarga, which is Shiva Shakti. Which means in Sau we have all the 36 tattvas. The entirety of the universe is explained through the 36 tattvas. So Sa becomes the first syllable in the mantra, is actually as Sat as Shiva and Shakti. So the Prapancha is as real as Shiva and Shakti, according to Trikadarshana. It is not unreal. So that this is the expression. Kshemaraja actually put it in a very beautiful way. He calls the Prapancha as the congealed form of consciousness. So it is Santrikrita Bodha. It is a condensed form of consciousness. It is nothing separate from consciousness. It is consciousness itself. So that when it becomes a condensed form, it is measurable. And if it is an abstract, it is very difficult to measure using the measurements which are available in the lower plane.
So can you elaborate more when you say condensed form? Condensed, of course, is measurable.
Condensed form is that, so when it comes to the apara, the prapancha, up to from Nivrittikala, that is Bhumi to Akasha, everything has got a shape and form, and all those things can be measurable. So those things which are measurable, the idea of measurement itself is actually a product of Maya. Miyate iti Maya. That is the definition for Maya. Miyate iti Maya means those which can be measured. So her property is to make immeasurable a measurable property. So the Aparimeya Shiva becomes a Parimita Shiva because of the act of Maya. So she is the one who actually brings in the concept of measurement, Parimita, Parimiti. And she is actually making Aparimeya Parimita. So that everything is Parimita, everything is limited. So we are limited by time and space. So that is Kala Kanjuga. Kala. Then we are limited by action, Kala Kanjuga. We are limited in our knowledge, Vidya Kanjuga. We are limited by fate, that is Niyati Kanjuga. We are limited by desire, that is the Raga Kanjuga. So Kalam, Kala, Ragam, Vidya, Niyati, the 5 Kanjugas fails. And on top of that, we have limitations in all our sensory organs. We can only sense a particular, within a range of things. Like sound is perceived within a range. Sight is also
Sorry to
limited.
interrupt you, but with so many limitations, therefore you have to conclude your argument that this world is not as real as Shiva. The conclusion is seems to be logically very inconsistent.
No.
When you make a statement, this appearance is as real as the Shiva, that's where the Shankaracharya has a problem. That's where Adi Shankara has a problem.
I know. I got it.
Yeah, you on the one hand you gave us a beginning statement, a vakya, mukhya vakya, vishaya vakya. You said this world is as real as Shiva Shakti. And now your argument has 2 pages of differences.
No, as
And
real as.
therefore we say, this world, the condensed form, is an appearance of the conscious field, Shuddha Chaitanya, not as real as that.
Can I offer one thing here? In the Magdokya Karika, the Anartha Shanti, or the Advaita Prakarana, there are 2 views. One, Bhuta Darshana, Abhuta Darshana. When we say Abhuta Darshana, that is like snake rope. The reality is the rope. You see a snake. That is the view you were saying right now. But when we say Bhuta Darshana, it is sort of like pot mud. So you see a pot, it is very much there, but what is it actually? It is the mud particle. Now what is the mud? It is the silicate particle. What is the silicate? You keep going, and what is the asymptotic limit? That is what exists. So what I say, Brahmaiva Satyam Sagalam Jagatcha. The word is very much there. What is it? It is Chit.
But that's a Paramarthika drishti, not a Vyavaharika.
No,
So you are juggling between a Paramarthika and a Vyavaharika so easily.
So,
as Prabhupada was doing.
And
Prabhupada was
no,
juggling.
no, now there is issue. In science, we don't know whether there exists paramarthic view and conventional view and ultimate view. We don't know in science.
Yeah, true.
So we need to understand that.
No, that same logic goes with Kashmir Shaivism also. In Paramarthika level, I said world is as real as Shiva. In Vyavaharika level, it is different.
Paramarthika is no world at all. Paramarthika.
There's no. Yeah, that's what. That's what. Shiva Shaivism also tells that there is no world at all apart from Shiva. Yeah.
So now let us go for Swamiji, that because he was discussing with us a lot of time on Vaisheshika Darshan. And Vaisheshika, as I understand, it deals with measurability and Nyaya also. So if you can say something.
So here I want to first set the note. See what we have been discussing across. I have been fortunate enough to be part of all the 4 previous dialogues, thanks to Professor Roy and Professor Binoy. I find this a common feature in all the dialogues, is that we are shifting between frameworks. And whatever schooling of science I have, that is a serious problem. So when Indian philosophy, we talk about Bharatiya Darshana, variously in different schools, in almost all the schools, there is an idea of an overarching reality. How they put that reality, in what words they describe it is different, but they have an idea. And that overarching reality is what we call Shuddha Chaitanya Brahma. Various people, some people call it Purusha, Sankhya Yoga, they call it Purusha. And in there they will call it Shiva, etc. But this is an idea of an overarching reality which is limitless, which does not have any limit in space, time and causation. Desha Kala Nimitta. If we are to talk from that framework, which can also be called as Paramarthika level, there cannot be any talk of measurability, period. So I have to point out to my philosophy friends also that it is better to not stop talk on that framework. We have to shift the framework to Vyavaharika level. When you bring to Vyavaharika Stara, then how Indian philosophy looks at it is different. Now, if you go to the corpus of Indian philosophy, which is a huge corpus, if I follow the Shankara model and go to Prasthanatrayi, you will see off and on units being discussed in precise detail, like the point of a hair, the breadth of a hair, thickness of a hair, etc. That means, as far as the Vyavaharika level is concerned, as Nataraju was rightly telling, Professor Nataraju, we Indian philosophers have no debate with the Indian scientists or Western scientists, whoever it is. You use whatever instrument, be my guest, you have this. Because, as he was saying, our problem is not whether the Vyavaharika can be measured. Our problem is that why is there Vyavaharika and why is there something measurable when the reality is infinite and immeasurable. So let us discuss on this framework of Vyavaharika. Now, if you come to this Vyavaharika framework, we find, particularly in Nyaya philosophy, also its sister philosophy is Vaisheshika, that they say that this world is a problem, it causes misery. How to get rid of this misery is to understand the nature of this world, and that you do by categorization. So you categorize whatever you see, perceive this world. So basically in Indian philosophy, even Advaita Vedanta, Shankaracharya famously said, take all the tools of Nyaya, Mimamsa, Yoga, don't debate there. So they all just take this tool. So we analyze the world, Indian philosophers, in terms of categories, in terms of grades, in terms of scales. And so that's why you have 3 gunas, you have in Ayurveda 3 doshas, you have 5 types of koshas, pancha koshas. So it's all about categorization. You don't go into the detail. That has been done by Shilpa Vidya, Vastu Vidya, etc. In, for example, in Ayurveda, for yoga, for example, breath, a cycle of breath has been counted. There we don't have any debate. But the point is, why am I doing this categorization? To find out the essential nature of the universe. So, in Indian philosophy, you will see a push towards finding out a kind of a essential nature of what is there, which I think I will not be very comfortable in drawing parallels, but to that extent, physicists are also trained. But they are in a different direction, because our problem is, how do I, as he said, Shankaracharya famously in his Adhyasa Bhashya says, Adhyasa Bhashya is his commentary to the commentary on Brahma Sutras. He says, light cannot coexist with darkness. But that is what I see. A body which is basically inert shows all the symptoms of a conscious entity, but they cannot go together. So how did this happen? And no philosopher till date has explained it. They have used different metaphors, different similes, that there is Prakriti, this happens, God willed and that happened. But I will be brutally frank to say that it is anirvachaniya. It is indescribable. So Shankaracharya used the word adhyasa. Then some people said that it is maya, etc. But basically how immeasurable becomes measurable is unexplained. And so as far as the framework of measurability is concerned, we have no problem. You use whatever equipment you want to use, because otherwise they would not have used these examples. They also use cosmological distances as examples. We see in Puranas, also in some Upanishads. So these units or measurement techniques were not at all debated. Now the problem is that you start measuring only when there is a error in your understanding of reality. And that is why theories of error are very important in Indian philosophy. Again, every philosophical school has their own theories of error. Sometimes it is called khyati. So, how do you misread the reality? Why did this immeasurable become measurable is the primary question. And unless you misread it, you cannot measure, as Raman was telling. So that is why we call it upadhi. Upadhi, basically one of the Sanskrit meanings of upadhi is defect. So unless there is a defect in your understanding, you cannot measure. So in the primary sense of the term measurement, it is happening because of ignorance. All Vedas, all Upanishads, which are part of Vedas, all the writings, all our discussions, dialogues, Shankaracharya will say in Adhyasa Bhashya, is happening because of ignorance.
One question.
So, ignorance, avidya, ajnana are same. They are not different. Avidya, ajnana are same. Ignorance, he calls it adhyasa, same. There itself he says,
Swamiji,
it's all
we
same.
have some issue here in physics itself.
We have no issue.
No, we have.
When you say physics, it immediately comes to Vyavarika Satta. I have no issue.
No, we have the issue with your understanding. Issue regarding the ignorance, because for
No. My ignorance is not your ignorance. What you say ignorance, as far as that, for example, I see this and I say this is not a nameplate, then I will be called by an Advaiti also as ignorant.
No.
He'll say it is a nameplate.
No.
So that ignorance, what you are talking about in physics,
No.
is not our
No, I
ignorance.
am not talking about ignorance in physics. I am talking about
Hmm.
the two kinds of probability in physics or statistics. One may be due to ignorance, another may be inherently indefinite, like in quantum mechanics, in Heisenberg uncertainty restriction. That's why Heisenberg felt discomfort and he made the go to clarify it.
Yes.
Because sometimes because of ignorance, we have this kind of probabilistic aspect.
Yeah.
But people
So
cannot-
again, there are specific texts, the huge texts, and there has been a lot of debate on indeterminism as seen in nature. That is also very much part of Vyavaharika plane. That is also very much part of this framework of measurement. When I talk about Brahman or Shuddha Chaitanya, it is not indeterminism in nature. That's different. And we accept indeterminism in nature. That is different from Anirvachaniya. See, our point is this transition of immeasurable consciousness. I will not use the word consciousness, we were debating about that. Immeasurable Shuddha Chaitanya becoming measurable, that is inexplainable, inexplicable. But that is not similar to indeterminism in nature. There are many things indeterministic in nature. For example, if I look at the sky, there are huge number of stars, which I cannot say how many number. So it is kind of it is not very clear, fixed number.
Swamiji, that is not what.
I understood. I am giving you a udarna ekadashi as you say.
Indeterminism, I think, was what was mentioned in the beginning. If I close a box and there's a coin.
Exactly. That kind of indeterminism. No, that I'm talking about that only. That kind of indeterminism is very much accepted as part of nature. But that is not the same as the infinite nature or the inexplicable nature of Maya. They are two different things.
No, when you say epistemic randomness and
Yes.
ontic randomness, there are two things. And in case of Brownian motion, simple, there is a phenomena, that if you put the pollen grain in the water,
Yes,
then
yes.
there will be random movement.
Movement.
This was discovered by Robert Brown.
Yes.
But what kind of randomness is it? We say intrinsically.
Yes.
It's not because of the ignorance or limitation of
the observer or the instrument.
One
Yes.
more point to add.
Some Heisenberg এর আকাশ by Amitabh Chakraborty, the discussion with Heisenberg and Rabindranath Tagore.
So-
Detail explicit.
No, but no record is found up till now.
So again, I want to,
And no written record is no.
sir, I want to make another caution.
One point
And,
to add.
yeah.
So before we move, when you say that there is something above Vyavaharika level, there is a presence of something, correct?
No, not like that. Not like you are present
no,
here.
Wait. If you are saying that there is something above Vyavaharika, you are saying that either the presence or absence. Something
No.
is there, and if you say that something is there,
No.
you need to measure that.
No. That is not something with reference to somebody. That is something, that's the problem. That's why I said the problem of framework. That something is where nothing else is there. So to
even for
understand it is
nothing-
like this.
No. Even when you use nothing,
Not
there
in
is
your
some-
sense.
Yeah.
Binay, that is the problem. That is not in the sense of a physicist or in the sense of empiricist. It is not at the Vyavaharika level. So that's why I said, let us forget that framework. Because whenever these dialogues happen, we are shifting between these frameworks. That framework, let us not talk about. And another caution.
Statement is predicated on the assumption that existence implies measurability. Which is not true.
No, let us not use
Unexistence
this.
also implies.
No.
If something is not existing,
Huh.
so you are saying that it is not existing.
But the problem is your definition of, 1 minute, your definition of existence is different from the existence, meta-existence we are talking about. And again, another problem here is this comparison of Spanda with the string theory, comparison of Heisenberg with Akasha. I have great problems with it because again, it is a framework problem. You talk about empirical level, then we have no problem. What you are telling into we accept everything. That is why these examples are used in Upanishads or Vedas, because we don't have a problem. But when you talk about this Paramarthika Satta, that is something very difficult to even tell, because the Vedas says that there even the Upanishads have not reached, their word does not reach. So you can only hint at that, and that kind of dialogue will be pointless. Isn't it? It will be pointless.
Don't say dialogues are pointless.
No, that kind of dialogue.
If there is no
We will
dialogue,
invite you, don't
how
worry.
can we come again and again?
We will invite you, don't worry.
I have one question here. We're coming back to this and Yoga Sutra. The last three sutras,
गुणानां प्रतिप्रसवः कैवल्यम् स्वरूपं प्रतिष्ठा वा सिद्धिशक्तिः. Then it talks about Kshana Pratiyogi, Parinama Aparantah, and so on. Now, the Kshana Pratiyogi is supposed to be the perception of that moment I told you now, of the Kshana. So it posits this possibility of a person who is watching the universe getting created. And Buddha speaks about it. He said, I went into that level and I saw this creation as
Yes.
aggregates of eight.
Yes.
Now, is that the edge between the immeasurable and the measurable?
No. You have to go to that level. That's why I said Nyaya Vaisheshika, even Vedanta. Basically, we study nature to understand that you have to surpass nature. So that is not in the sense of I go to the boundary of Kerala and from there I go to Karnataka. Not in that sense.
No, I understand this, but
Not in that sense.
no, if our
So there is no edge basically. What I'm saying is to your point. There is no boundary basically.
No, it's not the boundary.
It is an entire framework transition.
Yeah, but
I'm loosely using the word framework because that also will not work here.
But yoga is saying that I'm seeing the measurable from a perception or some subjectivity of imperceptible. Because then it talks about what is Kaivalya.
As if it is not, it cannot, imperceptible cannot be subjective, as if a hint.
No, if it's as if, then how come the Buddha talked about aggregates of eight arising that he sees?
And he sees at a cosmic level. That's only a problem of scale, not the framework. It's a scale problem.
Did he see?
Yes. He
Did
sees.
the
He
Sabbath
sees.
of the Kshana?
No. He sees.
We have expert already.
Yeah, that's what. No. He sees the scale. He sees the scale. That is not.
Raghuji, we have already Buddhist, eminent Buddhist.
He saw. That's what he saw.
So something.
Yes.
Should I start?
No. On this particular point, you can start also.
No, but particular point. What did you say? He saw.
See, in yoga, there is a description which comes after it comes after Dharma Mega Samadhi and all that. There comes a point where they say Kshana Pratiyogi. It doesn't describe a yogi, it describes the Kshana and how this meeting point between two Kshanas is perceived by a person just before he goes into Kaivalya. Kaivalya is this.
It's a Jaina, philosophy.
Buddhism, yoga.
Not Buddhism.
Not Buddhism.
This is in the Yoga Sutra. Yoga. Now, there is a passage statement that I have read where the Buddha describes his movement into deeper and deeper states of meditation. And in the final state, he says, I saw aggregates of eight, subatomic.
Aggregates of?
Eight.
I see, yeah.
Getting formed. And that is the basis of all of existence. So are these parallel? What do these things mean?
Yeah, so you see, actually, when Buddha says that that is the beginning of any material kind of world, that is the beginning of any material universe, how atoms come into existence. There's a very detailed account of the material world, how they come into existence. The subtlest so far at that time in our ancient Indian philosophical system, the measurement of atom, the smallest atom itself is made from 7 elements, and that smallest one, there I have brought some citations also, some Abhidharma Kosha, and because as we were discussing that in ancient time we didn't have the mechanisms to measure the physical world, right? So the subtlest ones are like the tip of the the thinnest hair, right? The thinnest hair of some of these the hair, and then and the rabbits, and according to the the thickness of the different kinds of the hair of the animals, and then comes to the grain, and how multiplied by 7, how they can be accumulated, and they can be called measurable, right? So these kind of things are mentioned in order to understand the size of the world. And the smallest size is the 7 elements, in whichever form the material elements, the atoms exist, they have 7, 8 elements. And so these 7 elements are existent as a component of potentials, not as particles. In each of these particles, they are. So this, he refers to the beginning of the physical world, not the mental world, because these are to be differentiated. So you can say that measurability in general is applicable to physical world, right? And also there are lots of many other ways of measuring, as Professor Natarajuji has said about, or you said, the the cosmology, the cosmic existence, how they come into an existence, and the eons and eons of their lives, and then the vikar and the vikas pravritti and vikar pravritti, these 2 different stages. But the concept of atom itself is, when the realist school in Buddhism, there are 2 realist schools, Vaibhashika and Sautantrika, and also Vaisheshika and Nyaya, they all fall in that very. And the beautiful part is that when I was, whenever I, see this kind of gathering, this is the beauty of Indian culture. We have so many beautiful ideas and theories and concepts and philosophical, the systems developed not in the course of last, few centuries, but thousands of years it developed. And that is the result of, this so beautiful, complete, consistent in their own context. And we have so sophisticated philosophical schools. And then they are all related with the spiritual system. The just a dry philosophical system is not accepted in Indian Indian spiritual system, right? And that would be just a gymnasium, and it should be related with our spiritual practice. And that is how we even meditation on the nature of this, and meditation on the nature of atom is also important, very extremely important. The whole part is that someone was saying that why we have been exploring all these things is to get rid of suffering and to be a happier person. And why we have, these are the measures in order to attain happiness, is because of the gap we have between perception and reality. We perceive differently, and the reality is out there differently. And in order to minimize this gap and to, the perceive the reality, all these whole kind of philosophical theories, and then epistemic, measures and logic. I normally say that in modern physics and modern science, you have laboratories, and where you can go and measure. And in philosophy, in Indian system, we have philosophy, which comes into conclusion and sees the reality. But then, in order to reach there, what do you need? We need epistemic kind of cognition, right, to understand. In order to reach there, in that kind of stage, or have a cognitive agent, we need logic. That is why in India, logic, epistemology, and philosophy are intrinsically related. You can see how in Indian philosophical history, the logic developed with such a intensive interaction among the philosophical schools. For Buddhism, to study Buddhism, Buddhist Nyaya, epistemology, Pramana, and the Tarka Shastra and philosophy, it would be incomplete if we don't study Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Sankhya, and Vedanta. And so is that similar with the other schools, that they need to study, Buddhism in order to understand their own pramana and siddhanta, in the right manner. So in Tibetan itself, you may, it would be good information that in Tibetan itself, Tibetan writers have written voluminous, the works on Indian philosophy, Indian philosophy. Starting from Sankhya and then Vedanta, Vaisheshik, Nyaya, and Jaina, and these are necessary because this is a part of the curriculum in the monastery, where we study from 20 to 30 years of time, intensive time, with the meditation and debate and contemplative exercises. So, so these the lower schools, the realist schools, they have their own theory of what particle is. For them, particles are all substantially existent, concrete existence out there objectively, which does not change with our observation, right? And nor with our speculations. But when you go to Vedanta, the Vijnanavada, as Professor Nataraj was saying, that Vijnanavada, then it refutes the existence of substantial particles. And then it really refutes that there is no material, particle as such, asserted by realist schools. Now, again, Vedantin, the Vijnanavada, even though negates that the material aspect of the external aspect of externally existent particle, but still it maintains a particle as not mind but conscious in nature, right? And then the Madhyamika goes further, that, and then according to Vijnanavada, that particle in the nature of mind is substantially existent. Whereas from the Madhyamika point of view, it is not substantially existent, rather it is merely designated. Merely designated in the sense, merely designated, because you were also saying about the relative kind of, relational, right? Relational existence. Madhyamika talks about relational existence in their own term, pratitya samutpada. And pratitya samutpada in three levels, like one is causality, of course, which is a very gross one, but if we go into the subtler, then it becomes very subtle. And then another part is whatever we see, perceive in the world, if we look at it from the part and whole, then the whole perception changes, the whole reality changes. Then the subtlest part is that whatever we see, whatever we observe, if we see that from the point that there's no objective reality out there, rather everything is merely designated by our thought and language. Nothing exists there. Just as the discussion was going on in the red flower, or red color, white color, whatever, it's out. There is nothing there out.
Nothing conceptual.
No, nothing.
Everything is conceptual.
No, not conceptually also. It is conceptually designated, linguistically designated. There is nothing. For example, I find this scientific explanation that the redness of the flower and the shape of the flower are all dependent. Why we see the redness is because of so many factors of light and retina. And I have many friends who are color blind, and for them, how are they not seeing the flower? Or now we have to analyze what is the objective reality of that flower. Redness is the objective property of the flower, or not. Color is also dependent. Shape is also dependent. Everything is. You cannot pinpoint any real thing out there. It is all.
So you say even the qualia is also dependent. Qualia, what you say, whiteness or redness.
Yeah, the quality is also absolutely. Again, we can talk so many, for hours and hours. Quality itself is abstract. The redness is abstract, and there's a big debate.
They don't accept Samanya Lakshana.
Samanya,
the universality,
no,
whiteness.
they accept Samanya Lakshana, but that as Samanya Lakshana, not as Swalakshana. Samanya Lakshana is not so Lakshana, Samanya Lakshana is abstract. And therefore, there is
So
a
there
big
is
debate.
redness abstract,
Yeah.
but it is not redness specific to this flower.
Yeah. So, and then you see,
As you understand it.
there's a big debate between Vaisheshikas and Nyayikas and Buddhism with respect to the properties and Samanyas. So these are all wonderful ideas, and because of these serious interactions for centuries and centuries, we have come to the state that we are we are able to define the things and then meditate on those things, and the result of the meditation is to get rid of our afflictions, right? And then the the quantifiability of course the material physical world can be quantified, is quantifiable, and the measurable, but when it comes to consciousness, or because in Buddhism again, I understand why Professor Ciceroy and Nyaya says this mind, matter, and consciousness, because this topic has been roaming and floating around in the world, because when we have discussions and dialogue with scientists, physicists, and neuroscientists for the last 3 decades, seriously, but we never say that mind, we say that mind according to them is a brain. Mind for us is not brain. It is conscious in nature. But still we discuss, and then on the platform we never ask them to no, you must define first, and then we will we discuss on this. We come across with very fruitful discussions, and they do lots of researches, and outcomes are very wonderful and very beneficial to society, and very kind of groundbreaking findings in neuroscience and physics. And these are the but we do not need, of course each one has their own understanding of what matter is, what consciousness is, but then we again this commonly acceptable example has been a big issue between Madhyamika and realist schools as well. This has been addressed already in 6th, 7th centuries. Yeah. So now, with respect to the quantifiability and measurability of mental phenomena, when we look into the Buddhist account of Chitta and the Chaitasikas, mental elements, there are so many. Just as in physics, in science, the chemicals, the physical world has so many chemicals. 120 something is the defined number of chemicals, right? Elements, right? Yeah. And now in Buddhism, they have gone in deep into the the mental elements, and then found that more than 120 mental elements, the basic fundamental.
The question to us: what is the method of measurability?
Observing those, right? Yeah. We cannot go to your laboratory to preserve this,
How do you
observe this, but I'm going to come to that. So when we meditate it, because His Holiness the Dalai Lama has, based on the tradition, has said in his book, Universe in Single Atom, and one international conference, dialogue with the scientists and Buddhist scholars took place in Dharamsala in 2012, where I was also there. So in that the book, he said that the repeatability and third person experimentation is very fine, is very good so far as the physical world is concerned. But if you are going to work on do research on mind, that is not going to work, because mind is individual, experiential. The first person experimentation has to be done, and then it can be repeatable as well. So you can find this in his book, Universe in Single Atom. And so now you see here, when we are observing the mind and its mental elements, as I said, that they are quantified. They are the so many And if we include some of the tantric, very sophisticated tantric, texts, then it would go beyond 200 mental elements. And now, measurability, texts which say that they are after attaining the transcendental cognition of the reality, then from there onward, the meditator or the practitioner reaches at the four spiritual levels, and each of those spiritual levels, they abandon certain level of afflictions. Say, for example, desire or or a trishna, right? So the desire or the trishna, there are many, but with respect to trishna itself, it has to be divided into 3 levels, and then through different stages. And when one reaches to the 9th level, then he becomes the anagami phalu, anagami phal holder. And then beyond that, again, rupa and arupa, the afflictions related to rupa and arupa, the world. Then again, when one goes through that 9 levels, not the earlier one, 9 different levels of afflictions, then after eliminating the subtlest one, then one becomes arhata. So this is measurable through one's own experience. And one can understand that now I have reached to this level because there is a very direct confrontation with the affliction, with the application of wisdom that the person has, the meditator has attained.
So again, this concept of measurability is compatible with the measurability in science also.
Now, yeah,
absolutely.
I have another point. I'm extending from the zoologist talk. If I say that I have reached a level, how you can say that my thought is an error?
Yeah, so that depends on
because
level
it's my
of
subjective experience.
Yeah. So it is individual, personal.
But I feel that that is a problem when
No,
we
no,
go
no.
to the psychiatric.
Binoy, wait a minute. Only a Brahma Rishi can call another one a Brahma Rishi.
So that
There is, no, it's not purely subjective. There is an aspect of resonance. Yeah, where if I'm with a person with a certain level of inner capability, if I have the sensitivity, I can resonate and sense this reality. Second, in the presence of these people, some other level of mind can get evoked, even if I can't reach it by myself without that aid. All this is recorded. And I actually saw a small video where there is a Buddhist person who says, I'm going to die. And they show that whole process where he goes into samadhi, and for 20 minutes or so, then the other senior monk says, yeah, now his prana has gone away. How did he say this? Because there is some resonance. There is some ability for this person to affirm it. Then they take that body and put it in a
So
place.
it is not completely
individual is the spectrum of that.
Yes.
Right.
So
So it is not
Yeah.
this kind of separated. In the Vishesha level, yes, it is separated. But in the Sankhya and all of the Indian things, you and I are not separated at Avishesha. We are certainly not separated at Buddhi level or Mahat level.
So this kind of, you are quite right that in Buddhism, Buddha has said that one should not be, declaring or announcing that I have achieved this kind of thing, because that can be misused in many ways.
Yeah.
But with the, teacher and guru and shishya, when they have a close interaction, then the measurements or this, the stages are measured through 2 ways. One is your level of wisdom. The another is how much you have been able to eliminate the afflictions, kleshas. So there are two ways. Yeah. So therefore, there are 6, and then are you really able to, reach to that level or not? Measuring through the development of cultivation of wisdom as well as the elimination of the, afflictions.
So it is not entirely a person's decision, which happens in psychiatric.
It's not decision.
That is not like that.
It's not decision.
Yes,
it is
yes.
a reality inside.
It's a reality that you can't sense.
No, maybe we have still, we like to listen something from Srividya tradition. Of your miserability.
Yes. Thank you.
This may be passed on.
Thank you, Professor Roy. At the outset, I should say that from Srividya tradition is not different from the Advaitic tradition or the Kashmir tradition. It is involving all this, but in a way, what is seen as the outside world and the inside world, they are not too different. In the Srividya, the goddess is called Lalita, which is itself being playful, and it starts with Shri Mata. And Mata is not only mother, Mata means measurer as well, as in Pramata. So it starts with that and ends by saying Shiva Shaktyatmika Lalita. So to say that measuring is only by the distinction and ending by saying it is non-distinct. There are two aspects of it. Both are called Shakti. Chitshakti Chetana Rupa, Jadashakti Jadatmika. So it is the Chitshakti. If you call Chit as consciousness, I don't know the translation. But the Jadashakti is also, and they are not too different. They are two aspects of the same. But this experience is always in a flow. And therefore, measurement is on one hand of the time and the space, right, but also of the experience. Even in the Taittiriya Upanishad, there is that Brahmananda Valli where there is one Manusha Ananda. You multiply it, you have the different kind of Ananda of Gandharva, of Pitru, and so on. But then you are taking some unit to begin with. And that always happens to be one's experience. Even the time, it is the wink of the eye. So what about a blind person? But still they have that time known. And so also in case of space, you have the sound which is traveling, and therefore you have the measurement of the time. And these, of course, Maya Kalpita Desha Kala Kalana Vichitra Chitri Kritam. So, but the person who is seeing is a Mayavi. Mayaveva Vijrumbhayatyapi. Mahayogiva Yasvechaya. Tasmai Shri Guru Murtaye Namaidam Shri Dakshinamurtaye. So that Dakshinamurti, he is himself creating the time and the space like Mayavi, like a magician creating. And very dear thing for me in the Srividya is the epistemology and the aesthetics coming together. Which means you are always creating not to see just what you have created, but something beyond. You see a painting there. If we ask, if you go just by measure, you have certain colors alone that are seen. But that is creating a figure.
So, yeah, little interruption.
So,
in one, I told you before that in one Tamil text, Vainthiram.
Huh?
Vainthiram. Vainthiram.
Tamil text.
Vainthiram. Yeah.
They said, I mean, that is very old text. They said that in the beginning there is no time, only because of the vibration of the space, time comes.
Right. Yeah, and that can be created every moment. That's what I'm coming to. Like in a painting, you have not only the colors, that color is in such a way that it is creating the figure of a deity, and there are so many associations with that, right? So when you see not only the color, but something beyond that as well. You can do that only because there are certain measurements. An entire system of physical theory has gone into that. How to make those colors, how do you put that, and where do you put that, and how do you make this two-dimensional one to look like the three-dimensional. So it's not that falsehood, it is unreal, but it is not false. And therefore, in art, that is what is being done. You create certain things. In a theater, you see an actor performing. What you are seeing is not just the actor, you are seeing the character as well.
What clarification? What is the difference between unreal and false in your
Unreal is a negative term in the sense that you're seeing what you are seeing, but you're also seeing what is not there.
Unreal means that which is not permanent. To be very,
Yeah. False is a construction.
False is something which is
Constructed.
alika, like horn of a rabbit, Śāstrājña. That so when we say that this word is unreal, we are not saying like horn of a rabbit.
Yeah.
I got.
Right. So there are two.
A small question. You made a nice statement like epistemology and aesthetics coming together.
Yeah, I'm coming to that.
You also spoke about unreal and false.
Yeah.
I have a question here. Is there an artist view how to represent, visualize, feel the conscience?
There are.
Consciousness?
Yes.
Is there a way?
That's what I'm coming to.
Represent, visualize, and feel the consciousness.
Right. Yes. As it was mentioned already, that is the process of bhavana. Bhavana is not just seeing what is presented. It is to go beyond that. And you are identifying things, right? And therefore, there is a method in that. So what seems random is not really random. And therefore, you have structures that are being built. It could be a chakra, it could be an actor, it could be a dance movement, it could be the scales of music raga. There is an entire Shastra about the raga, but the Shastra doesn't tell you what the raga is. When the singer sings, he uses all these scales, all this shiksha that is given to the person, but every time a Malkaun sung 10 years ago by somebody, and what is being done now, it may be the same raga, but the experience is different. It can be different, even when I sing myself at two different points. And therefore, it says, this experience which comes of art, it uses all these measurements, makes a Shastra out of it, which is a product of prajna. Again, I don't know how you translate prajna as consciousness or as just intelligence, but there is the other part to that called pratibha, which is there in the Kashmir Shaivism as well. And that pratibha is actually dismantling this construction by the prajna. What is prajna basically? Smritihi atita vishaya. Memory we have, which is of the past. We have the projection for the future, which is called mati. And what is of the present बुद्धिः तात्कालिकी ज्ञेय, स्मृतिः अतीत विषय, मतिः आगामी गोचर, प्रज्ञा बुद्धिः तात्कालिकी ज्ञेय, प्रज्ञा त्रैकालिकी मत. Prajna is that which is continuous through all the three times of past, present and the future. But the same prajna navanavonmesha shalini pratibhamata, the very time construction which is there, it is used and yet one comes out of it. It becomes new every moment. For example, in a theater, when I play the role of, say, Rama and Ravana, it is of the past, it is of the present, it's of the future as well. You are seeing me, the present, you see me, Srinivas Murthy. But at the same time, you see within me Rama, Ravana, etc. And that Rama, Ravana, etc. is not only in the kind of costume, it is aharya, which is outside of me. It is basically in my sattva. So that sattva bhinaya, that is actually creating. I am making you to see Rama through me. You can see me, my body, the costumes that I have, but it projects something more than that. And therefore, when I do the role of Rama, I have an experience, but I also share that experience with the audience. And when I say, oh, I have come from a distance, I have just come from the green room, that's the reality. But by the way I enact, I create a distance as if I have come from a far off place. And in the space, say by 20 feet by 40 feet, I create a big forest. And how do I do that? I go in a particular way, a movement. In reality, I will not go by that movement. But that movement has measures. It has a tala. It has a measurement. And I go within this space, but show a space beyond this space through my movement, by the dance movement. And that is shared by the audience. It's not just for me, it is creating it for them as well. And therefore, Anandavardhana has written Dhvanyaloka, which says you speak and what it means is beyond what you hear. And that is Dhvani. And that happens only when there is the creator and the audience. When both of them share, it happens. Saraswatyaha tattvam kavi sahridayakhyam vijayate. This Saraswati, the Shakti, the conceptual knowledge or the experiential knowledge, both, they win only when it is in both. Kavi sahridayakhyam vijayate. And this happens at the very moment. It's not linear. It's not one moment after the other moment, but all the moments are gathered there. And in fact, this also explains the kind of seeing as against measuring. Measurement is important for creation. When you create, and it is not ultimate. And in fact, the entire creation, even in Brahma Sutra, it says, Lokavattu Lila Kaivalyam. And commenting on that, Shankara says, Na Paramarthato Srishti Shrutihi. The entire Shruti about creation, it is not Paramarthataha. But the very condition, measurement is actually knowing the conditions. And you know the conditions only to overcome the conditions. It's not the condition that is the ultimate goal. And therefore, the kind of creation is a parallel creation.
Murtiji, we have some parallels
Yeah.
in measurement theory in quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
When we say we have a measuring instrument, try to measure something, we say that preparation of the state.
Right.
Preparation of state is also kind of measurement.
Correct. Yes. Yes. Yeah. But it doesn't stop at that. It also goes to say that there are 3 levels at which the measurement can be, I don't know if I should say, can be overcome, or it is merged. And therefore, in the Tantra, you have yantra and the mantra. Yantra is a spatial presentation. Mantra, by the very fact that it is being uttered, it has a time continuum, right? And the two together, when it is worshipped, that is the Tantra. The yantra, mantra, and the Tantra, they are not 3 different things. So yantra has a spatial measurement, constraint, but geometric shapes. And then you have the construction of it along with the mantra, which is in the time. And now the meditation is also in realizing that time. What do we mean by realization of the, see, there are the matras. It is there in the prosodic, in the chandas. What is a matra? Say, hrasva is 1 matra. And bindu, it is ardha matra. But it goes up to the point of 2 to the power of 9 when it reaches the level of lava. And Bhaskar Rai Makhi, while speaking in the Varivasya Rahasya, he speaks of how a mantra, how subtle it is, it goes up to the point of lava. And the silence is beyond that. Right?
And lava is the unit of.
Lava is the last unit. If you reach that, if you experience, you go beyond. That's the time when you realize the silence. 2 to the power of minus 9. Yeah, it comes to, yeah, they are actually given as, yeah. That is the matra kala.
Lava.
See, matra has, it is 256 matras, which makes for 256 lavas, which make 1 matra kala.
What is the logic of 256?
That is, you keep dividing. 2 to the power of 9, minus 9, over 2 to the power of minus 8. Yes.
Again, lava is classified differently in different texts.
Yeah. And therefore, even in the Taittiriya Upanishad, it starts with the Shiksha Shastra, where it is not just the mantra, it is about itself. So, Varna, Swara, Matra, Bala.
I have a question related to what Professor Roy was saying. So, he was talking about preparing the state. So, in Abhinaya, when an actor is acting or when a singer is singing, does that singer prepare the audience for a mood, or does that mood come instantaneously?
Yeah, I'll come to that. Yeah, that's a very good question. I'm leading to this. There are two ways. In the plastic arts, it has happened, the creation has happened, and at any time you can see that. But whereas in the performing arts, it is instantaneous. So the experience of the performer and the audience happens together.
So there's no preparation actually.
But to reach a point, you have a journey. You have a journey. But at particular alap, we also say ha ha at particular swaras. But that swara could not come unless he had sung other swaras so far.
And it is culture specific, correct?
Hmm?
And it is culture specific.
Yes, yeah, in a way, that is where you have the concept of a mandala, where you belong to a community, a kula.
No, but if a raga
Hmm.
evokes Karuna Rasa,
Hmm.
even if I sing it in Norway, it will evoke Karuna Rasa.
There are two things. One is, yes, it does, but it is not automatic. If it were to be automatic, then you can do that even without hearing it. That happens if you are already realized. But for the other, it has to be invoked. There is a point to invoke, right? And you have to make a connection. And as rightly told by Deshi, this can be measured by the guru and the shishya, the actor and the audience, the singer and the listener. It happens when we know, yeah, it was good or it was bad. But when you start doing the vimarsha, when you start doing analyzing it, you need tools to analyze. And for that, we have the measurements. So there are two things. One is experiencing a measurement. The other one is measuring the experience. And experiencing the measurement is the preparatory way for a sadhaka. But for an actor, for a performer, he expresses the measurement already experienced. And therefore, pratibha is of two kinds. One is karayitri pratibha, other one is bhavayitri pratibha. Karayitri pratibha, you need have all the preparation. You have to go through that. And you have that pratibha, maybe intuition, you can call it, which is creative. Whereas bhavayitri pratibha it's able to experience it. So as against prajna, not against prajna, beyond prajna is pratibha, and in pratibha you have the creative pratibha, the karayitri pratibha, and the other one is bhavayitri pratibha. Bhavayitri pratibha doesn't need so much of the Śāstrājña, of all these measurements and the ways of creation. But Karyatri Pratibha, it intuitively knows, but it will be chiseled, it will be refined because of all the other Shastras. So,
where does Shantarasa fit in?
where?
Shantarasa fit in, because you were talking about performer
Yeah.
and the other person, no? And I'm relating it back to the earlier question you asked. Only if I'm in Shantarasa, then I experience rasa.
No, actually there are.
Shantarasa, I don't need to be Indian or
Uh,
African or whatever. I can experience the rasa.
No, like many statements earlier, Shantarasa is not a rasa.
I know.
Even in the Edison. But then Abhinav Gupta says Shantarasa is at the root of all the rasas. There are two ways of looking at it. One is you have the process and look at that as the end. The other one is from where it all starts and gives you the experience. And that again, seemingly immeasurable, the various categories, they speak not of the product, it is of the journey, of the process. And finally, what some people said, there is only one rasa, and that is Shringara, Shringirayati iti Shringaraha. Or somebody like Bhavabhuti said, Eko rasa karuna eva. Or the other said, Shantarasa alone. But then, what is that experience? Finally, it is that Ananda. Ananda is the one which is being led to. And therefore, there are three different forms as Pramatru, Pramana, and Prameya in the epistemological structure, whereas in the aesthetics, you have Bhokta, Bhogya, and Preritara. And in all experiences, Bhokta, Bhogyaha, Preritaranchamatva, Jushtaha, Tataha, Teva, Amrutatvameti. So, when you know that these three actually combine, that's what is happening. And the experience, the aesthetic experience is being transmitted. And these two are not different. So in Sri Vidya, this Bhoktru, Bhogya and Preritara and the Jnatru, Jnana and Jnaya, these are not different. And that is where in the beginning of the Natya Shastra, commentary on Natya Shastra, Abhinav Gupta raises this question, what is the kind of knowledge that you have in theatre, in Natya? And he calls that yoga, Natya yoga. Says, it is not Pratyaksha, but it is including Pratyaksha. It is not Anumana, but it includes Anumana. It is not Shabda, but it has Shabda. And with all the three, it goes beyond.
So we now can go for lunch.
Yeah.
So we will have other rasas, Father.
Yeah, like Ashutosh said, we will have some rasa. Manifested rasa. Right?
Yes, and that is why the rank and file don't relate to it except through ritual, which is the wrong way to do it. I mean, it's not, I'm not saying that they think that that is the be all and end all. The ritual being the be all and end all, or what is defined to them by the pujari at the ritual, not post. It's a very, particularly in North India, it's very bad.
ওই বইটা আপনার এখানে আছে
ওই ঘরে আছে
দেবেন পরে কালকে আপনি কি আসছেন কালকে
আমি আজকে দিয়ে দেবো
না কালকে আসছেন কি আমি
বলতে পারছি
এখন কেমন শরীরটা কেমন আছে বাড়িতে
ডক্টর প্রবীণ যাবে আমার সঙ্গে
ও
No, you can sit here. This is the last one. Last one. Binoy.
Let's start.
Yeah. You can go outside and
Rajasar is there. Naveen is there. Ramanand, I didn't see. Ramanand and Abhishek, I was searching for them for other things. I didn't see it. Let's start. One knows that it's
Abhishek.
Abhishek and
Ramanand.
That will be good. Sometime, you know.
Oh, no, no. So good afternoon. We are now starting our session after lunch, and there are 2-3 issues we like to discuss. One, the essence of measurement. What is measurement in cognitive domain? Normally, it's said that measurement in cognitive domain is the process in which undifferentiated experience is transformed into differentiated knowledge through cognition and comparison. And the definition can then be interpreted differently by each tradition. So, what is the fundamental structure of cognitive measurement? Structure is like that: an observer, the knower, something experienced the object, a reference or memory against which it is evaluated, a comparison or discrimination, recognition or judgment. Thus, cognitive measurement can be expressed schematically as experience, then comparison, then recognition and meaning. And the many issues will come: why comparison is essential, how memory is acting, etc. We have two noted speakers. One is Dr. Robin Thomas, neurologist, and Professor Jyotsna Agarwal, she is psychologist, clinical psychologist in NIMHANS. So essentially, we are going to understand what is means by measurement in cognitive domain and also what we say in psychological domain. So let us start with maybe Jyotsna.
Namaste everyone. So, thank you, sir. When we are talking about the measurement at the level of mind, various methods have been used. However, with each method, there would be some amount of limitation, which we have to also understand. So one of the very common method which has been also developed in a way inspired by the physical sciences is a very quantitative third person method, where we have these questionnaires which have been validated. There is a process of development as well as validation. And then we also see their reliability, whether those questionnaires are reliable, if they are being used multiple times, if the scores are correlated, whether the construct or the phenomena itself is something which is stable enough. And then those questionnaires are basically given to people either for self-report or in a clinical situation, a clinician rates the other people on those dimensions. The question which is raised about such kind of method, which is third person, is also the impact of one is memory. The second is how do you translate a very subjective experience into a number, because these are Likert scales. So you say that whether you accept accept or agree with something highly or not at all, or you agree or disagree, some way of giving a number to it, that 0 to 5, 0 to 10 or something like that. And then you add multiple statements which are capturing the same phenomena, and then correlate. So use all the statistical measures. I'll give an example. Recently, I was involved in one study where they wanted to do a study of a very short meditation and see how the state of mind changes. And this was supposed to be done internationally using an app with large scale numbers. So when the data came in, there were multiple parts of teams of researchers and as well as technical people. So instead of asking how are you feeling now, it ended up asking how have you been feeling in last 2 weeks, before maybe 7 to 10 minutes of meditation and after the 7 to 10 minutes of meditation. So obviously my last 2 weeks wouldn't change if I'm doing a 7 minutes of meditation or 10 minutes of meditation, isn't it? However, it changed. So in one way, it shows that how my perception of my last 2 weeks can change based on my state of mind in this present moment. So that's although in a way it was an error in the plan, because the app development team did not put the right questions in the app. However, it also tells that, okay, over across thousands of people, probably my brief meditation also changes my how I give a number to my experience over last 2 weeks, which doesn't change in reality in a way. So that brings a lot of very interesting questions about what is reality, how I perceive my reality, and how does it changes as per my state of mind in this current moment. Apart from that, so because of these questions and all, in the field of psychology, there are other methods of also trying to understand and study mental phenomena. So one is qualitative measures, which is people ask questions, look into what the open responses come from different people, and that is also gives us an idea about something which is harder to measure through these quantitative measures. So, for example, if a researcher goes around the world and asks people who are have had higher states of experiences, how was it? Can you describe it? So now you see that there is a language which comes into in between, and many of the experiences are hard to. So today only I was reading one paper sent by a friend who is under publication, this paper, but has gone around the world asking people who are enlightened from different schools of tradition. And if you see, this language is, on one hand, there is a beauty in this language which is very communicable. So someone says that my self-realization, I would call it as love realization, because its experience of the world is made up of love, and there's a quality of divinity in that. So the person who has done these, the researcher who has done these interviews, has put them together, the entire qualitative data, then put it into a methodology, analysis, as well as into a framework, and has come up with some sense of how these experiences probably differ from those experiences which are called as peak experiences, where people have these highest states of experiences but only for short period of time, versus the experiences which are very high but stays for long period of time, the experiences which stays almost like becomes a part of the being, and they call it experience of being. And the third way of so this is the other way of looking at it. It gives the information about some of these phenomena which cannot be tapped by the quantitative measurements, which are questionnaire based and all. So we see that it kind of helps us understand those experiences which are not, may not be very common also. And then we also in the field have these discussions about how the first person experience also are important when it comes to the consciousness studies. So for example, a person writes their own journal and looks into how the state of mind changed across time and situation or context, or based on certain practices they have done and all, which is a very, very important thing. And that comes the question about how the observer and the observed question, whether there is a place where that kind of collapses, and then what happens in their own description and all. So these are the things which I would want to talk about. These are the common methods when it comes to the phenomena related to at the mind level. I wouldn't dare to really talk about the consciousness, given that it's a word itself which has so many meanings. However, when we talk about the mind, there is also a long tradition about the errors of thinking, which has also been studied both if we see that Indian tradition as well as in the very commonly used in the clinical practices using the CBT, where different types of errors of thinking has been discussed and assessed, and maybe using a questionnaire method. And the entire clinical psychology field is actually based on that, whether by doing something for example, in therapy, things change, and then you do the same questionnaire maybe after the therapy, and then see the changes which happens, and it is can be captured. So, and that is seen also that yes, it is the person themselves also say that they have changed, the family members also say that this person has changed, as well as these methods of assessment also show that changes. So these are the different ways of may not be perfect ways, but different ways of quantifying and measuring this phenomena which is at the mind, and how it is applied in our real life.
Okay, so let us take the questions after that. And now I'm coming to Dr. Praveen. So in modern cognitive science, cognitive neuroscience also views cognition as involving continual discrimination and categorization. The brain measures by eliminating similarity, difference, novelty, prediction error, and relevance. Many current theories describe perception as a process of comparing incoming sensory signals with internal models. In this sense, cognitive measurement is fundamentally relational rather than absolute. So, can you say something on the measurement or essence of measurement in the cognitive domain from neuroscience perspective?
From the neuroscience perspective, I think it is for the benefit of everyone. I would rather start with a bit of history and then see what is happening throughout the world in the field of consciousness research today. Historically, quest to answer this has been across domains. What I mean to say is across knowledge systems. So, starting with the ancient thought leaders of many knowledge systems, including the Indian knowledge system, inquiries started. However, in modern scientific process, at least in the first 30 or 40 years, the focus was on behaviorism, which really means you have an input from somewhere and the organism behaves in a particular way. And that, for that, different words have been used, such as mind, behavior, cognition. So when it comes to the word consciousness itself, when we talk about a consensus from the word consciousness and how exactly currently most of the convergence happens, is in trying to understand what is the basic fundamental thing as to simplify saying what exactly is consciousness is the subjective experience. Then what about things like mind, etc.? So historically, if you look, it was only in the mid-90s, not too far away, just about 30, 40 years ago, that people began to then say that, okay, based on this material explanations of neural circuitry and neurotransmitters and receptors, we are not able to explain this hard problem. So the first consciousness conference in 1994 onwards, it's been going on. So one of the most important thing from the point of view of, I can say from the point of view even psychology, Dr. Josna was saying this. If you ask a question to an individual, after 5 minutes, if you ask the same question, the answer is going to be different. This was shocking to me when it came to an explanatory gap. For example, as a doctor, I take a patient and get a narrative. The same patient after 5 minutes, if I were to present this to another person, the patient's history changes. Then different explanations came. Okay, he has forgotten, or there is some perceptual anomaly in the environment as a result of which he is taking something else, or he is confabulating or making up or lying. But none of these things happened. Despite that, these things continued. So that is when Bussmeyer's paper came up with this quantum-like cognition. That's the quantum cognition. It's the problem with the word is when you mention quantum, you're always going into quantum physics and trying to think that there is a quantum physics happening in the brain, which is not what quantum cognition is. Quantum cognition is a field where the question order effect is there. That means the moment someone asks or observes something, this particular observer who is basically coming out with an answer, the next time it's going to change the output of the answer. So this sort of thing cannot be explained on a sort of Newtonian physics logical explanation. There was always a need to bring about collapse and superposition of states, which is why that term has been used. It has nothing to do with quantum things happening in the brain, although there is a field called quantum neuroscience where people are trying to look for quantum processes, which empirically as it stands today is not proven at any point. There are attempts to do so, but it has failed. Coming to this understanding today, there are many theories, of which two important theories have been tested. One is the integrated information theory. The other one is the global workspace theory, which got modified into global neuronal workspace theory. Both of them has been part of what's called as a cogitate sort of a symposium where they were pre-registered and tried to see which is dominating.
So Dr.
So,
Praveen,
yeah.
when you say quantum cognition, what is that quantumness? Why you are using term quantum?
Okay. So basically, I'm not a proponent. I have only seen the sort of the problem. I was just talking to Dr. Ashutosh also. When you have an explanatory gap, people are trying to fill it up with things which can possibly resemble something. So when you have an explanatory gap, on a gross level, you bring in dark matter and dark energy. At a microscopic level, at this level of neurons, if you can't explain, okay, you bring in quantum because they're all happening at scales of maybe neurons. And if you go to the neuron, then you go to the level of ion channels. Beyond that, you find very smaller structures, ions. So what if we go even that particular level? So when you can't explain this phenomenon of the mind or phenomenon of consciousness, you bring in this particular thing, which is what quantum cognition tried to do. Is basically about three things. One is superposition of states and collapse. These are the two things, and how exactly the order actually changes the complete output of what really comes out.
Better way is it at the structure, not at physics level.
It is at a phenomenal level,
Exactly.
not at a physics level.
Normally, there is a fascinating field, quantum cognition.
That's what I was talking
No, what they mean that the decision making, they found is non-Boolean in structure.
Yes.
Which is very similar to quantum logic.
Interestingly, classical probability, if it's rightly framed, can still answer some of these questions without bringing in anything other than that. Quantum probability need not be brought in. The paradigms are in the people who would reject this notion, saying that why do you want to bring in an aspect of physics to explain a phenomena which is not physics basically, but on how exactly perceptions are. So two important things is, one is called consciousness. There is two elements. One is the perceptual consciousness. The other one is called the access consciousness. Perceptual consciousness is like, for example, you see a picture and you see a part of it and you make sense of it as opposed to the whole picture. That is what you're talking about, a differential thing which is being captured, integrated, and giving the whole concept instead of its piecemeal. So IIT came up with this elaborate number of equations, brought in this phi hypothetical number, which is contested, which has not been demonstrated at a gross level, which is why there is a failure of IIT. So the other strong contender was the front part of the brain. So this is all happening at the back part of the brain. All of that we understand from perceptually is happening at this back part of the brain, as opposed to the global neuronal workspace theory, which is happening in the front, frontal to parietal. This sort of thing gives rise to an ignition here in the prefrontal cortex, particularly the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, where the I-ness of this entity comes in. Me doing it, I doing it, happens to come from this particular region. And in between this anterior and posterior, there is the insular region, which is sort of a filter. So there is this crosstalk, but strongly the difference, simply put, GNWT is focusing on the front, and this one is focusing on the back. But remember, these are all brain-centric. I am not particularly of the view, I'm not a neurocentric explanation. I don't want to really stick to that particular thing, because if you see, if it is a subjective experience, there is ample evidence to see among the animal kingdom, for instance, or even living species, where a well-formed brain need not be there, and you exhibit characteristics of what's called as cognitive processes, what's called as access consciousness. For example, you say memory, you're taking a process, a cognitive instrument and getting something. Language, all of these things, putting together what we call as quantum process. So if you see plants, if you see things which don't have a nervous system, also are able to demonstrate some of this.
Why can't you say it is many-valued logic is there? Many-valued logic does not mean only quantum logic. Yeah. You know, because if you look at the little bit history of the logic development, evolution of logic, there are two schools in European context. Not I'm saying in Indian context. One was who was considering the pioneer was Boole. That's why Boolean logic, yes or no, which is used in modern computing. Now, in Poland, there is a big school of logic. They developed many-valued logic. And many-valued logic, for example, in Jain philosophy, they have 7-valued logic, Śāstrājña. Or in Buddhist logic, there is Chatuskoti, or 4-valued logic. So, and quantum logic is 3-valued logic. So, it will be non-Boolean logic. Now, when you say quantum cognition, a little bit confusion sometimes happens. That's why people are using quantum cognition.
There is absolutely no need, which is why it's taken a back seat. Because everything in neuroscience as of today has got significant Boolean logic explanations, and there is no need to bring this other entity at all.
Yeah.
It is just that they found a parallel. Question about number and quantification. Historically, I mean, we see disorders of consciousness was the first thing which people came across before even trying to understand about what is consciousness. We're finding diseases. So someone who is unconscious, we use that because he is unconscious. So if he is sleeping and if he is dreaming, is it unconsciousness or is it consciousness but in a different form? Versus someone who is anesthetized, versus someone who is in coma, versus someone who is in a persistent vegetative state, versus someone who is in a minimal consciousness state. All of these terminologies have evolved over a period of time. You could give a number and say, okay, Glasgow coma scale, which says that someone who is drowsy, like some of us who are probably sitting here may feel drowsy, some of us may be stuporous, and some of them, some people may go into coma because of head injuries, and we know all that. We see that all in the ICUs every time. That was on the level of consciousness, the level. So you could give a number, assign a number. It was scalar.
So that in that case, you can think of simply fuzzy logic.
Why fuzzy logic?
Because there is a membership function in fuzzy logic. It indicates gradation.
Yes.
And fuzzy logic is extensively used in industry. Like in washing machine,
yes,
they implemented fuzzy logic, and accordingly, machine detects how much salt is there in the water, accordingly it functions.
Correct.
Also in signaling system in railway, they use fuzzy logic. When it is approaching a signal, by gradation, it controls the machine. So in case of coma, you are saying, maybe that is one of the candidates, fuzzy logic.
So there is a gradation.
Yeah, gradation is there.
And we are
that is called membership function.
Exactly. So talking about fractals, for example.
No, that gradation again does not mean that it's non-Boolean. It's within the Boolean purview.
It is within Boolean. Yeah. Just correct me if I'm wrong. Intuition. Intuition is usually what we say, or we can say that something which comes out of what's called as there is the type A, type B, type 1 and type 2 reasoning. Something which is slow, elaborate processing for something which is new, someone you're learning something new, goes step by step before we come to a person. Someone who has used it multiple times will be able to come up with a result faster. The concept of the rule of thumb, that means if this fuzzy logic point also, you are basically trying to bypass the long process into a shorter process. So the brain tries to conserve its energy and take the one which is least expending energies. So instead of forced logic, sometimes we go to places where by default, we are able to reach something faster. So intuitive, creativity, all of those things come in that realm. So I think your question, as of it stands today, cognitive process, all of these things, the closest which comes to a number will be the perturbation computation text,
Yeah, I mean, if
PCI.
you look simply firing of the neurons,
Yeah.
what happens? When it reaches the threshold, it fires. Correct. So there is a gradation, and at a certain level it fires. So
Yeah.
it is associated with the Boolean structure.
Yes.
It fires or does not fire.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the logic would be not, more appropriate for this fuzzy logic.
However, in the integrated information theory, what has been found is, okay, we talked about emergence and things like that. The individual differential parts, if we bring down together, what is really coming out of the integral whole is bigger than the sum of its parts.
No, but the problem is there.
It's Gestalt psychology. IIT talks about the integration, but what I can say, even you may know there was a lot of resistance against IIT, because if you go for the function phi, even a smaller system with the capability to integrate n amount of information also can be put under the category conscious.
Yes.
So the problem is that when you consider an organism like human being with a very higher level of consciousness, and maybe a small computer device with n degrees of freedom and n degrees of capability for integrating the information, that also will be falling under in the category. That's why many people recently suggested that if you are going for integrated information theory, even there was a very famous Nature paper saying that IIT is a pseudoscience kind of.
Even problem is more, like in any cognitive measurement, can be schematically shown, experience, comparison, recognition, and meaning. In integrated information theory, they don't know how to associate semantic aspect of meaning to the information theory. They never talked about. So what is that? I mean, I'm looking at you and say, oh, this is probing. But if there is no meaning inbuilt in the information theory, how can we say?
That is exactly why the theory is not stood. The problem is when the observer comes, you can only quantify what is being observed. The observer is in the equation. It's like if you shine a torch on this object, you can give any number of attributes and numbers to this object, but not to the light which is shining it. But it is part of the equation. So it's in the system, but however, that thing which is observing is not quantifiable. As of it stands today in neuroscience research, I can say the closest number which is being sort of calculated based on the current what's known as called the zap and zip, magnetic currents being applied through transcranial magnetic stimulation, electrical data which comes out of the brain, which is given a number called the PCI. They put a number 0.3. So beyond a particular level, this system is unconscious. This has got this particular state of consciousness. So phi is definitely not anymore as grounded as much as PCI is.
But you know, as a brain scientist, that brain not only processes information, but it interprets. And that interpretation part is absent in IIT.
No,
English and information.
No, not necessary. I'll tell you. If you have perceptual consciousness, you see an object, it is registered through the retina, it goes to the visual cortex B1 area, then it goes to the associative areas. In the associative areas, it acquires meaning. In fact, it's based on the meaning that if you ask a question for when you're doing an experiment, the person is able to give all those things. Okay, I saw a red rose. I'm attributing the red rose to the flower which I gave my girlfriend 30 years ago, or that flower reminds me of a funeral which I attended. Those aspects, the phenomenal aspects of consciousness, have been captured. But the problem is when it was what is called as pre-test things have been put together, which is what the 2025 paper really brought out. Both of these mainstream theories could not stand up to what it predicted. The prediction power of the theory was not enough for the theory to finally stand waters.
Okay. Can you associate with okay.
Yeah. Actually, this whole process was nicely mimicked and then written wonderful algorithms. I used to follow a journal called IEEE Transactions and Pattern Analysis and Machine Intelligence. Almost for 5-year period, they have published top-notch papers. The idea was actually named as saliency detection. Given a picture, when we look at what is that most salient feature that we are seeing in the picture, almost everyone will tell that what is this very contrasting color, where it is located, and what is smaller associated features surrounding to that particular object, and it will have stronger edges. The whole algorithm is very nicely mentioned. It is completely automated. The saliency detection, how it starts, take an image. For all of us, when an aircraft is flying with a blue sky background, for us the most salient feature is the aircraft, an aeroplane. Similar to that, whatever picture you give, for the majority of the people, what is that most salient feature will be automatically derived. What it follows? It performs a principal component analysis, it derives the stronger edges, and then a simple thresholding will be done. All possible thresholded images from a grayscale image or a color image, if you superpose them and you get the original function. We will convert them into, why we do the thresholding? We convert that color picture into black and white pictures. Once there are n number of black and white pictures that we have decomposed from the function, and you start computing the distance functions. Summing the distance function, apply one simple thresholding, automatically computer will get you the most salient feature that we all of us will agree this is the most salient. How human brain thinks is actually properly mimicked through those processes. I could see at least around 100 papers on that, saliency detection. And something similar to that, I was the examiner for one PhD thesis in University of Hyderabad. People were shown a picture just for 5 seconds. And then remember what is that majorly dominating feature that we have seen? Just recognize that and write it on that. So there are about 50 people, 100 people like that, they have gathered the data. And finally they found out that detection power is age specific. As people are aging, and that, within 5 seconds, what is that we can really detect. So these are the two things I wanted to just inform you.
Absolutely.
But it was neither mathematical or statistical, but it is highly computational. Most salience detection techniques were almost they are established now.
Contextuality is another aspect.
Contextuality, it is a contextuality.
And absolutely. And this binocular rivalry, you have seen those pictures. Is it a vase or is it a face? Once you show and someone says it's a face, and then you ask the person, could it be a vase? Immediately, because the binocular rivalry at that point of time, yes, you agree. You will never be able to say whether it's a vase and face at the same time, although you can force yourself to actually say that. Most of these consciousness being all about visual perception. But you take any other perception for that matter, be it any of the 5 senses. So we are only talking about perceptual experience. The other thing is the content of consciousness. So if it's the content of consciousness, whether it's a dream, what is happening? No, there is no unconsciousness in dreams. So the studies have shown even in dreamless deep sleep, if a person is waken up, around 2/3 of the time, they actually say that they were dreaming, but they can't remember the content of the dream. Which means that the truly unconscious state is very minimal in a human's 24 hours, according to the studies, because they have done fMRI, they have done EEG, and found markers of electrical activity and metabolic activity in some parts of the brain, which show that the brain is doing a conscious activity at that particular time. So if you apply those numbers, you will get a higher number, as opposed to someone who is in deep states of coma or anesthetized, where none of these activities can be demonstrated. So quantifiability in cognitive instruments as it stands today is there. The unquantifiability, or even probably the non-quantifiability, if you look at it from an epistemic point of view, is the fact that there is this observer who is in the picture but cannot be quantified. That is where.
So there are two things, context and content. Now, you say that for kind of measurability or quantifiability, you need both.
Correct.
But if there is no context, so it will be Shuddha Chaitanya or what happens?
So again, visual. Sorry, what was the last part? Would it be?
Pure context.
Shuddha Chaitanya, of course. I have to agree. If there is no context, then there has to be Shuddha Chaitanya. If we understand from that perspective.
I have one thing to add. The context, would it be coming from the narrative of the self, maybe encoded in the default mode network?
So I'll give an example. A kitten is able to sense a hissing sound as danger, even though it has not in its lifetime come across this. Right? Its ancestors have. There is an evolutionary knowledge which is going across generations. You don't need to have a prior experience to sense something danger. Humans are weak, but other animals are very sharp in nature. So the point is, the classic example, if a mobile phone was found on the street 500 years ago, what would be the perception of that person who is seeing the mobile phone for the first time? What would he describe or identify the object? You can say that no, he has not seen, therefore he'll describe it as a rectangular, some solid structure, right? But what about these other animals who have never seen this in their life? But they're still having a perceptual experience of at least I should avoid this. It's danger. It's a signal. So behaviorism need not be based on accumulated knowledge of a context or in that particular lifetime. Behavioralism is actually, it's not exactly the genes. It gives a particular brain circuit, but it also relies on some sort of a knowledge which is not captured in that lifetime. That's the only way we can explain this. Otherwise, how can we?
But it's transferred, right?
But
it's transferred to generation.
It's transferred.
I have a question. How do you differentiate between a dream, a hallucination, and a vision? Generally, one who has taken drugs is supposed to have a hallucination, whereas one who has meditated is supposed to have a vision. If both of them give you an experience, how do you differentiate that this is hallucination, this is vision, or this is just a dream?
I'll answer that. Maybe Dr. Jyotsna can first say, and then after that I'll add on.
Okay, so in the clinical situation, one is that call it hallucination if it is not there in the reality. However, what happens is it need not be a phenomena only in psychotic disorder. It can also happen during trauma, like someone who's having a traumatic experience, or during some other special circumstances, or someone has taken
Say in the meditation itself it has happened.
Yes, so that's why in itself hallucination doesn't have that judgment or the label that it is abnormal in the sense of clinically. When it becomes something which needs to be treated, when the person is either
That's the
distressed.
question. How do you know whether it is to be treated? Whether
Yes.
it's an abnormality, you
Yes.
know what the norms are.
So one is that the person either is distressed or is not functioning. So they are not able
So it
to
is by
function.
other behaviors, not
Yes.
by that itself.
Yes. Another thing is distress level. So for example, if a person is seeing something about it, either they are distressed or they feel that okay, that person, whatever they are seeing or hearing, is telling them to go and jump or harm themselves or harm someone else. So what is the outcome of those?
What about vision?
So vision in itself is not treated as
It's not a problem.
clinical or
But you will have to,
I'll,
Whether it is vision or
I'll,
hallucination.
so I'll add that. So she's right, because disease perspective, we differentiate whether one is highly functional with it or dysfunctional. If you're dysfunctional, distress and disorder, you call it as disease. Otherwise, you call it as what is called as an outlier normalcy, but outlier experience. Now, coming to that, when it comes to this thing about hallucinations and dreams and reality, I like Anil Seth's view, who says reality is nothing but a controlled hallucination in trying to make sense out of data which does not have anything to do with what that particular object that is being perceived is. It's a controlled hallucination. Now,
it is the same as Vyavahara Satta that I was speaking of.
absolutely. And if you increase that, if you increase the intensity of that percept, you may come across a percept which is not normally perceived in the majority of the population. So that person or that individual can have any modality of a hallucination where that cannot be transferred to the person next, where the other person will not be able to see, hear, or touch. On a lighter note, there is something called as, there is an interesting book called Psychosis or Transcendence. The thin line between transcendence and psychosis has been a cultural concept, cultural construct rather than a biological construct, because the very same phenomenon can be experienced in meditation, realization, transcendence, whatever we call it, or higher levels of cognition, where the other is not able to experience this. The only dysfunctionality puts it under a disease state. But in terms of experience, if I say that I'm seeing God and God is talking to me, I'm convincing two or three people who now admire me, I can become a religious leader maybe in 100 years if I'm in the right place at the right time. However, I can also be in a mental asylum if I'm not at the right place at the wrong time. So it is as simple as that.
Desired state in yoga is a disease state in psychology.
Co-accept as a point.
No.
I would like to add something.
There's a laboratory, Delhi, they explain psychology.
And they conduct the tests for every recruitment. Actually, written tests are there for the Jawans, and also for every interview for the promotions, etc. The representative scientists from this lab, they sit, they just watch questions, how he's answering, and they analyze that how this person will be able to meet his future requirement. Whether, let's say, suggestion, some surprising thing happens, how would he react? So I just want to say that some of these parameters can be measured, but however, I'm not sure about the consciousness part. That's something very true. But otherwise, they measure. So,
To add to what
yeah, but almost 100 scientists are there who go to this job, nothing else.
So is it DRDO, the INBAS, are you talking about? INBAS.
DPAS.
Okay.
Their job is only that.
So
to add to what Dr. Praveen was saying, there is also an element of control. So whether someone has a control over these hallucinations, so for example, or that whatever perceptual experiences they are having, if they open their eyes, or they in a 3D class, like in a movie, you remove the 3D class. So suddenly, if you have the control, that these experiences vanish. While in a psychosis, the person doesn't have that control.
Not necessarily. I just sort of add on to that. There are mystics who will be able to have it. They will probably be able to say that it is still there. But the important thing is the metacognition. So in metacognition, you are aware that you are having a cognitive event, which is usually absent in a psychotic state per se. The person who is experiencing it through meditation has got the metacognition. That is one differentiating close factor between the one who is not having that metacognition. And that is an element of the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. So if you know that you're hallucinating, it's a different story.
So to
if you don't know, yes.
Yeah, to add one point, in the case of hallucinations, see, vision, if you go to try to define it as stimulus response,
In vision, there is a stimulus. You perceive that, there is a response.
No,
You are
vision
understanding that.
in the sense of a yogic vision.
No, let me come to that. Start with the simple thing, then move to the complexity. So then what happens that you know that it is there. There is a you also. Okay, so there is a self associated with that. So then in hallucination, there may not be the stimulus. You are getting that feeling. That is a standard definition.
No, basically you're trying
That's
to
a
say.
standard definition of hallucination.
No, so when there is no stimulus,
Without stimulus,
that
you
is
don't-
hallucination. If there is a stimulus and if you are seeing, it's
No,
called
no.
illusion. Just for definition purposes, I'm
yeah.
saying.
So that's the next
Illusion, you
level.
need a stimulus. You see a stick as a snake, you have a stimulus, but then the stick is perceived as a snake. That is illusion. If there is no stick at all,
See, at starting of hallucination. So there is hallucination, there is no stimulus, there is a response. You are saying that, yeah, I am seeing a snake. So then in the dream, what happens? There is a self element associated with that. You are know that you are in a different state. You are seeing it, but in a different state. There is a you.
I recognize I know only when I wake up.
No, that is exactly. So only in lucid dreaming.
Lucid dreaming.
Only in lucid dreaming you know you're dreaming.
Yeah.
But that's a very small fragment. Majority of the dreams, only after waking up you realize that it was a dream. There is no metacognition there.
So is it possible to measure whether one is dreaming or not?
Yes, it is possible. It's possible. It is possible by the measures that I spoke about. If we are able to analyze the metabolic activity in parts of the brain during the dream, or the electrical activity in parts of the brain during the dream, even now as we speak, we can even say what content is being dreamed. It has reached to that level where a particular signature is able to some level of accuracy, say whether you are dreaming of a dog or something else. I'm giving an example, very broad example, not be accurate a lot about, but still, not only the fact that you're dreaming, but even the content of the dream can be extrapolated. So that much level we have reached in terms of experimental neuroscience.
Meditation.
Okay, meditation. Maybe we can look for these signatures in meditation also. If the person reports, so it's all first person report. The first person report. Suppose I'm meditating and I say that I'm having a vision of this entity. I can look for a signature in the brain, as opposed to when a time when you are not reporting. Now suppose the entity vanished. What is happening to the signatures which I captured, as opposed to when it is there? So you can know that there is something happening in the brain which is able to bring up this percept even without a stimulus.
And it can be simulated and reproduced?
No, that is, we have not reached that level.
Okay.
No, excuse me. I'll have to tell you. Sorry, 1 second, sir. If you stimulate certain parts, it's called, so different levels of experience. We talked about fMRI, EEG and all. There is also stimulation experiments. So you open up the skull. We do that. I mean, for every epilepsy surgeries, we want to find out which is the eloquent zone. So before cutting off some parts of the brain, you want to make sure that it's not going to produce any problem. You stimulate, and then the hand moves. You know that this is what is happening. If you stimulate some parts of the brain, you get fear cycle. You get a strange feeling of uncanny feelings. There are parts of the brain which give out of the body experiences. People have derealization states. So they are all being manipulation of certain parts of the brain which has got a behavioral correlate. So there is a structure which gives rise to a function, and a function which can give rise to a structure. I'm not saying that every structure is the reason why there is a manifestation. It's bidirectional. You can produce changes in the anatomy by changing the physiological experience, and vice versa. By changing the anatomy, you can change even the behavior. So that's why the famous example of people who have a frontal lobe, you find people, old age people, for example, they may be having disinhibited behavior, hypersexuality at the age of 85. People may shun them as saying that these fellows are, they are not able to control their emotions. But some parts of the brain, the cells have died out, as a result of which the inhibitions of that particular part, which inhibit these primordial desires, are now unchecked. So there are correlates to behavior which you can stimulate and find out. So mostly it's lesional studies. That means if you have a stroke in a particular area, that area is dead.
Dr. Robi, maybe he like.
The stimulus is always a physical one or
physical?
Regarding dream, there are lots of, not fictitious stories, but realistic stories in Buddhism and particularly Tibet. One scholar of 14th century
he was a very prolific writer and a great scholar. So he used to read a lot, but he was not satisfied with the speed of reading that he used to have. So before going to sleep, he used to spread all the texts in his room and then goes to sleep. And then once he, he, awakens, then he has read all those texts. Because this is a gross organ. And during dream time, it's a subtle organ. So with the subtle organ, things can move very fast. And then he has already read all the texts that he has opened, right? This is a historical one. The current one, research, also it is very much discussed in, what is it, that the person who is dreaming can, communicate to other people. So now one scientist wanted to, conduct a research on this. In Karnataka, in Mundkot, there is a science center in which they have invited a meditator who, contemplates and does lots of things during meditation. And not only he does during meditation, but also he can communicate outside. Now, through all those apparatus and scientists, before he goes to sleep, then all those things are fixed. And then while he is dreaming, then he communicates the experimenters that I'm dreaming. And then they can, communicate. This is happening right now in Mundkot. And last July, I was there and visited the science center, and they are doing that.
Yeah, there is a tantra, Swapnavarahi tantra.
No, the tantra, actually it is a practice, one has to experience that and do the practice, right? Regarding the, consciousness, when you say about the gross consciousness, and from the, one's dream and during deep dream, and then at various stages, the consciousness level reduces, right? You say that, right? Yeah. So consciousness level reduces. Again, that has to be rethought, because in Buddhist tantric practice, there is a very strong process, and also the level of consciousness, the level of consciousness, not that abstract, but the chitta, right? The gross chitta, and then the subtler. And say, for example, when all the faculties are functional, there's a gross state, and then one goes into a light sleep that's reduced to some extent, and then deep sleep again reduced to some extent, and then there is a very technical practice of going into the depth process, eight stages of going into depth, which is meditated by many of the serious tantric practitioners. We do that, and then in that very process, there are stages, and in all those stages, I won't go into the details, but the mind becomes subtler, and then at one point of time, the person is meditating on the tattva. At that time, we cannot say that the consciousness is, inactive. Consciousness is in a most active state, because that is the yogic pratyaksha. Yogic pratyaksha is the pratyaksha when there is no, there is no concept at all. Yogic pratyaksha is absolutely devoid of concepts, but realizing the reality as it is directly, without any kind of without thoughts and without any kind of medium of thoughts and concepts and things like that. So in that very state, the meditator remains for, in the recent years, some remains for 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, 11 days, 18 days, 20 days, and 30 days, 45 days. The person remains like that, because the sign is that the body never decays. It remains as fresh as he is normally in his daily life. So the moment his consciousness leaves the body, then the body decay starts very fast. So this is experimented, clinically experimented, and so during that period, when he is in a meditative, state, is the most active state, and this is, an achievement of his practice that he has done in his, life, going through that process. So very active state.
Now I have a small question to Murthy. In this cognitive measurements are linked with mantra meditation, mantra chanting. So there are normally two types of mantra, bija mantra and non-bija mantra. So bija mantra, normally they don't have any meaning, apparently.
Apparently.
Yeah. But what happens in the cognitive level?
That's where I was asking in the stimulus. Even the music therapy and even this mantra meditation, they speak of stimulating different parts and not necessarily in the brain, the physical brain, but all through the chakras. And there are 3 different kinds of, as you said, there are bijaksharas, and there are just the names, or they may have a semantic meaning like the Vedic chants, but one may not be aware of it. So this is supposed to be stimulating at certain levels, and sometimes calming them down, not stimulating, rather to calm them, upashamana. The Shanti mantras are supposed to be calming down the person, right? And there are different functions given for these. So that's where, can this stimulus be only by the touch or the direct contact, or it could be a sound, a signal, maybe even a color. In the Jains, they have that meditation on the colors, wherein you actually see the color and meditate, and then you think of the color, or you just think of the that's what I shouldn't say think, you just feel it, in the ajapa japa, wherein you don't actually pronounce it, but you just will to do that. So this also is supposed to be stimulating not just the brain, the mashtishka, but the different chakras. So can this stimulation be from different parts, at least in the spinal cord or things like that?
So since they are all connected,
Yeah.
The stimulation at somewhere distant also has got its impact on the other areas. For example, if you have a hand cut off, and if you are able to experience what's called as a phantom limb, so it is experienced spatially far off, but that limb has got a representation in the brain. It's as simple as when we touch here, we are able to sense it, which means that the brain is stimulated by touching somewhere else. Need not be touch alone. Any of the sensory stimulation which can activate the nervous system, like not specifically even the neurons, even one of the fibers which is going out, can have its impact on the area from which it's all coming out, which is the central nervous system, which includes the brain and spinal cord and its branches.
So the mantra japa can also be at least gauged by this?
So I believe there are experiments where different mantras, even bija mantras, the impact on the brain connectivity, the connectomics, the metabolic activities are being studied.
Some studies have been done already with bija mantra, and imaging has been done already.
Not specifically about, I'm not sure about bija mantras.
No, bija mantra. Yeah.
Bija mantra studies. So it is producing changes in the brain, that's for sure. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Another question which I wanted to ask is, it's a question which basically comes to the point of, let's say, universality. Because if you don't know the meanings, you can still produce a result. Now, if we are able to understand, so I believe that's what the gurus have done, on understanding the Shya and giving a specific mantra, because of the fact that if that particular, for that person's genetic, epigenetic makeup, this, even though for a vast majority can produce this effect, if a particular individual does it, it need not produce the effect or sometimes produce a paradoxical effect.
Right.
Is that
Yes. And also it is the way it is being given. So, even in the Diksha, a guru will decide and touch a particular part or use a particular method, wherein even the dream, sometimes they are communicated through the dream, and dream communication can be practiced, and that's where I said there is that Swapnavarahi Tantra, which is all about communicating through the dreams. And when it is said it is done through the dreams, they say that it is not against the physical world. It is included in this. It's not a two different realm, but it's a continuous one.
If we have a minute, the Vedantic understanding, probably from the Brihadaranyaka, relates to the stimulation part and the dream things. It's very crazy and strange understanding. Most of the time, Vedanta comes with pretty. No, in the sense, what is from a Vyavaharika point. It looks very, it just hits you because this thesis will also be like this. Manas, Professor, Manas, he does not go with the identity thesis. Manas is different, brain is different. So that's a basic distinction that Vedanta holds on to. Manas is not brain. The identity thesis of all the Western philosophers, identity theory, it's not the brain at all. So Manas in the Nyaya also, the volition, the will, desires, Trishna, all belong to Manas. What it is trying to say is, Manas occupies the brain in the waking state, Jagrata Avastha. Manas occupies Kanthasthana, and through pranic energy, it is produced in the dreams. So for your consideration, I have no proof mechanism, so we remain a little silent most of the time. But that's the thesis of the Brihadaranyaka, that it is the Kanthasthana and the pranic energy. So the brain may be some portion of that, as you were pointing out, something happening in any part of the system, there must be some. But the dreams do not happen from the brain mechanism for them. It is the Manas with the pranic energy and Kanthasthana. And when it comes to Sushupti Avastha, Manas is occupying the Nadi of the heart. It is occupying the heart kind of thing, and that's why they relate it to the strokes, etc. When one is extremely happy, extremely disturbed, etc. That's how they narrate it. So, and then also, Manas is not being Anu, it is the Vibhu, occupying the whole of the. So, therefore, your Mantra Shakti and all that are actually affecting the Manas with its. Basically, it relates to memory, samskaras, and vasanas. All that, and this has again connection. This memory is in the Manas because why they say is the 500 births of Lord Buddha. So the transmigration is happening along with memory, Manas, and the Jiva, the observer. And this observer in Vishishtadvaita is a permanent observer. And in Shankara, this observer pops up when consciousness comes in contact with the matter, Upadhi. It pops up and it dissolves. As such, there is no observer per se. In Shankara Dvaita, the observer is an illusory agent which is operating only because of the Upadhis. As such, there is no observer whatsoever. Even in the Buddhism also. Nama, Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, there are only these Panchaskandhas that are coming together and giving us an illusion of an observer, as such, there is no observer in Madhyamakas, no observer in Acharya Shankara. The Jiva is pretty illusory, end of the day. But not for the Vishishtadvaita Ramanuja. Ramanuja, the observer, is eternally existing. He would question your Kashmira Shaivism, Advaita. He questions Shankara Advaita. So the observer is existing there. So this transmigration also, memory along with manas, and is very crazy, Professor. For science people, I'm very scared. In my philosophy class, I give lectures.
Professor, I want to ask, do you think are scientists arrogant?
No, Professor.
Okay.
Scientists are extremely good, and with their experiments, with the kind of cutting edge research they do. However, their limitations are exposed for the last 5,000 years. Both keep doing that. Both complement each other beautifully.
Tell you why I am telling that.
So when you say
I
arrogant,
had
you have to
so
say the yardstick
brilliant-
also.
I am hearing very brilliant philosophers here. That is where I have this doubt, and are scientists more arrogant than philosophers?
No,
You
since
cannot
you asked this
context-
question,
you cannot extend one observation into a theory.
so since you asked this question, there is probably no arrogance, but there is a reluctance to go beyond measurability.
Yeah, what Professor Latran said, there are two things to be noted. One is by mind, in the neuroscience and other things, what we mean, and what we mean by manas are slightly different. Manas, buddhi, ahankara, according to Sankhya, and according to Vedanta, chitta included. There are 4 different functions, and manas in the Vaisheshika is anu, going to different parts. Whereas that's not the case with Vedanta. And the question of locating of the mind in different parts is in the Tantra through the prana itself. It is not the manas or the buddhi or the ahankara that travels. It is the prana which travels to the different points. Even in the Shatchakra Upasana, it's not the mind. The connection between the mind and the body is by the prana. So prana is both physical and non-physical. Physical in the sense of the vayu, in the sense of the air. But it's not just the air. Unless you have a mind to do the kumbhaka, you can't do the kumbhaka. To hold means that you are applying the mind. So the prana is something in between these two. And it is also a biological, physical, biological and psychological connection is made through the prana. And in fact, even in Buddhism, the Abhidhamma, they speak of the physical, the Uttadhamma, then there is the Prana Dharma, then beyond that is the Chitta Dharma, and above that is the Karma Dharma. And of all these things together, there is the Dhamma Dharma. So this physical world is measured by the Uttadhamma or Uttadharma, whereas the Prana Dharma is taking it from the physical to the subtler part, and that is controlled by the Chitta Dharma. So the dream or the different levels of consciousness, if you call that as levels of consciousness, is mediated through the prana.
Agreed, Professor. I mean, in the entire Western world, Western philosophy context, from 17th century till now, they are struggling with the body-mind problem, starting from Descartes. So they did not know how body and mind are interacting at all. So they come up with interaction theory, parallelism theory. So there was Berkeley, there was Spinoza, there was Descartes. All of them were struggling. The prana thesis actually cements the whole thing. Prana as something which is, a connector between these two. But Professor, one thing was that the language used there was manas occupies brain, manas occupies kantasthana. By occupation, it must be traveling. Why again, I say?
So I have a point to add here. Are you talking about, when you say manas, are you talking about voluntariness and involuntariness, which is commonly used in this neuroscience?
It is one of the aspects.
Because
one
I'm
of the
telling it
problem.
because when you
Voluntary
talk,
and involuntary aspects come in the
One.
buddhi,
let me come to
which
that.
has to be viveka.
So I'm asking it because whenever you see the entire literature, it says that when you talk about the breathing, it can be both a voluntary as well as an involuntary activity. So
Prana
is
is
the
not just
reason.
breathing.
So when you are saying this, so is it only the part of buddhi, the voluntary activity?
No, that's where I said
It
is
cannot
both,
be correct. Yeah.
both as a physical element, it is the air, the vayu. But that is converted into a psychological force because you regulate it.
Okay. Yeah.
My understanding is why in Sankhya the buddhi is regarded as a jada. Jada is a matter, isn't it? So if it is a matter, then it doesn't have its own conscious state. So buddhi,
Even
No, not only manas also jada.
Jada.
Manas
That
is jada,
I'm
chitta is
going
jada,
to come to that.
buddhi is jada, ahankara is jada.
Why it is jada? If it is jada, then it is a matter.
Matter. Yes,
But the
yes, it is
jada,
matter.
jada there
It
is
is matter.
not immovable. Actually, the movement is all
No,
of this
his
jada.
question is it matter? It is matter.
It is.
No,
Yes,
because of its proximity with consciousness, it is reflecting
Shuddha
consciousness
Chaitanya.
and
Shuddha
appears to be
Chaitanya.
conscious.
So
It
it
appears to be
Chaitanya.
but
conscious.
it itself is not conscious.
No, it is not.
From Vyavaharika. From
No.
Vyavaharika. It is not. It is
I have one more
not.
question.
From Paramartha, everything is
Framework.
And the analogy given is that of the blind and the lame.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah,
So this Purusha is lame,
Yeah.
but aware
Yeah.
as the eyes. Whereas this Prakriti, including the Buddhi, Manas, even Ahankara, it is
jada.
It is jada in the sense it has movement. It moves, but it is blind.
So in
It's
this
not
line of
conscious.
discussion, where the volition starts?
Volition starts from the Buddhi.
No, see, volition is a material thing. Volition is material. It is connected to matter. That's why I was talking about framework, you remember? Because whole of our discussion will become meaningless if you shift the framework to Paramarthika. That's why he keeps on telling Vyavarika.
Now, even at the Vyavaharika level,
Only there volition exists. It exists at Buddhi level, Nishchayatmika Buddhi. Buddhi is where decision is taken. Mind, manas is where alternatives are there. So when you said voluntarily, involuntary, all that are present in mind. Manas.
How
Manas.
matter can take decision?
No, matter cannot take decision. It is because it is in proximity of Shuddha Chaitanya. It appears to take decision. I will go by the Advaita Vedanta.
It is mirroring.
No. It is appearing to take decision. There is no decision taken.
Okay.
Actually, no decision is being taken.
Okay. See, couple of things. One, I don't know the 36 part. I think we'll have to look at gross body, subtle body, and causal body as three composite things to look at this phenomenon. There is no single prana. There is no one manas. So we talk about at least antakarana, and they are not taken separately. We are saying body mind connect is one part. But if you take the five Panchendriyas and Pancha Jnanendriyas, Pancha Karmendriyas, five pranas, five upapranas, and then four antakarana vrittis together makes the subtle body or the Sushma Sharira. It is the Sushma Sharira which is active during the dream state. So I know at least probably even Professor can bear out. Our gurus have interacts with people even after they left the body in dreams or even otherwise, and there are messages given, healing happen, everything happens. Why? Because the whole composite Sushma Sharira is at work. There is nothing called one prana. It is Udana Vayu which make the transmigration of the soul, not the other pranas. So there are functions very clearly. I don't know details because I have not read those things. But so we have to look at this composite 24 tattvas together to look at what is this phenomenon called the subtle body or the Sushma Sharira, and what is the Sushma Sharira's role or equivalence in dream state and whatever. We said even in Sushupti you are able to see
brain function is what you are saying. So these are, so there is something called Karana Sharira, which is the one which is having the deep sleep and coming back around. It's another way of looking. This is another way to look at that. So if you collapse a 24 tattva entity into one manas and one prana, we have lost it. This is one thing I want to say. Second is mantra. Say for a highly evolved yogi through sakara upasana, I'm not talking about nirakaris, the sushma sharira gets replaced by the mantra sharira of the deity. So what happens is, so like in our Guru's case, people, at least some of the people, they have seen thousands of what you call holographic replicas of this image going up and doing its work and coming back. In the sense, like at least I have lived with the master for at least 10 years together. So people, the person can be sitting in, say, somewhere in Ohio, but he will have the effect. This person is not moving, he is talking to me. I have traveled with him in the US, and the way I've been with him except when I sleep. But he has been seen in 3 places here. In the Sushma Sharira, not like he came physical body here. So there is something called Sushma Sharira, which through practice actually expands. It doesn't contract. So if you look at, say, Parameshti Parigraha, Parameshti is a terminology in Vishnu Sahasranama. So there are people whose subtle body expands to the solar system level. So every vibration in the solar system level, that person's subtle body is able to record. And if need be, will influence. Influence I'm not getting into. So I think if we are looking at 24 tattvas and then we say manas as a gross thing, some abstract thing, I think we will not get me. So when you say, sir, when you were saying that this movement and other thing, it's not manas moving. There are various parts of the Sushma Sharira which is actually doing the job in different parts of this. And including Mula Mantra, Bijakshara. There are Japanese rishis who actually went into a deep samadhi state, came back and drew something, and they couldn't figure it out. Finally, it was referred to India, and that turned out to be Bijakshara. They saw the Bijakshara, they didn't hear the Bijakshara. So that's the level at which it operates. So one means that no, the Bijakshara.
They have seen.
So they were in the samadhi. They couldn't. It's not a deity. It's not a Japanese deity. Nothing. They saw something and they came back and
No,
proved it.
Saiji, there is one phenomenon which recorded in USA that even that the blind people who are from the childhood they are blind. Normally it is said that they cannot have a dream. The American Dream Society, but at a certain point they made a survey. They found a person who is from the blind, she is blind, since birth she is blind, but he told I have a dream, and what is the dream? I entered into the house, the doors is like this shape, geometric shape, inside is like this one. So how it comes? I mean, whether from genetic disposition or something. So you cannot say that Bija Mantra, because he never saw it or never chanted it, it comes.
No, I'm not saying that. Here there was some reference about mantras. So what I'm saying, when you say mantra operates at the cellular level. So when you say ajaba jaba, it's not a simple thing. Ajaba jaba means your whole body at a particular point of time. I know very normal household people who have ajaba jaba. I'm talking about like even my mother these days talk about that, but she doesn't have a standard thing repeating. But I have met a lady who went into a coma or a whatever brain surgery, came back, and all the time she is only saying Narayana, Narayana, Narayana. All the time. She wakes up in the morning at 3 in the morning, starting Yana, not even Narayana. So Narayana is over. When she wakes up, it starts with a Na. So this is at the level where the mantras take over. The Sushma Sharira through practice. So I'm just trying to bring in when you talk about the mantra and other things. So it operates at the cellular level. It's not only manas and all that. When you do the mantra,
Again, there are scientific.
Sir, sometimes
No. When you say cellular level, the question is whether each cell or you need a collection of the cells. That is a big issue.
no, I'm not going. What I'm saying is,
No, many people say, mystic people, they say that each cell they
So,
like.
sir, here the problem is of the language. I will just supplement what Swamiji is saying. You see, you said that And also earlier about Bhava, I was giving an example of Norway. And you also said that it is important where you get this experience. So cultural context you were talking about. Mantras, as far as mantra shastras are concerned, mantras are independent and they have an independent power. And when we say every cell and all that, we are not referring to cell as defined in biology or science. So instead of want of better language, we are saying, we also say bone marrow also it goes. It doesn't exactly mean bone marrow it goes. What it means is, it is all pervasive. It is pervading the entire being. And again, here language is a limitation. Now you say being means something else according to neuroscience. So let me finish. So mantra is something which is very distinct. And when we say bija mantra, as Srinivas ji was telling, when the guru sees a particular disciple, the guru becomes guru because the guru has the ability to see through the various, and Bhakti will concur, various janmas of the disciple and selects a mantra, knows the mantra and gives. So this I can tell, there is one bija mantra example, Aim. So Aim, we don't usually tell bija mantras in such settings, but for me no problem. So Aim. So this mantra, if a particular guru sees that this particular person's being, that is the spiritual being, will be invoked with this mantra, that person gives this mantra. And sometimes it is followed by some namas like he said Narayana and all that. That is not usually considered a bija mantra. That mantra will be followed. So that person will continuously do japa. And when this person constantly does japa, it comes to a state where it is ajapa. Now, I have some parallels with neuroscience. I will give you an example which you can read in the complete workshops. Suryakant Tripathi Nirala. Nirala was a title given to him, which means peerless, unparalleled. He was a great Hindi literate, Sahitik. So he, during his young days, he was in Kolkata. He used to regularly go to Belur Mutt, our headquarters of Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission, and Swami Premananda, who was a monastic disciple of Sri Ramakrishna, was there. So afterwards, many years after, some decades after, he again came to Ramakrishna Mission, started a magazine in Hindi called Samanvaya, and translated Sri Ramakrishna's Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna from Bengali to Hindi. So at that time, he recounted this incident. When he used to go as a college student to Belur Mutt, Swami Premanandaji one day simply called him and pulled up his tongue and wrote something on the tongue, which he did not know, and neither Swami Premananda told him what he wrote. And he said, you meditate. And he was just meditating. After several years, one day, in golden letters, burning golden letters, that is his language, he saw the mantra. So here,
in the sky.
not sky, in the vision. In the vision. So Praveelji, I have one this thing. I have come across substantial research. I started from Oliver Sacks, his work, but then I found a lot of research on how seeing a particular color, a particular taste is invoked in a person. Similarly, hearing a particular sound, a particular, they are all considered neurological disorders. A particular letter comes to the mind. But what it proves is our neural mechanism of these things are pretty closely, means they are even physically very close. And that is why if there is a lesion in a part which controls sound, it may get conflated with smell, like that. There are many, you are aware of course, there are many research papers on that. So, when he was talking about how showing a particular color evoked mantra shakti, it actually makes sense, and there are parallels with neuroscience. There are because however, and this is completely Sthula Sharira. This is not Manas according to Indian psychology, but how we process our cognition, how we do that, that has a direct bearing on how spiritual initiation was given in, or is being given in our tradition.
Sorry, 2 points. One, what you mentioned, one entity called synesthesia.
Yes, synesthesia, correct.
So cross-modal associations between one group of neurons, which supposed to do only hearing, when that is connected to the visual association cortex. Instead of just the sound, they are able to see colors. I have a close friend of mine. When he hears music, he sees different colors dancing in front of him. It is considered even not a disease, it's considered to be this sort of an entity. Talking of which, without any stimulus, there are something called as Kluwer constants or form constants, which have been found across various cultures, across languages. Since you mentioned about the mantras appearing, there are some bija mantras. There are some geometric forms, and coming to Dr. Dayasagar's point of these fractals, these are seen as a neuroscientist. I can tell you, when a person has got a migraine with aura, which you might have seen, I'm working on this, they're able to see certain patterns across all of these. So why should a specific person who is getting electrical activity in the brain seeing either spirals or a particular geometric shape? This is across the world's population. Uniform. Another interesting fact is this is not just related to the brain, which is why I agree that this is not brain specific, because you're able to see this across different substrates. You can actually, let's take example of a brain case itself, someone who's on psychedelics, psychedelic trips, magic mushrooms, LSDs, they produce the very same conserved, these very similar patterns, and not a wide range of patterns. It's fixed. That's why they're called as form constants. This is across various cultures, not sticking to a particular culture. And forget about the brain. I'm working on things like organoids, grown organoids in dish, trying to experimentally prove that if there is a substrate invariance, it's not necessarily connected to the brain. Even certain phase transitions in chemical reactions called as the BZ reaction can show these form constants and things across various things. Talking about the vibration and geometry, if you look at vision and sound,
so that is kind of universal.
Universal. So the yantra versus the mantra, universality aspect. I just want to ask a question really. When Ramanujan was asked, how did you derive a formula? He said Namagiri Amman revealed it to him in his vivid dreams. Now, we have no reasons to believe that he is lying or he was just joking. He wrote the formula down. My question to the mathematicians and people over here.
The results are given but not the process.
The process is not given, the results are given.
Now, Dr. Probin, there is a whole book.
Yeah.
The letters of Pauli and you, Carl Gustav Jung.
Yes, sir.
Pauli, the great physicist who won Nobel Prize,
yeah.
He used to get his solutions of the very difficult mathematical framework or group theory in the dream. Then he had a long conversation with Carl Gustav Jung, and they were not explained how he got it, the solution in the dream. I mean, that's maybe future research of neuroscience.
Not only that, the famous Kekule's dream, which gave the Bernstein ring. The entire science talks about
DNA structure. DNA structure.
Even about Nash, it is said that there was the film of Nash.
Nash game theory.
Yeah. So, okay, we have to go for tea and then
I
we'll come back.
have one question. I'm curious, and so I came here for discussion, but I have so many questions. So, does a thought have a shape? Because this was there in my mind about 35 years ago.
Yeah.
I scribbled a small article to publish in my Andhra University Research Forum magazine. There was an young editor, a PhD graduate. He said, and why don't you send this article to Professor Paul Loveland, who is in Norway, who has been doing a lot of mathematical modeling on cycle. So the idea actually came up because I know about mathematical morphology. I know how to quantify the shapes. So the idea was, there is a challenge. I know the solution, but I want to give that challenge to someone. There are 10 clues. The moment that person knows all 10 clues, he has the challenge solution. I give one clue, first clue. What the person who is taking the challenge is thinking about, does it have a shape? Then I add one more clue. 3 clues, 4 clues, and totally 10 clues will get you the solution. So how the thought shape is actually evolving more for us. So I didn't get any answer 35 years ago, and I'm asking so let people here, is there a way to get somebody is thinking something and then is there a shape for it?
This is exactly the same question which was asked by people in the past, whether you can think without language. If we think about anything, any thought, suppose you didn't know any language, you're not exposed to human civilization. You have just heard about a bird, if you're in the forest, for example, raised by wolves, for example. In that case, would that person's thought necessarily have a meaning word connection? Because for a common person's experience, every thought is tagged to language. Even though we try to think about a languageless thought, we would still have a language association. If we take off the language association, we will be left with shapes.
Yeah. So actually, this is also one
I
of just
So to this one, I have a point to say. See, generally, from where Dr. Praveen stopped, so the information processing, especially in the case of, he may know better than me, autistic case, there's a classic case of Grandeur. So Grandeur was a scientist who started, she was actually a person falling under the category of shifted person. So what she was doing, that her brain was not a semiotic brain. It was not working on symbols, rather it was processing the entire image as such. So second point is that this information we also do a bigger study. So what we do that, something called cognitive maps, mental models. So there is something like whenever we get an information, we try to make sense of that by building a map. So we are doing it at different cultures also. We are generated a map of conservation in 4 states now. So then what happened that using multiple elements, you generate a map, and using that map, you try to make sense of that. So one of the biggest issue we are facing here is individual variation.
Actually,
individual variation.
Taken further, it asks the question, are all experiences to be limited through the sense experiences themselves?
But you add from your side also. All senses are
not. Is there a non-sense, that means without the sense experience?
See, all senses are not experienced. We have stimulus filter mechanisms.
Right.
So stimulus filters are fine-tuned with the environment.
Right. But the dreaming, as you said, even the blind can dream. But
even the dogs can dream.
Is it right? But
I will bring that element in the next segment.
No.
We are going to extend it to the animals.
Drosophila can dream.
So yes,
yes. The question is, but is it always within the framework of these senses?
It's not.
See,
Yeah.
Coming back to this.
You mean, are there more than 5 modalities that one can dream of?
see, there is a very interesting experiment which V.S. Ramendra says, even though we are moving slowly from our target, that is measurability and quantification. One of the things is that why we have a brain. Brain is an interpreter. It tries to interpret whatever it gets. Correct. So if you don't get something, you do autofilling, like he said. Even fishes do autofilling. So like that's a very interesting experiment. He asked the question, what is Booba Kiki? Yeah, what is Booba Kiki? Just right. Initially, I do that experiment in the classes. Initially, all of you will say, I don't know. Slowly, somebody will say, this may be a Japanese word. So most of the imaginations also will have a precursor.
I think the question was about, are there more than the 5 sense modalities that one
No,
can
that is not how you interpret it.
No.
Probably the question is whether there is something which is beyond modality.
Yeah.
Right.
Beyond modality.
It's not just about 5 modalities.
Beyond modality can be experienced anything other than from the 5 senses, even self-referential.
So one of the problems
What
is
about
the classic question all scientists ask, where is the proof? And what is the proof? That we will discuss in the coming session.
Simple example is the happiness in deep sleep. It's not in any of the modalities, right? Through which modality was that experience? And if you want proof, everyone has it, right?
I didn't get the question.
The happiness of deep sleep. Sukha Mahamasvapsam. When you wake up, you recollect that. That was not in any of the five senses.
No, you don't recollect. You recollect only a experience through modality. You infer that.
But that don't happen.
It's an inference.
But that don't
It's an
happen.
inference.
But that don't happen
it's
after
an inference.
anesthesia. There's a continuity. That don't happen. Mother pillars to think in that way.
Or you will say at the end of this session.
People will be leaving the session, and we can open it for an open discussion. Continue like that.
Maybe I'll tell something on error analysis.
Let's keep it after this. Otherwise, people will not be there. Many will be leaving.
No, but outside they are not leaving. Who get 5:30? Oh, okay. Yeah, we should 4 o'clock.
Because once we start the discussion, we have only 1 hour for one edition. We're not doing habit.
Okay.
So because then we will keep it more loose, not like this, so that they have their time. I will add some of the observations.
Okay.
I can send you that. You were mentioning about one mathematician who wrote that student asked you to say
associations between one group of neurons, which are supposed to do only hearing, when that is connected to the visual association cortex.
It's a Lovelock also.
A Lovelock.
That's what I have. It's Loveland only, that's what.
By 8 o'clock or some more like. So it should be enhanced by about 10 o'clock.
Okay, yeah. So shall we start?
10:30. Then I can leave the next afternoon. That works?
I will tell you. Yeah. Okay, now let's start our last session, and I will request Dr. Binoy to tell his some crucial observation in the whole discussion.
I'll talk to you.
Okay, so thank you, Professor Cicero. So I was not planning to do anything in this slide. Then I thought I can add some more elements so that the discussion becomes more, what we can say, more intense. One of the questions which still, which came to my mind during the discussion was, which was actually related to what Śāstrājña sir said about the experience of the observer. Even though we talk a lot about the objectivity and subjectivity, experience of the observer is often either converted into a word or a number so that our processing starts. So one of the point we need to discuss in future or think about in detail is connecting the observer's experience and its link with social constructivism of the knowledge. Because we are finding that gap emerging again and again, because subjective knowledge, objective knowledge, observer's knowledge, and socially constructed knowledge of the consciousness. So then another point where I was further stuck, or when we were discussing, we found a little bit more discussion can happen, is the accessibility and reportability of the conscious experiences. When you go for a subjective experience-based exploration or word-based exploration, many times what happens that when you discuss about the accessibility, many contexts, people may say that I am having some certain experience, I cannot access it or I cannot report it. You and Dr. Hill may be more familiar with such kind of cases. So in this element, keeping this element, another point which came to my mind is, it's again coming from my personal exploration of the animal cognition and animal experience, animal consciousness and all that. As all of you may know, I work also on the animal models. And what I do that, I keep fishes as a model system, and maybe interesting to both the neuroscientists, fishes don't have dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. So the frontal column is not there, and only it works with the backside of the brain. And even there also, we are getting the results like number sense. I have my own papers published in 2002-2003 about the number sense in fishes. They can count, they can attribute the number, and they can take decision based on the number sense. And like 4 here, 3 here, like that. Acuity is also very high, fishes. and they can learn, and they have the spatial sense. They have the spatial cognition. They can change the mental models also based on the information given. And not only that, another important point which we didn't discuss much, or which is getting a lot of attention, is consciousness possible without a self? In all these cases discussion, we were talking about self. And another major element we are talking, and currently there is another interesting theory which is getting a lot of attention, is attention schema theory. Is consciousness possible? Attention schema theory. You need to have a schema of your own attention to become conscious. Is there any possibility for having consciousness? I'm not bringing the concept of panpsychism and all that. Is possible to have that? And most importantly, sometimes it may be a little bit difficult. There is a very famous statement in science: extraordinary claims requires extraordinary evidences. So, from the side of science, the moment you generate a argument, the question will be, what is the evidence for that? So, what are the evidences comes from this side, or the traditional scholars' side, or what they consider as proof? And like we often fight, where is the error, and what decides that error? So I'm stopping here. Let's continue the discussion. This is more like a sidetrack to make discussion a little bit more, what we can say, a little bit more colorful.
Can I just start off by saying what first thing that you mentioned? Observer, the word is used across three domains. All of these three domains have been discussed. Observer in quantum phenomenon is different from the observer in Vedanta, from the observer when it comes to
The first person narrative of an experience. All three are ontologically different entities. So your question about which specific observer, are we talking about the first person experience of something, or is it the other two categories?
The question is for the general group.
Okay, so I'll also explain it, because as he rightly, there was some question about the observer in quantum. So observer in quantum doesn't mean that the observer needs to be at the quantum level. Okay, so the actually observer, like, it is a quantum to classical transition. Observer lives in a Newtonian world. For example, I am an observer, and then the transition is happening from subatomic to macroscopic. Means the quantum level to classical. I could see whether the electron is going up or down through putting some screen. So that is a macroscopic. Whereas the choice which is it's taking at the quantum level is not what we could able to guess that. So there is a confusion that when someone says that observer in quantum, that doesn't mean that our brain and everything is working at the quantum level.
Before Richard Feynman, he discussed this in 1980 paper. That if the observer in the atomic scale, then there should be no observation.
Exactly. Yeah. So on the expansion of that, now within the domain of experimental metaphysics, there is a fantastic word called
function collapse.
Experimental metaphysics is actually a fantastic word, technically used word. Quantum computers are treated as an observers, and then extended Wigner's experiments is also started doing. In the sense that now, suppose you treat your observer itself at the quantum level, what happens? That means first problem comes is that what is the reference point? For example, when I am saying it's a reference point is going up or down, what is up and down at that level? So there is no reference frame. I think Abhishek would say much more details about the reference frame and the relativity, but even there is nothing like. Then I am observing, so the observer can be in a superposition, because observer at the quantum level can be in a superposition. How many superpositions? It can mean any number of superpositions. All such strange possibilities exist if you treat observer at the quantum level. But now whatever the things which we study and then work is that observer at the
classical world observing the quantum system. So, and the major problem with the quantum gravity, one of the biggest problem with respect to the physics, turns out to how do you define and reference frames, everything, and the observer at the quantum. So that's a deeper question. But I just wanted to clarify that what are all the classic. Simple, classical observer observing the quantum system is entirely different, well settled. Now that is what we studied in our labs. Another one is much more subtle, is that quantum observer observing the quantum system. That has a plenty of possibilities, and that is also scientifically worked theory. It is not anything hand waving. People are now working. It is just emerging. That's all I wanted to clarify.
No, I need a clarification. By observer, you mean to say just seeing that or also being judgmental?
Because if you want to measure, I am coming back to the
then you have to judge.
Yeah, obviously.
So, but in Indian philosophical system, you also have this concept of Sakshi Prajna, and that Sakshi Prajna is uninvolved. You don't make a judgment. You just see that. That's what we mean by observer here. But when you say that you are a classical observer, you are not only seeing that, you are also measuring it, or you are also judging that. So I think that there is the problem of the observer and the interpreter.
I would.
So I have a small issue with this because
Excuse me,
I just add.
Rather than problem, I would go with the.
Let's hear. Yeah.
No, it was just a screen that you're talking about, a photo detector, which is the observer in the quantum case. It is not a human or not a conscious entity.
Photo detector living at the classical level.
Classical.
Exactly.
My point is, I didn't understand. Maybe I'm not understanding something. Where is the judgment coming?
Oh, either photon will be absorbed and it won't absorb.
No, that is just the output of the observer.
The very fact of measuring it.
Okay. By judgment, you mean measuring.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would go with that because I was staying with that question. So I think observer is distinct. Observer, whether the classical observer observing the quantum phenomenon or the quantum observer observing the quantum phenomenon, or the kind of things we have been talking about.
Correct.
I think so who becomes an important question? Is it an observer with judgment? Is it an observer without judgment? I'm just
mathematically, what is judgment?
No. So I'm not going. No, somebody trying to influence the process. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's
I'm not going with the quantum
phenomenon.
phenomenon.
It's not true. In classical cases, it doesn't.
I'm not saying that. In that particular experiment's case, what I'm saying is, so there is graded. When we say self, we are using a very abstract term to go from fairly identity, say identified person to somebody more evolved and all that. So we are using a huge spectrum we are using the word self.
Here, observation mathematically is very simple. You are associated with a function with multiple outcomes. Okay, it's a mapping to the multiple outcomes.
There's a reduction process.
Yeah.
So can we say it is an interacting versus non-interacting?
Yeah. So let's leave that word. No, what I'm saying is, so going with you. So we'll have to say what is the location of observation. Let's forget about where are we observing from, or who is observing becomes important. What are the phenomenon being observed becomes important. Like I go with Ramananji when he said the para, and apara. I think at least if you have a triadic way of looking at measurability, we have something to go with. Because we are saying, mind, matter, and consciousness itself is an abstraction.
No, we have the big issue. I told you that instrumentation, designing instrumentation, you need the essence of the observer. How to design a telescope with the essence of the observer? That's the biggest issue in physics. Then the whole measurement problem will be solved.
No, what I'm saying is, see, one is to say that a priori we are saying that we have to measure. That itself saying, I am challenging that, the way we are using measurability. That's what we said, Vyavaharika, we can measure. If it is paramarthika, not even paramarthika, when we say parapara, I'm not even going to the other part. Like, you know, what did you say about the, yeah, even Sakshi, Pratnya and all that, we are going into some other line. But even in that, I'm talking about this time, this what I picked up. Distinctions is one area we can measure. Then convergence or what so-called limitless, this, that, and the other, that's a paramarthika thing we can't do. There is, from you, what I heard is, there is a simultaneity in parapara. That's what Abhinav, yeah, both possibilities and something is happening. That's where quantum is looking at, whether it is wave, particle. If you look at, for a wave in an experiment, you get wave, and if you look for whatever, that's the kind of influence we are talking about. So what do we look at the simultaneity position? How do we look at an experiment, or how do we measure becomes an important. So we are jumping from either this to the other. That's what Swamiji also said. But there is something in between where both possibilities are there. That's where, how do we look at, if we have a breakthrough there in terms of measurement, quantification, everything, I think then there is some possibility of that illumining physical sciences, that illumining.
No, that's our biggest issue.
I have one thing we were working on is that you have the superposed state and you have the reduced state. Can we conceive of a partially reduced state?
No. So we don't know once we have it say something in the superposition, and by making a measurement out of these two, one of them is possible. Okay. How? Giving an explanation out of these two, how one of them is possible, is the measurement problem.
No. This is not true. Theoretically, we have shown that partial reduction is also possible.
Which model? GRW.
So that
no, we introduced kind of.
No, comparison will be problematic. Yeah. So no. The formalisms are different. Better to stick to the different
within quantum mechanical, within statistical framework, we have shown that a model can be built up where partial reduction is also possible, not full reduction, not either of the two.
You can interpret the reduction processes as a bit-swing operator, right?
Yeah.
And you can then show that there is a mathematical framework in which you can have something in between deterministic and superposition, fully superposed.
Yeah.
So is it possible to generate a partial reduction state?
Yeah. I mean,
experimentally.
That we don't know. It's a theoretical.
I mean, the mathematical
Actually, mathematically, you are asking about whether observer can be included in a mathematical equation.
Yeah. Besides
I
the
can include it as a kind of matrix with certain characteristic inputs.
No, that is the whole issue. I mean, whether we can embed the observer in the mathematical framework.
Yeah,
by any means.
So for me, the observer is a kind of rule which will probe the main system to unravel certain hidden morphological, topological, and geometric properties.
Then it will become a factor, correct? Then it will become a factor rather than observer.
Yeah,
See,
but
the mathematically much easiest or the better way is that you have a state space and the function is defined on a state space that maps the states to a real number. Okay.
I didn't get it. Can you repeat?
So some set is there, much more come to the basic. Don't go to the state space also. There is a set and there is a real number. There is a function associated with the set to a real number.
What is the real number?
Some
Is
number.
the observer?
No. Function is the observer.
No, I am saying function is an observer.
Function you can expand it to operator also. Matrix is also fine.
That function is an observer.
Yeah.
I have another observer, which is also a function, with which I will perform certain transformations on this.
Yeah.
If you have predetermined results and you can derive making some kind of relationships. If you don't have, you can fine tune this other function and then start applying that on this. There is a family of functions of this, and with which families, which function this is closely related, that can be derived. So that is where there is a mathematics for morphology.
Correct.
To quantify these things. Whether are we talking at a functional level or a simple set level.
Correct.
Set, I was actually talking, a circular object, a circular set is there. And if I ask somebody, what is this? If you have a priori knowledge, you will say that it is a circle. If you don't have a priori knowledge and you have a family of sets here, and with which you perform certain kind of operations, like energy minimizations and maximizations, at one level you compute a kind of morphological entropy. If the entropy is least, you say that this set is geometrically identical to the entropies. So geometrical identity is a bigger circle and smaller circle. Both are similar in shape and similar in orientation. I think these are, morphology has a huge role in cognitive science, but not many people have really taken it. But that's what I'm saying, that these perception specific complexity of a system is a perception specific. What is my perception? This other function from the family. So you keep changing the perceptions, and then you keep getting a different kind of complexity results. So a circular may be very complex when you are investigating that with a very irregular shape. An irregular shape is maybe very simple when you have taken something similar to that which is similar in shape and orientation. Correct. So at one level we can abstract it like that, but bringing it to the level of measuring the consciousness, I think it requires some hard thinking. Very brilliant people are here and there.
No, measuring consciousness again is not a meaningful question, because you are trying to quantify the subjective experience, subjective element. So we don't know how to do it.
See, the Sakshi Drishti that was mentioned, and what we said earlier, that there may be nothing quantum in the way, but when we say quantum cognition, there is a sense of superposition. Right? Can that be expanded on what you meant by that?
No, there is no sense of superposition there.
No,
What you are saying?
You mentioned sense in the set is basically indecisiveness or undecidedness. It may not be the same as unknown. At some point it becomes decisive. Only in that sense. It is not at all in any other sense. It so happens that at a given point, it is only when a question is asked that the decision comes. Till that question is asked, it is in a superfluous possibility state. That's the only comparison. Analogy, it's just an analogy. Just an analogy.
Yeah, okay.
I just want to link up what Sanji was saying, what Vinay was saying, and what Jyotsnaji was saying. Now that, see, if I look at measurable as pramana in yoga, why am I looking at pramana? I'm looking at pramana because I'm normally operating from avidya, where I don't know the exact truth. Now, I'm trained into accepting the distress that comes when not knowing the exact reality. So I do all kinds of things. I project onto it, I do all kinds of things and come up with some certainty. Now, the entire process of yoga is to make sure that this whole complex can perceive correctly so that this inner distress doesn't happen. So I'm only interested in pramana to that extent. Now, so this becomes the instrument and this becomes the observer of something else. So where does your question come in? Does a fish experience distress?
No, that is that is related to a big debate in quantum theory itself. They say that there is a double slit experiment. Two slits are there, and electrons or some other particles are going. And people say that you put a registering device in one of the paths, it will register. So you don't need the observer in the sense human observer. The registration device itself is an object.
No, but I'm looking at an intermediate. I'm taking from what Saji is saying. No, see, we're speaking about an objective reality out there, measurement, all of that, which you can within a space-time reality. Then there is a paramarthikam. Once I get to paramarthikam, it doesn't matter. But there's an intermediate process, which is the psychological process, where I'm experiencing distress. And what I'm doing with experiencing distress is actually creating atom bombs with it. So it's an important matter, because the way I deal with distress is either through conditioned ideas of what will bring my distress down. And these are all generated out of the same mind that is creating the misperception, which is why the human problem. So if I'm looking at it from a purely yogic perspective, I need to understand how I can perceive things accurately so that I don't hurt the prana of the other person, nor do I hurt my prana. That's the bottom line. Yeah. So that pramana is what is interesting. So yoga talks about pramana, viparyaya, vikalpa. All three of them could lead to my ending dukkha. Depending on my practices, depending on something, I'll slowly move towards it. I might start with some shabda, I might start with some anumana. But if I have the right process, I will end up in a direction which will lead me to some kind of harmony and some kind of peace. How do we discuss that pramana, I'm asking? Because otherwise we're swinging from here to there, there to here.
So why I raise this question?
So the biology thing becomes important that way, no?
No, I raise this question because when we put this matter-mind consciousness,
correct,
one of the common element or maybe a connecting link we can find here is the observer.
The
observer.
But when you say observer,
no, I'm not using it as a classical observer. You know, like somebody who is observing, somebody who is giving the proof for evidence or measuring, even if they be an instrument like Cicero said. So that's why I thought this can be put into the end of this discussion so that we can put a little bit more cognitive resource and try to find a connection.
I'm with you.
Maybe ambitious, but
no, it's not. It's not. We'll look at it. See, the moment you say observer in between mind and matter, yeah, I'm coming from there. Instead of going to the instrument, I am the mind that is between matter and consciousness. No? Himsa here is pranic flow.
Raghuji, are you saying that there is a process of observation or say measurement which reduces your place?
Yes, and I'm the measure.
Yeah,
I'm the measure. I can sense.
Then what's the problem? I mean, how do you include the essence of the observer here, para? He was telling that intermediate state which para and apara.
But am I not the para? Para and apara.
From where?
But then you know that you are apara also, correct?
Pardon?
Then you know that you are apara also.
No, not only knowing. See, I think so. This brought in some clarity. You can say mind. Now, when we talk about whether a physicist observing or a phenomenon or a biologist or whoever, or a philosopher, there is a subject which is being
the instrument being the mind. That's it. The primary instrument of whatever confabulation. I mean, the way colloquially used as mind, or the antakarana if you take the whole Indian stuff. So if this is the intermediary phase which is in touch with this side, which is the paramarthika, limitless, whatever, once in a while. So at least we have that a model where we say a person can operate from avidya kshetra, dharma kshetra, dhyana kshetra, or sachidananda kshetra. That's where I was going with you also. Where this person operates from, or where this mind is doing the experiment, or the mind is making this thing becomes an important. So here, when as Raghuji says yoga, the observer, the instrument, and as well as what is being observed is me. That's the challenge. I am observing myself. I am the instrument which is measuring that and seeing the variations and whatever. As he said this thing. There are ways in which Buddhist practices. There is either through a scripture or a
That's the same problem you are saying, that we need to design an instrument which can say that, okay, I am the instrument also. How do you design that kind of instrument?
Isn't the human
seeing that instrument.
No, I am not considering
No, that is
human
one of
being now.
the connection which raised this question. Is it possible to consider human beings as an instrument who knows
I thought
that?
you were saying that about the fish.
No, I don't.
No,
think-
fish. When you bring fish, it's a totally
No,
different.
no,
topic.
I thought it's similar to
No.
Is
question
this
you
the
were asking.
question that, why you need to observe it? First of all.
Why? See, without observer, you cannot understand anything. Right?
No, you see, the same problem is
How?
there.
Yeah.
No, just a
So then,
moment.
who will be
Yeah,
understanding?
Yeah,
that?
yeah. So in Buddhism, there are 4 schools, and Vijnanavada and Sautantrika, they started, a theory that there is a self-reflecting consciousness. Otherwise, we cannot remember how we, observe or experience such things. And so therefore, they alay Vijnana, and then Swasamvedana, and this kind of new entity they developed in order to prove that we observe that object, and without that kind of observing entity, we cannot recollect that. So the Madhyamika refuted that profusely, saying that the very existence, when I remember that I experienced in joy at that time. So I experienced joy at that time itself is, the testimony that there was an observer. So I experienced it directly. There is no need of independent kind of mental entity to observe that. And if there are, if there was one separate entity called Swasamvedana, then there would be two streams of mental streams at that time, which according to Buddhism is not applicable. So to see that I observed I was happy during that time or I was painful during that time itself is the testimony that you have observed that. So there is no need of independent observer or something like that. So when we say that we have experimented or experienced something, the observer as an independent entity is understood. Observer is understood. We do not need to find out who the observer was or something like that. Observer is included in that very process.
Can I just add something?
Yeah.
So I say I'm happy or unhappy based on whether I'm feeling pranic flow happening with or without hindrances. If pranic flow is clean and pure, there is a feeling of sukha. If it is distorted in some way, there will be no sukha.
But there is also asukha dukkha, which is neither sukha nor dukkha, nothing.
But this broad sense.
Dr. Vinay,
So don't I have all of
can I?
this?
Sorry if I.
Carry on.
No, I will bring your one more question and then come back to the observer. Say, you had 2 more questions in the same that you raised. The other question was, is consciousness possible without a self? And then you rather challenged all these Shastric Pandits, show the evidence, as any scientist would do. Where is the evidence? You speak so much. And what kind of proof mechanism you have? 2 parts to that question. The first question I thought would make observer point more clearer. And that one was, is consciousness possible without a self? There are 3-4 different theories, Dr. Vinay. One thesis is that of Vishishtadvaita, Ramanujacharya. He brings this up in Sri Bhashya, which is a commentary on the Brahma Sutra, and then there is another text called Vedartha Sagraha. He is actually challenging the Buddhist position and Acharya Shankar. What he is trying to say is consciousness is a property of the self. Now, your question actually assumes that there is a distinction. Your question also is set in such a way, when you ask the question, is consciousness possible without a self, already you are showing a distinction between the self and consciousness. Which Acharya Ramanuja takes it? That consciousness is a property of the self, comes and goes. As long as we are intentional, we are conscious entities. But the self is distinct from consciousness. And the self is the observer for a Vedantin. The self is a jiva. Jiva shabda is used. So the jiva is the one which is transmigrating from birth to birth. And along with the jiva, it is the memory and the manas and the karmic particles which transmigrate. Even the Buddhists agree on the transmigration theory. Buddha had 500 such lives before he became a Buddha. So this one thesis is accepted by the Nayayikas also, Nyaya Vaisheshika, that consciousness is a product, a property of the self, and self is eternally existing, which is a position of the Bhagavad Gita. Mamaivamsho jiva loke jiva bhuta sanatana. The Sanatana Dharma, actually Sanatana is not the eternal religion. Jiva is the Sanatana. Jiva, as a jiva, is eternally existing and is part of the cosmic consciousness. This theory I like, though I also belong to Advaita school, because you are retaining your identity for eternity. You will never mix up with the universal flux of consciousness. You have your own identity upheld, but with all the same Satchidananda Lakshana. This is one way to look at the problem, the Nyaya Vaisheshika and Vishishtadvaita. And here come the Buddhists, the Vasubandhu thesis and Acharya Shankara, who say that consciousness is the self. There is nothing called self which is distinct from consciousness. So the jiva, as I said earlier, pops up in the modern terminology with the interaction of consciousness and antahkarana. And they come up with two theories called Bimba Pratibimba-vada, Avachedavada. So Acharya Shankara had long followers, list of followers. Padmapada Acharya, Prakash Atman, so many, all the entire Indian thinking was affected by Acharya Shankara's Brahmasutra Bhasha of the 8th century. So so this question will become redundant then. Is consciousness possible without a self? Because that self is a product of, a magnifying pole which is attracting memories is the observer there. It's a magnetic pole that is attracting all the memories. All that is available is memories, desires, and passions. Nothing called an independently existing entity. It's like a salt doll, end of the day, which will melt into the ocean of the salty ocean. Nothing. So the jiva actually is a very, is a reflected image which is out there, and which has all the problems that you are discussing all belong to this jiva, all that.
In that case, there is a problem. So what did you talk about Brahma? Jivo Brahma Ivana Amara. Brahma Satyam Jagat Nitya. Brahma is the only reality and jiva is Brahma.
Yeah.
If you call jiva as illusory, then the whole
end of the day. That case is
jiva as perceived by you
jiva
is illusory.
Yeah.
Jiva
as
in
understood
essence,
by whom? That's the question.
No, by perceived by mind
My
and.
whole question is that if the whole world is illusion, who is then fooled? Brahma. Brahma is fooled.
No. That ignorance has come. We don't know why, but it can go.
No, my question is that where is Brahma?
It is not
And the
there
whole
anywhere.
universe is the snake.
There is no locality of
rock and
ignorance.
snake problem. And if there is no
This is a classic debate between.
This debate is thousands of years old.
That's the way it's same over.
I want to come back. I want to come back to another issue, which is what I was trying to say. The reason why I like Sanskrit, it doesn't go into this question of where did Purusha come from, where did Prakriti come from. I think it's a practical thing. It starts with Dukhatraya. If I have to end Dukhatraya, Viveka between the nature of Purusha and the nature of Prakriti is good enough. The moment I have done that, all illusions or constructed ideas of self disappear. I can experience Ananda. I can experience Samapati or various levels of Samadhi. I don't put my mind at all to what are these two. Yeah. This I'm saying is enough for a human being. And isn't that the observation that the psychologist is interested in? Because otherwise we are going into these two all the time. Neither of them can help us living in the world today.
No, but Vedanta also is not bothered about the origin of ignorance. See, if you study Adhyasa Bhashya, that is the brilliance of Śāstrājña.
No, it's there in yoga also.
No,
not
no,
so
no.
much.
I am not refuting that.
Advaita, that avidya janati.
It's not a comparison. It is not a comparison. What I am saying is, he says we don't know how this happened, but it has happened. It is an experience. So to get rid of this experience, what we have to do is the ajnana, which gives rise to two ideas. That is, I am the experiencer and I am the doer. We have to get rid of this kartritva bhoktritva, and that is why we will now study Vedanta. That is the idea. So there also we are not breaking our heads from where from Jnana came, Avidya came. We are not bothered about that. It's very experiential.
I want to slightly shift the question. If you can think of observer without the self, can there be an observer without the object? Like, for example, you said that the fish can make out.
But what will he observe? What will he observe?
That's where I'm coming to that, please. You said that fish can make out the numbers. Can it also observe the absence of it? No fish is following it. Can it make out that there are no fishes following me?
Isolation can be tested, but the voids also can be tested.
Then
so
that
voids
means
they count. Voids they count.
Yeah, void is a count.
Yeah, void they
So
count.
void is not an object. So there comes the question of abhava pratyaksha. Do you see the abhava, or you only infer the abhava? The absence.
No, but absence is a padartha.
Yeah.
Absence is a padartha for Nyaya Vaisheshikas, but not for the Vedantins.
Not why I will now become
You better be in our Vedanta Sodha. No, but just a minute, I'll complete this. In case you can perceive the absence as well, the absence of the perceiver can also be inferred. If you think of an observer without the self, an observation without the object, or the absence of the object, is it equally valid?
That happens in the case of hallucination, like you said earlier.
No, Mukti, one question. I mean, to
No
scientists, self has not been in the main arena of science. We don't know what is self. So the whole issue we are discussing with self and
But what about the absence, the abhava?
Distinction. We have to create a distinction between what we understand as and in two different perspectives. What we understand as self generally means the concept of I-ness and ownership.
Now, whether that is required for consciousness, clearly, as you said, it is not required. And there are umpteen examples to prove that it is not required. One is the concept of body schema. So there are disease states where you say that this is not your limb, this is somebody else's thing. Thought insertions, the loss of agentic self. I have patients with migraine who have depersonalization. They don't anymore think that it's them or the spaces around them. So there is depersonalization there. There are people who have loss of, there is this out-of-body experience and also sense of, so there are fractures in this conditions, and there's also split brain, which you must have read about, two different eyes in you. So the concept of self, the autobiographical self, that is narratives that we say that if that gets fractured in advanced stages of dementia, there is no autobiographical self. When you don't have an autobiographical sense of a personal journey, there is no more I there. Second, so that is one fracture. Second is bodily schema fracture, where you don't identify it as your own body. For example, if you make a statement, I am watching myself, there itself is a big problem. I am watching myself. There is an issue there. Okay, so bodily schema, then agent depersonalization, and then split brain. So the jiva and the sakshi observer and the self from that point of view is different from what we normally talk about the self, because that identity need not be there, and still they can have a conscious experience with all the manifestations that they're having a conscious experience, which can be measured. measurability again comes there, even though there is no actual self, what we understand when we identify the self being actually manifest in all these conditions.
But Vedanta, as I understand it, is what you call the fractured part itself is responsible for the emergence of the idea of I and mine. Satyanvrite mithunekritya lokavyavaharam pravuttah. Truth and falsehood are combined, and therefore you have all this vyavahara, and by that you start having ahamidam, mamedam, this is me, this is mine. All that emerges because you have mixed up both the real and the non-real. Yes, true, true. The small I.
I have a, I think we are going towards conclusion. So I have one second. I have one question to ask, because now we are what you call preparing towards conclusion.
Now we have reached the dialogue.
So I have one very fundamental question, which I think we are beating around the bush with. I have to ask that today in 2026, my question is to these three people, Professor Sagar, Professor Binoy and Professor Roy, and of course other scientists. Today in 2026, how integral is measurability and quantification to science itself? Science as we know, modern science.
Just one second, let's finish the previous thing because
They will wrap it up.
We will come up. We will come here.
So the point is that this aham mama bhava or the narrative self, the vijnana can temporarily be subdued even via drugs like DMT and through.
Now, in that case, the person experiences a very high bliss, like psychedelic trips. And the same thing can happen by please correct me if I'm wrong, the same thing can happen by subduing the default mode network via process of dhyana. So in that process of dhyana, you're going beyond the Vijnanamaya Kosha. You're going beyond the Kartrutva Bhoktritva model, which is where the aham doership and...
Ashutosh, you should tell also the parallel. Otherwise, you are talking.
No, the parallel is shutting off the default mode network.
Parallel, what is inside?
That is the default mode network. That is where the sense of narrative of the self is coming. That is where the narrative of the self is coming.
How it is related to Vijnanamaya Kosha?
Because the Vijnanamaya Kosha has two components.
Yeah.
One is the sense of me doing something.
Yeah.
Kartrutva. The other important sense of Vijnanamaya Kosha is Sambandha. Me and others. Drik-drishya Sambandha. Now both of this, the sense of me in time and the sense of me and others, Sambandha, are coded in the layers of the default mode network. So once that is suppressed, one
Not
is essentially...
Coded, you cannot say. It's very early stage. You cannot say it is encoded in that network.
No, that is where...
Speculation.
No, that is not... I mean, that is published...
No, it's speculation. You can publish a lot of things in various journals, but it does not say that our understanding has increased.
So it can be considered as a neural correlate of that.
Neural
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. I'm not trying to equate anything. Actually, you forced me to equate. I didn't even want to go there.
Carry on. Yeah, we
Okay,
don't have much time.
The point, your original question was, can you have observation or experience without self? That was your question. Now what I'm saying is, by suppressing the narrative of the self, the ego network, the DMN network, one can have this extremely blissful experience. And the real Sakshi Anubhava is that Ananda itself. That is where I end.
There are a couple of steps in between. That's what I
Sure. Lot of steps in between that I skipped. But in paucity of time, I had to do it.
See, there are 4 levels of self.
Wait.
Talking about self, there are 4 levels of self.
5, I would say. Okay.
4.
Okay, 5 questions.
I'm not talking about kosha.
4 levels of self.
4 levels of self. The first level of self is asmita, which is created by the manas, which has got all of this, mamat, mahat, aham bhavam, and so on. The problem is the word ahankara is constantly translated as ego when it is not ego. If there's an English word parallel, I think it is individuation, because it's a verb. It's happening all the time. So there's some sense in me that observes all of this,
still has a sense of separation without any story. Right? Then there is the buddhi level of self. Yeah? At the buddhi level, there is an awareness for which there is a center. That's a third level of self. And then there is the fourth level, which is the Purusha level of self, which is para. So when we say no self and observation, you're confusing which level are you talking about.
So that's why I was
So
very
the
specific.
first level is not necessary, second is not necessary. Third, I think, is necessary for any observation, any experience. Fourth, I don't know what the experience is, so I don't know how to talk about it.
So now,
Right? So that's a complex question you've asked.
Dialogue has to happen, correct? After asking the question, I went back.
That's what I'm bringing you back.
So now you tell your question.
So the question is that we today discuss or try to discuss from various perspectives on measurability and quantification. Now
We will continue
fundamental question is, in 2026, now we are pushing boundaries of both philosophy and science.
Yeah.
Okay. So the fundamental question that comes to my mind is, how integral is quantification or measurability to science as we understand, predominantly Western modern science, in 2026? Are we not already pushing the boundaries of quantification and measurability there?
Yeah, we are pushing.
So is it integral to science itself?
It's a fundamental framework. Whether it's 2026 or 2046 or 200 years after that.
Then how are you pushing the boundaries of measurability?
Boundaries will be shifting.
No,
But it is a fundamental.
So will not a point come when the boundary will no longer be there and you will go from, when we are talking about indeterminism and all these things, you will go from quantification to something which is more.
Quantification and measurability and quantification are fundamental. Science cannot be defined without those words.
We can only shift
See, when
We
we,
can shift the boundaries.
one more point, when we say quantification, it's not only numbers.
No, that is understood.
So generally when we say quantification,
That is understood.
people think
That is understood.
everything is numerical.
I just put about 100 years back statement by Dr. D.R.C. Thompson, who was a medical doctor, who has written a wonderful compendium on form and growth. He mentioned that the process and the content that cannot be explained through mathematics is not science. By then, chemistry, biology, and all those things were not considered as science. When D.R.C. Thompson mentioned, then people have asked him, and you yourself is a medicine and a medical doctor and a biologist, and how do you prove that your field is a
Scientific
science? Then he started talking about the relationships between the height and weight and some other things, warmness of the warm blood versus the size of the animal, and all those relationships were given, and then he has named it as an allometry. Allometry, the moment that word metric has come, and it has become a science. And now people are talking about computational chemistry. And where you must have read this book by Ilya Prigogine, who was a physical chemist and got a Nobel Prize, and then he has written about Jablonski reactions and all that. All those reactions are being visualized, and then they started quantifying it. That's where I'm telling that the moment consciousness is a way to represent, visualize, and feel, probably with our naked eyes, and the quantification will be automatically, it comes. But I have seen over the years many physicists, please remove all your mathematics and give me the script. I'm fed up seeing a lot of mathematics in your papers. And I want more citations. The moment you put a lot of mathematics, the people who read, the number will be very short and very small. And the moment I have removed all my mathematical symbols and notations, I'm getting huge number of citations. Because the people who want to read it, they want to understand quickly, they don't want to break their heads. But is mathematics really required? And there are arguments. Mathematics doesn't really control the nature.
No,
So
that's it. different debate.
That's a different debate.
Mind math and matter. That is the
No, so
triangle is
no, I want to put one more statement.
triangle.
No, I just want to put one more, sir. Emperor's New Mind.
Yes, yes, yes.
The book by Roger Penrose. A phenomenal book, and how people could really think like this. There was a Mandelbrot set, there was a logistic equation. There is some connection between mathematics and philosophy. Somebody has written, those who read about the behavior of numbers generated through logistic equation by keep on changing the strength of nonlinearity parameter will understand that equation has a lot of philosophy, which I completely agree. How people will grow, attract to a fixed point, and then how a strength of nonlinearity will make the numbers fluctuating between two numbers, period 2, and beyond period 3 is a chaotic. So phases of life. Excellent. This was given by a great number theorist, Verlust, about 150 years old Belgium number theorist. I have also seen mathematicians have become great philosophers. But I want to ask a question whether any philosopher has become a mathematician.
And you know you are Aisha man.
I'm an Aisha man.
And in Aisha, we have seen many good mathematicians, they went to asylum.
So we are on live.
Okay. So
Exactly.
thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good discussion, and maybe in future we have to continue it.
So yeah, so when we were talking about a dialogue, many times it was going as a monologue where everybody wants to say that my subject is the best and we know everything. So now we are slowly breaking the barriers. Even though we speak different language, we hope that soon there will be more and more accessibility to each other's framework and the idea and the system they are using to generate knowledge in their field. Thank you very much.
So we also look for science with less of mathematical equations.
I think it's impossible.
Thank you.